Hello, everybody. Welcome to Chrono Cross, the Radical Dreamers edition. I'm here with Carbon Drink, who's going to be helping me co-commentate as we go through this. You want to introduce yourself, Carbon?
Yeah, hello everyone, my name's Carmen Drank. I'm a Chrono Cross speedrunner along with Handy. Really excited to show you guys Chrono Cross any percent.
Yep. And we'll explain a little bit more as we start going, but I'm going to go ahead and start, and it will be time.
Jumping right in.
Ooh, we got Miki. Okay, let's go.
Man, your luck is on a new level already.
I'm always worried about every marathon that we do, whether or not I'm going to get Korcha at the beginning.
Yeah, I was wondering if you were going to reset over it.
I've said that I would in marathons. I would take a little bit of the time loss.
Yeah.
Any lore in this run, Modest Shark asks? So, I mean, I will definitely do everything I can to explain the lore questions that you might have. We are filling, so I didn't really have a chance to really catch up on like the in-depth parts of the lore that maybe I don't remember just from doing the run all the time. But if you have any questions, either one of us will be free to answer, or feel free to answer.
That was expertly done. For, I guess kind of as an introduction to Chrono Cross, it really starts you off kind of going through this dungeon. And Chrono Cross, as you can kind of see, is a really unique game in that there's no random encounters. So you kind of saw Handy running around in circles, just trying to dodge both a bat and a cyborg. And, you know, for a speedrun, each encounter takes about 15 to 20 seconds just to run away. I don't think we've retimed it since RDE, but obviously we don't want to get any encounters.
Yeah, and so what just happened right there with the Cybot, that can be a little bit scary because if you do get into an encounter, which you'll see, or maybe hopefully you won't see if I don't mess up, we are able to run away from all encounters. It's just a little bit of a time loss. The big time losses come though if you get caught between, like sandwiched between two enemies. Because whenever you go to run away from one enemy, you only have iframes to get away from that singular enemy. Like if another enemy's on top of you, you'll be stuck going between one enemy to another enemy to another enemy. So you have to end up taking at least one of the fights. That's why I kind of made sure that I was standing at the bottom of the stairs so that he wouldn't be blocking me. And I was kind of worried about the bat coming, but it worked out.
Yeah, if that encounter's any indication, you'll be pulling out all the stops today.
But yeah, for a little bit of just like the lore, if you've never seen the game, basically we kind of wake up in this like, or the game kind of starts us off in this dream sequence, like where we touched on it a little bit, but like the third character besides Surge and Kid there is random. There's a little bit of superstition within the Chrono Cross speedrunning community about like luck about which character comes up, but other than that, it doesn't really make a difference. The only one that I really hate to see is if Korcha comes up. That's whenever I think the run is cursed.
No, you're already winning. Mickey is like second best. Truthfully, she's the best, but speedrunning, she's kind of a team.
Yeah, that's fair. And as we get to it, through the speedrun at least, this is also why I think it's like kind of nice to have a co-commentator, because there's a lot of small things within the what's the word I'm looking for? The battle mechanics of the game that speedrunners really take advantage of, that like is in-depth knowledge that can be a little bit hard to kind of touch on as you're doing it. So it really will help having Carbon here, who has a lot of in-depth knowledge about the game, to help explain some things that are happening while I'm doing them.
So, as you see, we kind of woke up. What we were really in was just kind of a dream. Just kind of, I guess, Surge here having a bit of like a, what's the word, a nightmare.
Yeah.
But we wake up and we were supposed to watch these kids that our girlfriend here, Lena, is watching for us. Well, we were supposed to actually go to the beach with her, but because we overslept, she has to watch the kids. And there's a question in the chat about whether this is the remake or original. This is the remake. Well, it's more of a remaster, I guess. It's the Radical Dreamers edition. Yeah, because the game is exactly the same, but it's like upscaled graphics, quality of life improvements, etc. And they recently released a patch, I think maybe 4 weeks ago.
Yeah, it's been really recently, yeah.
Yeah, which got rid of, at least for the speedrunning part of things, like we used to run with a mod that kind of fixed some issues that the original release had, but the new patch has been excellent. So you saw Handy there buy 2 fireballs, and that's really just to set us up for pretty much the first 30 minutes or so. We have a, because Lena has to watch the kids, she's asked us to go get some Komodo scales to make a necklace, which we were going to do had we not slept in. So now we just have to do it on our own.
Yeah, and so what we're going to be doing with those Komodo scales here is, so we're going to be doing 3 Komodo fights that are per story that we have to do. The only problem is at the beginning here is like formations, which I got 3 here. This is not really what we want. You can get 2. Formations are going to be random in the game. Every time we go to swing, those things are going to be random as well. Like you can see the percentages here. We'll touch a little bit more on that in a minute. And then APs are going to be random. And if you want to touch on the AP versus like ATB while we do this, I'll let you grab that one.
Sure. AP stands for action points in this game, and it's effectively how kind of every enemy has an AP, and that determines basically the turn order. Each enemy has a certain like floor or minimum number that they can have, and you can kind of get anywhere randomly between 0 or 1 to that floor. There's some exceptions to that, but for the most part, it's really just how turn order is determined, and you really don't know it as a speedrunner until you start the fight.
Okay, I'm getting trolled a little bit here. All right.
Tiny bit.
I didn't want to take that one just in case I do decide that I want to, which I'll probably take 2 humors, or try to get 2 humors instead of like how I do in PB attempts.
Nice dodge.
And I plan on probably trying to do that in KPAL. That way, if I decide for the marathon I want to do a mini star, then why not?
Oh yeah, makes total sense. So like, among like getting the Komodo scales that we need to do for plot reasons, we also want to set ourselves up with equipment and things, and maybe just a tiny bit of money as well. But really, what we want out of this is a feather, 2 humors, and a fang, and that'll give us exactly what we need to make 2 much stronger weapons coming up, I don't know, around the 30-40 minute mark. And that's going to give us a huge boost in power for a pretty difficult section.
Yeah, funnily enough, like you're able to just get all the right materials you need. Like it's almost like it was, it works out so perfectly for the speed run, because like we need some iron and stuff to even make some of the weapons we're gonna make with the materials we're also looking for here. And there just happens to be a profiteer's purse like right next to the smith shop that we can disassemble instead of using for the iron that we need to make the weapons that we want.
Yeah, and that's going to come up. I mean, we have quite a bit of time until that.
Yeah.
I haven't been tracking your drops, but I don't think you've gotten a feather yet.
I don't know. The only thing I have relative to what we need is a fang. Luckily, there's backups for all of it, which you guys might see.
Yeah. So this third Komodo fight is kind of scripted to be 2 Komodo pups, and then once you kill the 2 pups, the mother shows up. And we're kind of, there's only 1 roll out of like I think 4 or 5 rolls on this fireball.
That is like 0.
That does not kill. So she might live with if we see a 48, which we saw 49. So that's exact damage right there.
Yep. I'm gonna go a little bit slow through this menu so we can show stat ups and stuff like that. So we got the 10 strength and we got the feather. Nice.
Oh, you were a little bit ahead of me, but yeah, bang, feather, and 10 strength there. So that's perfect. So throughout the entire run, we'll kind of probably comment on it, but strength is key in this run. You can get by without having strength, but stat increases are completely random, and they're frame based in this game. So they are weighted average. So like the game tries to get you to a certain number per character, unique to that character, but you can be, above or below that at any given time.
Right. Basically, the game has like a point of reference for like what it thinks your strength should be at every star fight, and I'll touch on star fight in a minute. But at every star fight, basically points in the game, and if you are at the value that it thinks you should be at, then your rolls are basically even between whether or not you'll get it or not. If you're below it, it'll try to give you increased odds of catching up. And if you're above it, it'll do the opposite and try to, it'll lower your odds of getting it. So you can get really lucky, and then even though you're ahead, keep getting strength. You can get really unlucky sometimes, and then if you are behind, still not get the strength that you want. And then sometimes you can get +2s on like things like strength and stuff like that as well.
Yeah, but one of the as much as we will talk about strength, and if you watch other Chrono Cross speedrunners, like they'll comment on strength. One of the pretty interesting things about this game is that it's important early and late. There's like a pretty big section in the middle where we've kind of routed around it to a degree, to where Surge can just chill and just try to get stat levels, because we have other people doing damage for us. But for now, we beat Mama Komodo. We've got our feather that saves us a backup, and we're just talking to Lena.
And then all of a sudden, we get wiped away by the sea, and then weird things start happening.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because I think they're 15 or 16 years old, and they're talking about marriage and having kids and stuff, and then he just gets swallowed by the sea. And
it's kind of crazy, all the things that happened to Surge in his short lifetime already. But yeah, so you guys, you just saw us talking about all the materials that we do need, and I did mention that if we don't get them, there's backups for all of it. One of them that is like the most, or the least likely to get, kind of, is the feather, and that's because the game works on a common rare split drop system, where you always have like a 90% chance of getting the common, and then you have a 10% chance of getting the rare drop. Funnily enough, for speedrun purposes, you're almost going to always hear us say we want the common drop, or oh, we don't want this rare drop. There are a couple of cases where that's not the exceptions to where that's not the case, but we'll touch on those. But one of the rare drops we do want here early is the feather that we did get. And what you're going to see me do, I'll touch on it as we pass it. There's a chest that we could have got that takes about 10-15 seconds to go and get. But it is nice to always have the backup for that, so not having to be forced to reset if you don't get it.
I'm not sure if you've seen it, but
there's a chest.
Yeah, so he's gonna run behind this fish, and then on that middle island at the top, that chest right there is the feather. But I'm not. So I did a little bit of testing with the RDE version versus PlayStation, and with the use of Turbo. I think that like 10-15 seconds is more like 6 or 8 now.
I believe that.
Because you can jump down the hole a lot quicker, you can open the chest a lot faster, and then you can even, like, normally you have to wait for the fish before you drop down the cliff, like you did at the start, but you can actually outrun it to the first corner and then just do a quick loop behind. So it's the movement is kind of a lot less sus.
Actually, you also just reminded me something we haven't touched on just yet. When you talked about the RD, this being the RDE version, do you want to maybe touch on like what category we're running? Like, because we're not using Time Shifter, we're not doing things like what are the other battle boosters and stuff like that, but we are using Turbo. Oop, I let go of that too early.
Yeah, so the category, as the speedrunning community has defined it, does not allow for this particular category any of the battle boosts, which is like no encounters, it's like invincible, like max AP, etc. No fast forward, no slow down, etc. So the way that Handy has done it is in his Steam config, he's basically disabled those buttons because there's no native way in the game to do it. But so he effectively reconfigured his controller to just say like, hey, if I was to hit those buttons, it's not going to give the input, so I'm not going to accidentally fast forward.
Hey, I'm gonna take this Komodo fight because we don't have any humors yet. Bad formation, but it's fine. Bad miss. And he went. That's fine. I'll fireball this one. So I probably will go for the mini star here then. So maybe if you want to touch on the mini star, because we only have a chance of getting one humor right here anyways. Let's see.
Sorry, my I just have to watch from the stream. I'm getting a little behind.
Oh, okay. Alright, we got the one humor.
Nice. So the
What
mini
else
stars.
did I see?
Handy talked a little bit about star battles before, and that's star battles are effectively the boss fights that you get, and those are guaranteed. Well, they're not guaranteed stat ups, but that's where you would get a stat up if you were to get one. But this game does. You don't really have to grind in the game. The way that it, especially casually, what you would do is you would just fight enemies. And so basically between each boss fight or each star fight that you would take, there's a set number of fights to take that would give you what is called a mini star. And that mini star replicates the exact stat increases that you would get on your next star level. So if Handy at the end of this fight gets a strength and a magic, that means that once he finishes the next star fight, he will also get a strength and a magic. In this particular case, it's 2 fights before this Scar Salt Pepper fight.
Alright. I think I'm a little bit ahead of you.
Yeah.
I don't ever go for the mini star there, and I actually did not know that happened. The little steam thing.
Oh. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with my feed, but yeah.
Yeah, so there is a little bit of variance that people might do differently, and even stuff that I do, like how we're getting materials here. Like I mentioned the 2 humors. In my PB attempts, a lot of the times I actually only try to get even 1 humor or get the backup humor, because instead of making like an iron weapon for Kid, which is the normal thing to do, sometimes I'll skip getting that for her. So there's a little bit of variance in like what I do for marathon safety type stuff versus what I do for PB. So going for that mini star there and going to make sure I get all the humors, that's more marathon specific stuff that is maybe a little bit slower. It could pay dividends if we keep getting a lot of strength. But I usually opt to not do it to have a little bit of less resets in the beginning of the game. So that little steam thing that I got pushed back caught me off guard.
Sorry, I think one of my last practice runs, I accidentally missed the jump on the Komodo, and I I still kept going. So just little things.
So here at the beginning of this fight, you guys are gonna see me. You're gonna see me defend until Salt attacks Surge, and we actually got it off of 1 defend, so that's really nice. That basically is when the fight actually starts. Any damage you do before then doesn't really matter. All right, so now the fight has actually begun. 1, 2. All right, so Kid did not get a strength there. I know by her first swing. Let's see if she got a magic. She did. I think I can actually kill with the 2-3 here. Yeah, nice.
No, I see in your thing that you got the strength. Yeah. Yeah, this fight in particular is extremely hard to optimize, just because the turn order is so random, and you can't do any damage until after they go, until after the Salt, the tall, skinny guy goes. So you can just get like interrupted, you can miss, you can do a lot of things, but this is already looking like really nice.
I got a bad refresh there, but it was fun. Oh, that almost killed. So the cool thing is we actually got a lot of benefit from doing the mini star, or about as much benefit as you really can hope for, because we'll be at 12 strength here.
Yeah, this is kind of the dream. Like coming up, there's we would ideally like to be 13 strength for in 2 to 3 fights time, and that really just gives us a slight chance to really help our damage out. And it's really just the higher strength you are, it just gives you chances to skip enemy turns and to go faster.
I'm gonna pay attention real quick right here. This would be the only way that I mess up the marathon.
You know, in my head, I was saying, how can I distract you and make you like have to run with Kid?
Oh God.
That's the risk of having me here. No, I'll let you focus.
Yeah. So basically, per the speedrun route, we actually always are almost always are mean to kid. You'll see that as a theme throughout the entirety of the run. I'm actually not using turbo here just to be doubly safe because you have to deny kid here 3 times. And actually, in the original, it's even easier to mess up because sometimes Chrono Cross eats inputs, and so if you're trying to be really quick and you're like down X, down X, down X, it only takes one eaten down press to you having to reset. And so I'm trying to just be really, really sure that we don't accidentally make any big route mistakes here.
Well, and sometimes you like you try to push down so many times that you just get 2 inputs in there,
And
you
it
just
circles.
yeah. So this is a time to be safe rather than sorry.
Yeah.
And so lore wise, especially casually, this is most people would probably accept Kid there, but that's pretty much the first decision in this game, um, and it's whether you just want Kid to join you or not. Um, and saying no to Kid gives us access to Lena, who's gonna instantly join our party. This is not our home girlfriend Lena. This is another world Lena, but she's still our girlfriend.
That is a good thing we could touch on real quick while we're doing this. Basically, I assume that most people who are watching this have seen the game, or at least know of the game. And basically, this is a sequel to Chrono Trigger, and Chrono Trigger deals with a lot of time stuff, and this game really kind of more deals with, I mean, it's a little bit time stuff, but it's more dimensional travel. It's like the way that they make sure it's like in the same vein, but a little bit different. And basically, when we did that, we had that whole thing where we got washed by the sea or whatever, that whole cutscene after Lena. We wake up here in this other world, or this other dimension where same people are still here, but they are different from the versions that we knew of in our homeworld.
Yeah, Chrono Trigger is right. Obviously, you're going forward and backwards in time, and then kind of seeing the cascade of like the decisions or changes in the world. Like if you went back in time, you know how that changes the future, etc. Where this game is kind of more like if a person made a different decision.
Right.
They probably don't go as in depth as maybe some people would like, but it is a good take on it. Um, eh, so like you know in this category we don't really see it, but there's like a fisherman in this village who's like, oh, what if I went to be a fisherman, or what if I wanted to stayed home and did family stuff, um, and there's a whole bunch of examples like that. Like Surge in particular, kind of maybe getting a little bit ahead of the story a little bit, but Surge, I think, what was it, 9 years ago, was
Something
attacked
like
by a panther demon. And in this world, he drowned, which we kind of turboed over Lena telling us that. But like in this world, we're dead. Whereas we're not dead, but yet here we are. So we're trying to figure out, well, how do I go back home? And
I'm just gonna do it. I hate that he rolled high there.
And earlier in the Karsh Salt and Pepper fight, because right now we're fighting Salt and Pepper again, but without Karsh. When they showed up, they were both like, "Oh, like here you are, the ghost, exactly as he, said you would be here." So there's some mastermind shenanigans going on.
I'm gonna just normalize this a little bit. 3-3.
Yeah, just crit.
1.
Oh, you didn't even need to.
Ooh, double miss. Ooh, lots of misses. Yeah, so that is basically like what you'll see in this game about like what is there, or like, oh, a bad start on the AP roll or something like that. Which I don't know if we touched too much on. I don't know if we touched too much on, like, we explained like what AP is, but basically there's a couple of rules. Like I think Carbon did touch on that there is a minimal value that like each of the enemies can have, and we know that what we use to base our strats around. However, the thing that like is a little bit different is on the opening turns of every fight, enemies starting AP is random. It can, for bosses, it can be anywhere between 1 up to that value or a little bit above. They can be a little bit charity above it. But random enemies can actually start the game or start the fight. Let's see. You need to turn down the video quality a bit. Yeah, just let me know what we need to do. I can pause.
Yeah, maybe he's asking.
Just let me know. Just let me know when. The bit rate's too high. Yeah, we can.
Yeah, I was gonna save the AP stuff for a little bit more.
I'm just waiting for. You want me to go ahead and pause it?
Yeah, I think you're fine. I'm gonna transition you on, and then
Okay.
I'll just say something. Okay, we're back. Thanks for being a little patient. But we should be good to go. And so you guys can continue as soon as you're ready.
All right, yeah, we'll just start from right here. I think that you guys might have missed. We just picked up. So we denied Kid 3 times, but we do it because she's gonna join our team regardless, and that's who we. materials to make the weapons that we were just talking about.
Yeah, sorry about that. Hey, I've forgotten what our last topic was, but you just grabbed the profiteer purse to disassemble for the iron, created the weapons. Oh.
Okay. Yeah, I forgot what we were talking about beforehand as well, but I don't think that we missed too much. I moved like 2 screens, I think during the transition or whatever. Oop. So now, actually, there are a couple of different ways you can actually get into the manor. Most people probably end up taking the Guile route. You can also take the Nikki route. We're gonna actually take the Pierre route, and even though Pierre is kind of the worst of the 3 choices in terms of like character, he's actually the fastest way of getting in. So we're not gonna put in our party here. We're gonna do it on the main menu. It's a little bit faster, or at least it hasn't been retimed to not be faster. Things could be slightly changed a little bit on the remaster, just based on like tech speed and stuff like that. But for the most part, like it would be negligible. Also, this is going to be one of the few exceptions to where I think I talked about like we talked about star fights when talking about like when you get your stat ups. Star fights usually indicates boss fights, and that's usually like every boss fight you do, you get a chance at a stat up. One of the few cases that that's not like that doesn't hold true is these 2 guards right here on this route actually they actually count as a star fight, so we have a chance of going to 13 strength here. Start with a 3-3.
Yeah, there's sorry, just to get away from the fight for a second. There's a lot of discussion in chat about kind of the remaster and certain things. I've touched on it a couple times, but yeah, the new patch has been great. Like they're on release. If you compared it to the PlayStation version, like I think the actual menus got faster, but for some reason, which is why we used to use a mod for this, the battle menus like this would be a little clanky.
Yeah.
But the current patch has kind of addressed all of it. So everything runs like just really smoothly. There's a couple weird like cases, but it's nowhere near as bad as it was. And when I say like not as bad, like keep in mind it was still a massive improvement from what like PlayStation was doing, you know, but to us it was just different.
Right. Yeah, Pierre opener. Pierre is our like worst character. He serves mainly one purpose, which you're about to see. His main purpose. But his route is the fastest to get in.
Pierre is a hero, and don't let PH catch you.
So here's Pierre's main purpose. We put him in the center because we want him to take this hit for us. Don't dodge. Don't dodge. Okay, nice.
Yeah, I'm still just getting caught behind on the stream. I'm not sure if you have time to go to Discord or something, but if not, I can just comment on this.
Oh, switch it to Discord?
Yeah, I just keep behind.
1 second. All right, so we actually defend there until revive, because the fight doesn't actually start until then, like we had mentioned as well. So 2-2-2. Damn. Oh, I got crit. I actually don't like that crit because we're about to see a flame knock, and it shouldn't do 60, so we should be fine. We're gonna use this dash and slash. Is the stream still making it? Is the stream still glitching out?
Stream Discord plugin here. Probably. That's alright. You don't have to do it.
Okay.
Just fine.
Pierre is a good target. Nice. Sorry, trying to keep up with like the strats, and Chrono Cross is kind of a very involved. Yeah, I don't think it's on my end. I'm not getting like frame drops or anything like that. But I can try to drop it even more if we need to. I can drop the bitrate even more. We need to see where it goes from there. We should be well within like the well within estimate. Like, just give me 1 second.
Better to me, so.
Let me know when we transition back.
Yeah, we're back.
Okay. So, hopefully everything works out now. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties, but the only thing we've done so far is we saw the cutscene that said we should wait to sneak into the manor. We came over here, did this mini game between for the dragoons. We're about to get the key, and then I'm gonna try to show off one of the few skips in the route. It's pretty hard and it's kind of lucky because you're doing a lot of mashing. If I don't get it after 2 times, then we're just gonna take the fight and just move on. That way we don't take too much time up doing it.
Yeah, this is looking a lot better on my end.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, we're a little distracted, but Handy's going for one of the few skips in the game called guard skip.
First try, that's fine. 4 guards. I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna go for it twice. We get a chance to reset up. It's basically a frame or 2 frames on the original, but it could be like like I said, we think it's a little bit harder on the remaster.
Yeah, well, so Handy's timed this, and it's like what he's aiming for is there's about a 2-frame window right before this guard that's chasing him will say like, oh, they got away, and there's about 2 frames for him to try to get an input to open the door.
I'm gonna take the fight since it's 3 guards as well.
But this is like on PSX and even in RDE, if you get it, it's about a minute time save. But it's also, you know, you don't really expect to get it, except for, you know, maybe world record attempts. So, but to be fair, I mean, it has definitely felt a lot more inconsistent and kind of harder to get. It's still possible, but it's felt a lot harder to get in the RDE version.
Dang.
But there's also a couple upsides though of taking this fight, because you get about 400 gold, and for the first hour or so, money is a little tight. So it's still manageable, but taking this fight means he might skip getting a couple items later.
Right.
That we would normally sell. But stat-wise, he's doing really well. 14 strength at this point is really good.
Also, just to touch on guard skip a little bit more as we just pass it up. The thing is that, like, the thing that makes it a little bit harder than just a 2-frame window or a 2-frame like press. It's not like a 2-frame press where like we're aiming for like a specific audio cue or like there's something that's gonna pop up on screen or whatever. We're basically trying to hit a 2-frame window between like a text box that pops up and it stays there for a little bit and then goes away. There's no like aim for this specific thing that's gonna like happen at this exact frame window. Like you kind of just have to mash and hope.
Not like you can like hold the first guard's text box open and like delay things. So you have to just smash and pray.
Right. That was nice. Good APs. Which one is that?
So,
okay.
Legendary Cerberus is saying casually money's fine, and that's true. But remember, we're also taking a lot less fights than you probably would casually, which is where a lot of that money would come from. And what we've done, and I mean, through the technical difficulties, you might not have seen it a little bit, but what we did was we picked up the Profiteer Purse, which is it's kind of a hidden item, and that item, if you equip it, it's an accessory, would increase the amount of money that you get post-battle. But what we've done is we disassembled it, and that gave us 3 iron, and that gave us access to an iron dagger and a steel swallow, which are way more powerful than the copper weapons.
We're also about to get to the point to where we get our code to go further into the manor. It's actually even random in the speedrun. It can be anywhere between 1 and 9 on the left and right side. The lower the number, the better. If you want to guess between 2 numbers between 1 and 9, you have maybe a minute or so. But it is better if we have lower because we have to watch the statue spin that many times.
Yep. So we picked up an accessory called the Dragoon's Honor, which gives us, excuse me, 1 strength, 1 magic, and it's like 1 point of accuracy, which is actually more like 3% accuracy in the fight. Because it kind of like the accuracy increases scales with the tier of weapon that you have, so it's really quite a good accessory to have, especially this early on.
I'm actually not about. I'm not gonna pick up this sword since we took guard skip. I'm gonna pick up the armor just because it's marathon. I'm gonna put on. Oop, do that backwards. Turn yellow.
So here's Handy's putting on a turn yellow. We picked this up after our catch-up fight. It was right behind the gate, kind of hidden as well. And it's gonna be our first use of this. Casually, this is not really something that you would really know to do, but turn elements are extremely powerful. The game kind of teaches you to do like a 1, 2, 3 element, 1, 2, 3 element, 1, 2, 3 element, but kind of paired with like the mechanics of the game, with the AP system that we sort of talked about earlier, with stamina pushing, as well as what really unlocks everything is the turn elements. What we're gonna do is we're fighting these neon bulbs, which are a green innate element. We're going to turn Surge, who has really high strength. We've put all of our accessories on him, and we've given him increased powerful weapons. We're going to turn him yellow, which is opposite of green, and that's going to give us a 50% boost just naturally, because we're going to be yellow, they're going to be green. We're going to do more damage to them, they're going to do more damage to us. And as long as we hit, these things are going to die. They have about 160 HP. And if he gets like a 2-2-3 off, that'll be about 80% of its health.
If I get to go here after this turn yellow, I'm gonna swing 3s. They already. Which one do I want? I'm actually going to do this 2, 3. Yeah. Just because I don't want this other one. Oh wow, the other one rolled really high. Kid, just hit 1. Nice.
Yeah, so you saw 40, 40, 64. Like, it's basically 1 hit away. and then Kid boom.
So we'll do a 1 pause 3-3. If Kid hits both, maybe? Nah. I was trying to skip all the elements. That's still fine. That's actually not a bad fight.
Yeah, 4 enemy turns is pretty standard, I would say. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, obviously would have been less if you didn't miss, but this is the game.
That is the game.
But yeah, so as well as with the like us being yellow and the bulb being a green innate, if you also saw in the top left, there's what's called the field effect, and basically it's 3 tiers of colors, and every field has like a starting color, and it changes, moving like right to left, where the leftmost gets pushed off as you use elements, and that can be as you use elements or as the enemy uses elements. And if any of those colors matches your color, you get another boost. So in that fight, we had 2 yellows and a blue. So not only did we get a 50% increase with turning ourselves yellow, we also got roughly a 30% increase from the 2 yellow fields. And that's why we were able to do so much damage. And we're going to do this, for the most part, throughout the entire run. It's just so powerful, and you almost really don't know about it casually.
Also, what you just saw me do is actually very important to the speedrun, and it's kind of crazy that it is there. You can actually just annoy Karsh 20 times by going to that text box and just hitting it like over and over and over 20 times, and eventually he'll let you inside of it, and it gives us a Dragoon Gauntlet, which is just a free +3 to our strength. So huge for the speedrun.
Yeah, I remember that chest casually. I think I gave up after like 5. But you do it 20 times and he gives you the gauntlet, which is +3 strength. And at this point, I mean, you're at 15, which is really high for this point. You'd expect to be like 13. So like you're just smacking people. You're buff.
Yeah, I do want to touch on, so I always give this disclaimer whenever we get to this point of the game. Marcy and Lynx are actually like the first 2 bosses that whenever you're learning the speedrun can actually be the ones that make you learn to actually count AP and like be watching the HP flags or kind of understanding how the battle mechanics work. Because a lot of the bosses before it'll be slower, but you can easily get through all the fights. This is the first one that you kind of need to know how the AP system works to deal with bad scenarios, because Marcy has 7 AP. So we're going to use that to our advantage. We're going to count around her turns because at half of her health, she has an HP flag that says if she's at half health, which will be 249, when it gets to her next turn, she'll do a Cat's Cradle. And then she has one that says when she's in critical health and it gets to her turn, which is 25%, she'll do Ice Blast, 1 or multiple Ice Blasts, and then after that, she'll Cure Plus. So ideally what we're going to try to do here, you're going to see me counting damage and AP, and if things go well, I'm going to try to avoid to not get Ice Blast. I'm going to try to kill her on the same turn that she goes into crit health, so that we just completely skip all of that.
Yeah, this fight, casually, you do the 1, 2, 3 element and you kind of load up on healing stuff. It's not too bad, but with us trying to go fast, like if you get an untimely crit or if you're not really prepared for certain scenarios, like you have a very real chance of over damaging her without killing her, and she just kills you.
It's 100. We're also kind of strong, so like could accidentally
You should be fine.
Yeah,
I don't think your kid's that strong.
Nice.
So he intentionally held back there with a 1-2 because if he had pushed more, like this is where she does the Cat's Cradle on this next turn. If he did more, she would have done it a turn early, and we want to get her as close to crit, which she's in crit right now. But because we didn't push the 50%, she's doing Cat's Cradle instead of the scary Ice Blast. So he needs to kill her this turn, otherwise she's blasted. Which that was fast. He normally you would do dash and slash, and that would be Andy got the Ice Blast drop, which is the common case, which is you really want to see. The rare is an iron, which we already made iron. We don't need that. So that was an excellent fight with the exact drop we wanted.
Yeah, it can maybe be a little bit intuitive, just from watching the speed run, but I realized we never touched on it. So the cool thing about elements is that they cannot miss, and they usually are pretty strong, depending on like what you're trying to do. The reason you don't see us spamming elements is one, they drain 7 stamina, even though they only cost 1 AP. And they are usually slower than physical attacks. So right there, normally, like what you'll see a lot of runners do is they'll do like a 1-2-2 dash and slash fireball. That way, they can for sure kill. Right there, the reason that's such a great fight and like why it's so fast for a number of reasons we didn't really miss, but it's because we got to skip the dash and slash animation and we got to skip doing a fireball animation. It was very quick.
If you get bad misses or you're kind of lower on stats, like sometimes you have to dash and slash and fireball, and sometimes that's still not enough.
Yep.
Which at that point you're just like, please don't end my run. But not where we're at today. But also what's really that ice blast is it's not the end of the world if you don't get it, but it is a level 4 element. 4 guards.
Yeah, 4 guard sucks, but it's fine.
But it's a level 4 element, which we don't really get access to level 4 elements for quite a while. Like after this, we'll do a shop where the best we'll be able to buy is level 3, and naturally the higher element levels give you higher base power, and when we start doing like multipliers on top of that, like it just adds up to so much damage. Where if we didn't have that, sometimes the damage ranges just might not work out.
I just dash and slash, just not even risk misses.
Yeah, take them out. These guards, how dare they get in your way? So we haven't touched on lore for a little bit, but the reason we've been going through this is to try to get what's called the Frozen Flame. We mentioned earlier that we're trying to get back to our home world and be like, see our mom and stuff and our girlfriend. And we were told that it's in this manner. That's why we came here. We also touched a little bit on it as well, where it's like we took the Pierre route, where most people would take like Guile or potentially Nikki because there's 3 options. Pierre's just the fastest, but that's another decision point that we had to make. And you can kind of see Kid here, we come to the general's desk and we see this giant shiny crystal, and she's like, well, that's not the Frozen Flame. That's not what we're after.
Yeah. Also, to kind of piggyback off the thing about us saying with Lynx, how I said Marcy and Lynx are the first ones that punish you for not knowing, it's going to be kind of for the same reason as you're about to see. We know that Lynx has at minimum 8 AP value, so you're going to see a lot of our turns try to like work around that value. And we are going to, actually, I'm going to start the fight if you want to explain why we're going to be doing like pilfers and stuff like that, Carbon.
Yeah, so Lynx is actually, as scary as Marcy can be, Lynx is really scary. He's black innate, we're white innate. If he hits Surge and he does, his attack pattern is two attacks, 1 attack, 3 attacks, and you can see that they really hurt. So he can just kind of punish someone. But just like Marcy, he has a couple triggers that are important for us to work around. At critical health, he uses a Nostrum, which is a black like consumable, which heals him for 200 health. And if you look at the damage that we're doing, that takes us a little bit to do 200 damage. So there's a couple ways that we can get around that. Is if we target him with a spell, he will respond with an element called Imbecile. And if we do that on the turn that he was going to Nostrum, and, so he pilfered here to help. He got the magic ring.
Yeah.
Which is what we wanted. He could also have gotten a power glove, which gives him strength. But see, here's the response with Imbecile. If we also hit him specifically with a white element, such as Dash and Slash, he will respond with anti-white. But we specifically want to do this on the turn that he would go into critical health and use that Nostrum. Because once that happens, he's no longer going to do a Nostrum and we can just finish him off with physicals. So he's in crit, Handy did the Dash and Slash, he's no longer going to heal himself. It also turns out the Kid is just going to kill him.
Yeah, it worked out. Normally, the way that fight works out is after we do the pilfer with Kid, we expect that Surge's 3/3s to push him to crit. That was kind of a backup to do the dash and slash to skip the Nostrum.
Yeah, Handy played a little safe with a couple defends, kind of teetering around a little bit. I think you also pilfered when he would go into his 3-attack turn.
Yeah.
But Handy also equipped the one revive that we picked up earlier. We didn't quite comment on it, but he put it on Pierre, so just in case something really bad happened, and say Surge died, he could revive him, and just give you that, little bit of extra safety. And at worst, like if everything went to hell, and there was nothing that could be done, he could just run away and heal.
Right.
And then try to fight again. It'd be really slow, it'd be really painful, but he's not at risk of losing the run.
Also, I meant to want to touch on this a little bit. We touched on the AP system, we touched on a lot of the mechanics, and we also touched on we've said things like we'll use what we know about their minimum AP to basically form our turns, but we didn't touch exactly one of the main things that we use to do some of that stuff, and it's basically a technique called stamina pushing. So basically what you'll see us do is a lot of times if like for Lynx who has 8 AP, we'll do something like 2-2-3 with Kid, for example, which is 7 AP, which means that he could go on no matter what we do. If you do a defend, it counts as 1 AP. If you do an element, it counts as 1 AP. If you do a 1, which is like a poke, it does 1 AP. If you do a 2, it costs 2, 3, 3, so on and so forth. But if we know that he's about to go, or he could potentially go on his next attack, if he's at 1, it doesn't mean we can only do things that are worth 1. We can min-max by doing a 3 right there, and he would still go all the same. It doesn't go into negative or anything like that. He still just gets his turn, and we basically got more out of it. The cool thing about the game is you can actually buffer 2 regular attacks together. And a lot of times what that means is you'll see us go like a 1 and then pause because we want these next 2 attacks to be pushed together, and we'll do a 3-3 together. And he cannot interrupt that. What that does is it maxes out our damage potential. What it does is it also refreshes our allies by the amount of stamina that we're pushing out. We're basically min-maxing every end turn to try to stand push them if they're about to go.
Yeah, that's such a great way to explain it, right? Like the game reads attacks in pairs of 2. So if you did a 1-1-2-3, it would read 1-1, it would do the 1-1 and then determine, if someone's turn was going to go. If not, it would continue with the 2-3. Wait.
Sorry. They're about to say the thing. Boom. The Chrono trigger.
The Chrono. It is a sequel confirmed.
Yeah, you can continue your explanation. I just did not want to miss that moment on stream.
It is a sequel. No, I mean, there's not much else. Like, for the most part, we want to do that stamina pushing. We want the game to, go, 1 before they're, the turn that they're going to go. And then we want to just smash as much, as we can, which is typically a 3-3 that will, let us do the most damage that we can. It'll also let our characters get as much stamina back. So that way they can then start doing damage and we can just, rinse and repeat. And the great thing about this game is most enemies that we encounter, especially bosses, they typically have either 7 or 8 AP, like as a minimum.
Yeah.
So it really works in our favor.
It's funny because now that you mentioned that, it just so coincides that the bosses later in the run, you're gonna hear us say, "Oh, this boss is scary," or "This boss, is dangerous," or "This boss could be very slow and PB attempts, stuff like that," are usually the bosses that are under that threshold. And there's only a few. Some of them will have 5, or usually the really scary ones that are the main common ones have 6 AP, like Miguel or Garai and stuff like that. And it's because those are the bosses that not only do they hit hard, but they're very fast.
Yeah. One of the great benefits of the RDE version is that this chatting section with Korcha goes by a minute and a half faster. So this is
Go ahead.
This is typically just some downtime. We kind of just get some plot out of the way. When Lynx, we were trying to escape, we took Riddell hostage, who's the daughter of General Viper, and Lynx throws a poison dagger at us. Kid throws Riddell down and takes that dagger, so she's kind of out for the count right now, and we're trying to figure out what's going on. And what we
Funnily
want.
enough, Softnum in chat asks, does refusing the blonde girl at the beginning have any lasting effects on the game? Like, does she hate you or something? So it changes the route. Like, we got Lena and Poshul, and Lena's about to be one of the more important characters in terms of the speedrun coming up. But I think it's funny that you asked that now, because we're about to follow up with that thematically for the speedrun and make some very mean choices towards that blonde girl again. She here took a dagger for us, or well, took a dagger in the last scene, like a poison dagger, and has been out for the count. And funnily enough, this is another split in the choices that you can make in the game, where we could do some side quests and change what characters we get by choosing to heal her, being like, hey, like the good thing that a hero should do is we should help her, like she's dying. But it turns out that getting one of the best characters in the game for the speedrun, and even casually, like people will kind of kick themselves whenever they realize that this is where you can accidentally mess up doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
But
oh, I could have had that.
Yep. But we're gonna basically say, yeah, nah, bro, not our friend. We don't know her. And we're gonna go do other stuff.
Well, it's not even that we don't know her. We're just like,
Yeah.
they're like, are you gonna? They literally say, are you gonna take a 1 in a million chance to save this girl that you have, you hardly know? And we're like,
You're right.
now that you mention it, yeah, why would I do that? But yeah, what's great about it is that the very first option here is like, there's nothing we can do. Like, sorry, girl, you should have let the daughter take the dagger. Like, not my problem.
And so we'll touch on it as it comes up, but you will notice a theme also that happens with doing things that are mean to Kid, and it seems like, okay, well, now she's just kind of gone, but she kind of has a way of sticking around.
But I guess to come back to the original question, right? Like, does she hate you or something? Honestly, nah, she doesn't care. She like, there's a couple text boxes like when we first deny her where she's annoyed. She's like, oh, you're not gonna hang out with like a pretty girl like me. And then when we got to Termina, she was like, took you long enough. I've been waiting for you. And heck, when we do accept her at that point in Termina, you can still say no to her there. She just shows up in the manor when you fall down, and she's like, here I am, you stuck with me. So
Yeah.
the game really forces her on you.
I mean, and the thing is one of the things I think is cool about it is like, yes, per like the story happening, you kind of need her to have the plot armor, but I do like that the game, like if you like look into like the lore and stuff like that, like there is a canonical reason as to why she keeps popping up and how she keeps popping up, and we'll touch on that as we get a little bit further in. But it isn't just like plot armor accepted.
Right. And not to get like kind of spoilery here, but if you've they don't really go too much in it on like original SNES like Chrono Trigger, but if you play the Steam release or maybe any of the other like recent releases, there are some scenes at the end that kind of they try to explain and make the ties between Kid and the end of Chrono Trigger, just to kind of tie things together a little bit more. So if you know what I'm talking about, like, or want to go look it up, like that might, elude to you.
We can try to touch on any questions that maybe pop in chat. I won't say that like I am, or even Carbon, or like the lore masters. Like we know a lot about the speedrun, and obviously just through playing a lot of the speedrun, we know a good bit of the lore just that pops up. But if you actually do like look into the story and stuff like that, Chrono Cross is actually a sequel to Chrono Trigger in that the foundational story for Chrono Cross like had to have Chrono Trigger happen. Chrono Trigger had to have happened in the same timeline for Chrono Cross to even begin. And so in that way, it's like an indirect sequel in that like you don't have the same party, but it does take place in the same world, and you're even in the same world as Chrono Trigger. And the start of Chrono Cross, like not the start of the game, but the start of like the story taking off when Surge got attacked by a panther, actually takes place like very shortly after the canonical end of Chrono Trigger.
Andy, I have still not played Radical Dreamers, much to my failure, but I know you have, and you have definitely speedrun it. There's some comments in the chat about how like Kid and Surge are tied into Radical Dreamers, which as I understand the story, like it's kind of similar, but I've always seen Radical Dreamers as more like it's the pilot to Chrono Cross. It's not like Chrono Cross is a sequel to Radical Dreamers, which is included in this version, by the way, and it is an absolutely great game, and you should all play it.
I will say this. So I think that in terms of like, if you're talking about from a development standpoint, Radical Dreamers was basically a pilot for Chrono Cross, in that like the story that for Chrono Cross, like it shares a lot of the same beats as Chrono Cross in the first hour, but and whenever they were developing it, they realized that they wanted to give the story more than what Radical Dreamers was going to be able to. So that and it started the development of Chrono Cross. However, they did try to be like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like retroactively, like find a way to tie in Radical Dreamers, you know, just so it's like included in the 3.
Well, so Radical Dreamers, right? Like it's still Surge and Kid, and it's kind of similar to what we just did in the Manor, where they're still trying to find the Frozen Flame, but like it's not like Chrono Cross picks up with them having that like gone through that journey.
Right. Also, I'm going to pay attention real quick. We have some menus coming up that I haven't even looked at. All right, 41 tablets. I bought 50. I'll do it by the 51, yeah. All right, 51 tablets, 11 medicine. Sorry if you guys hear me talking out loud. I do this on my streams when I run too as well. It helps me remember.
What am I buying? Yeah, just let me know if you need me to stop. But
no, you're good.
I think one of the things plot-wise with CC is that it really does a lot of more like lore building, and they really were a bit ambitious with what they wanted to do, and they just really ran out of time. And it'll happen a lot later, about 5-ish hours into the run, but they'll do a lot of plot dump, which I mean, I guess it happens in most games, but that's I don't want to say that they got lost in the sauce, but it's kind of like they forgot to just intertwine it a little bit with how many characters they were trying to include and kind of the side stuff you were doing, that they're like, oh, we got to wrap up this game, so yeah, here's all the tie-ins. And then you're like, you know what, now that you mention it, like, it makes a lot of sense, but I kind of, you know, wish I had it a little bit more piecemeal.
Okay, so I have a second, so I'll touch on my take on the story. I think that the story is convoluted, more convoluted than it maybe had to have been. I also don't necessarily think that I agree that it got lost in the sauce. I think that, like, unfortunately, it does take several playthroughs, or just, like, if you want to read up about the story, like, things that... It's not even like that things that occur outside of the game. Like, they're just maybe not as in your face as you'd like for them to be. But once you kind of, like, put all of it together, I think the story is actually really cool. I think that, sure, it's a lot of, like, things that maybe are very timey-wimey or, like, you know, different dimension type stuff, but I think that, like, at very best, when you have a game that deals with time travel and you're sequeling it with a game that also deals with dimensional travel off of the result of some of that time travel, you're going to get a game that's like a little bit like it can be kind of convoluted, I think, just in nature. Now, I'm not saying that Chrono Cross is without fault in terms of like not doing a better job of explaining it, because it definitely probably could have, right? I'm just saying that I think that, like, to a certain degree, it was going to be convoluted regardless.
It's also, like, one of the things that I think a lot of people get lost in, which really is important context, is, like, the home world of Chrono Cross, where we live. If I'm not mistaken, I could be. But that world, that dimension, was not saved by the events of Chrono Trigger, whereas another world was.
Yeah, and which can be very complicated, but like I think that it was just going to be.
And that whole, like, the whole thing of Lavos being defeated versus not being defeated changes everything.
Also, you're gonna see us accept Matcha here, even though we're not gonna use her, just because if you don't, she has a very slow swim away scene. If you want to touch on why Glenn and Lena are about to be important, because look at this. 14, okay.
Yeah, so all the decisions that we made kind of up to this point were one, to get Lena, and we also said no, we were not going to save Kid, so that way we could get Glenn right here. If we didn't say, you know, we're not saving you, we would not get Glenn, who has a dual tech with Surge, which is really powerful, and he's going to do a lot for us. We also would have had to go on a pretty long side quest to go save Kid, which for a speedrun, we don't want to do that. So, like, literally saying no to her is just the absolute best. But
I got 14 and 11.
little sub average.
Yeah, that's fine though.
You expect to pick Glenn up at about 15 or 16, and Lena around 12. So, excuse me. So it's really not like the end of the world, but obviously, we would like to see higher. It's really only important that they grow. We have a little bit of time, and we have about 3 fights before we need them to be really pulling their weight. But we have strategies if they don't. But
I hate
if
when
we
it does that.
if we pick them up early, it's a lot better. Is there any other way to get Glenn? Nope. You have to let Kid, suffer the poison.
What did I do this way? Vest, take this off. I did this really backwards.
Why does Glenn have a dual tech with Surge? So for those who don't know, Glenn is the name of Frog from Chrono Trigger, and Frog and Chrono had a dual tech called X Strike. So while this Glenn is not Frog Glenn, they are kind of doing a cameo, I guess. I'm not sure if that's the right word, but
I think it's an
kinda,
homage, right?
Yeah, that's a much better word. It's an homage. So they're like, hey, X Strike was, a really, iconic move in Chrono Trigger, and here it is.
So I want to touch on some things that you're going to see pop up in a minute. Well, actually, we'll touch on Deadhead. I think we'll save Deadhead for we'll explain strengthening and things like that are can be put on the first level. But for now, what's about to happen is we're about to do 2 fights up here on the top that are boss fights, and then afterwards we're going to have one of the bigger bigger core RNG sections of the run, where we're gonna get locked up underneath into the ship, and then the ship's gonna get attacked by ghosts, and we need to escape, but we need a key to be able to get out of from underneath the ship. And unfortunately, it is random between one of 3 people who has the key, and it takes about, I don't know, let's say a minute or so to check each next person that doesn't have the key, because we have to do an extra fight. So we're gonna do 1 fight, check if the first guy has the key. If he doesn't have it, we have to go check the second guy by doing a fight, so forth and so on. And so if you guys want to guess between what key we'll get between 1 and 3, now would be a good time to start getting those guesses in.
Yeah. I didn't touch on it while he was doing the menu, but if you noticed, we bought and equipped 2 elements called Strengthen and Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye is going to give us 99% accuracy. So what that means is, we will have a much higher chance to hit. We still can miss, and it's really unfortunate when it happens. But, hopefully we don't, and we're almost guaranteed not to miss. And Strengthen will just increase our damage. But what's really important is that we were able to put them on level 1. Typically they're level 4 elements, and what you expect to do is put them on level 4. And I think they have plus or minus 3. But we put them on -3, so that way they're at level 1, so that way we can do a 1, Eagle Eye, Strengthen, and, be buffed.
Right.
The really important part about that is there's no difference in what it does. It does not decrease the potency, it does not decrease the duration. It is the exact same element, and it does the exact same effect. And so we basically get to do it as if it was a level 1.
Sorry, I was reading chat that it's funny because I respect someone being nice, but someone said I believe in Handy's luck. Because they said when they put 1.
You're tempting fate, by the way. Just so you know. But casually, you would you would. Oh, nice crit. Oh,
I tried.
okay.
I tried. I tried to do a flapless fight.
Oh,
Ooh.
so close.
I'm actually going to heal here. I'm gonna bring her back because she's only at 11.
Oh yeah.
If it wasn't a marathon, I maybe would not, but I would rather.
You know. Oh my God, I'm so glad that Glenn didn't kill him. You know that she died because you did that dash and slash. By the way.
There's a lot of things that I'm doing that maybe I wouldn't do it in PB or stuff like that, but we're doing things that might be a little bit slower just to give people a chances at getting stat ups, and she didn't get anyways because of course not.
Of course not. The handy luck right there. But if he had left Lena dead, there's she would get absolutely nothing. She'd get no health, no etc. But she's at 11 magic. We do want her to gain magic, which kind of grows at roughly a 40% rate. So we really wanted that chance. Now granted, the stat increases are determined at the end of the star fight before, so the stat up that we're gonna get for Fargo was determined when he exited the poly fight, post battle menu. But if your character's dead, minus one exception, which doesn't really matter, they're not gonna get a stat increase. Like
Yep.
So he revived her just to say like, hey,
I
I would like to get this.
I'm gonna X-Strike here and then I'm gonna defend because we're gonna see another turn anyways.
With.
Just to make sure that I don't accidentally. Oh yeah, I forgot you're a little behind. I'm double missed a 3 there. This is not gonna kill, but I'm gonna defend with Lena just to get stamina. And we'll do 2-2-2. One, two, three. Oh, that's all we need. Okay, not bad. I'm doing things a little bit different of like than I would normally do in PBs, but all good.
All good.
So right there, whenever I said like I was explaining what I was going to do, is because so we did talk about like how if you put strength on level 1 or you put turn red on level 1, it doesn't change anything. And whenever we're talking about the things that it maybe people thought it could change is one, they could think maybe it changes how much the strengthens you, or it changes how long it lasts. And it actually does neither, but in regards to that second thing, there is a limit for how long things last on you anyways. And it changes based on it lasts a certain amount of AP. I forget the exact amount of numbers. And if you keep swinging over and over and over to try to make up some of the misses you did, the strengthen is going to wear off, and then the X strike is going to do less damage, and so forth and so on. So I went ahead and did the X strike while I knew the strengthen was still on, and then defended to do attacks after.
Yeah, that was a good call. Honestly, I don't think I would have done that because I wouldn't have thought about it because I'm just like just die. But but yeah, that's a good point. And for the most part, every character is about 30 AP worth, give or take like 4, like anywhere from like 30 to 34 or something based on a character's value.
Yeah.
But rule of thumb is you have about 30 AP. So when you do a 3/3, that's 6 of your 30. So you roughly have 3 rounds of attacks.
Funnily enough, that right there, we saw one on top of the ship, and we get one right there. There's one more on this ship where there's fights that you get into that seem like they're per story, and then you're just like, no, I'm out, and then they're gone. All right. Also, we have something called Ghost Dance coming up. It can be a little bit... Oh, I almost didn't get in the door. That scared me. But let's see if I can get Ghost Dance for you guys. Oh, shit. Oh, I almost messed up, but it's good.
I am behind. Yeah,
Nice.
Nice.
All right, so now we're gonna check the first key guy. Oh, and we got 0 rolled. So this is how I said regular enemies could 0 roll you. That is what I'm talking about. Ooh, that sucks. Nice. All right, so we're gonna do 2-2-2 here. And I'm gonna X-Strike. Nice. Hopefully first key, make up some of the technical time loss, the technical difficulty time loss. Right now, the only no first key. The only good stat we kind of have is Surge. The others are kind of low right now, but that is fine. I think regardless, like once you get to a certain level of experience, you kind of can get through the game with basically anything. It's just a matter of like the time it takes, Oh, nice crit.
So heaven forbid if Handy doesn't get this on the second key, that means he has to go for third key, which is the final one, unless he messed something up, which he did not. I know. But we talked about mini stars way, a while ago. There's a few cases where we can do what's called a lag star. Oh, and he's got it. So third key it is. I love Handy's RNG. Let's go.
Let's go, Handy
Let's
RNG.
go.
Let's
Handy
go.
RNG. But this is not a mini star. So what this is like, in particularly this case, after 3 fights. Oh, get in that door.
That was scary.
That was a little sus. Basically what a lag star is, this is a very rare situation, but if he were to get a +2 on any stat in the upcoming boss fight, he will get a +1 to that stat here. If he's going to get a +1 or 0, we're not going to get anything. So it's kind of like if you got really lucky, you get extra rewarded for, you know, taking extra time on this fight. But you know, hopefully you just get first key, which
Ooh,
next run.
Glenn got. I just realized Glenn went to 17.
got
so
it!
He maybe got it. Yeah.
Yeah, he got it. So Glenn is guaranteed a +2 on this next boss. So at the end of this, he's gonna be 19, which is like when we picked him at 14, we are like, oh, he's a little low. We're leaving at 19. We're like, thank you, yes.
That is the only really potentially good thing that can happen from getting a third key, like Carbon was saying. I still don't think most runners would would make that trade, but if you do get it, it is very nice. At least you're getting like you're not getting completely rolled by the RNG.
Yeah, I mean, like the crazy thing with this game, right, is like strength is only one, you know, piece of that matters, right? Like you, even though we got Eagle Eye, like you still need to hit because you can still miss, and there's some fights where we don't Eagle Eye and you still need to hit, but you also need, you know, a good enough AP roll. Like you need them to not go kind of before you get your setup off, and some fights are really scary. So, you know, it's just random. It is what it is, and the really important thing for runners and something that Andy and I have both like really practiced over time is how do you really adapt to the situation that you have? Like what happens if you miss, right? Like how quickly do you know what you're gonna do?
Yeah, and I think that's one of the really cool things with Chrono Cross, I think, is the game is like there is RNG, like there is in almost all RPG speedruns, right? And almost, you know, there are definitely ones where you manipulate RNG and stuff like that, but in a lot of RPG speedruns, it's like, yes, there's a lot of RNG in a lot of places, but Chrono Cross is definitely one where like and I guess most RPG speedruns is that like you kind of judge your skill level by how you can get your floor time up to. Like, oh, no matter what happens, I can always get this time or in that time or whatever. And it's because as you start learning, you start realizing like, oh, sure, my strength might not be the best in the world or whatever, but like my AP rolls or my misses are really good. And you start noticing those things, or you start noticing what to do in bad scenarios, and your skill like just kind of slowly increases. And I think that's really cool to see in Chrono Cross.
Yeah, and I mean, even though it's AP based and turn orders are random, but like the fact is, right, like I mean, this is still a turn-based game, so you know, at worst, you can really stop and just think about what you have to do. So it's like it's really friendly to learn in that regard, as well as like with the running away, like you're almost very rarely are you at risk of like losing your run. So yeah.
Chrono Cross is a very unique speedrun in that, like, it is, like Carbon was just saying, very easy to learn and get into because of that runaway stuff, but it has a in-depth battle system that allows you the opportunity to, like, it has like a really high skill ceiling.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of RNG, but to be fair, there's a lot of games just like that. So
this might not kill after the X-Strike because of Lena's magic. We'll see. We have high strength, so it might make up for it.
Oh, you're doing the Cure Plus. Yeah, I still don't have this in my notes, so I don't know what stat line you do this at. Nice.
Yeah. So I have 18, 14, 13. Lena is still at 11, but because Glenn was so high, I went for it.
Yeah, it looks good. I remember timing that once because like my notes I have just do another Cure Plus and then a dash and slash instead, but I mean it's like if they're different it's like 4 seconds or something.
Yeah, and that's one of those things, right? Like that we were just talking about. Like notes are laid out for you, but because there's so many like variables to it, like experience, nothing can beat experience. Like I was just talking about, like my stat line that I have for this strat was 18 strength from Surge, which is, you have to know that that's the most important one because where most of your damage comes from. And then I have Glenn at 14 and Lena at 13. But I made the call that because Lena was at 11, even though Lena was at 11, which is 2 magic short, because Glenn was so high and I knew X-Strike combines their strength and that it would do more damage, that it might still be able to kill, and I went for it.
Yeah.
It's just stuff like that.
So this is our final menu for a little bit, and this is the reason why money can be tight. Like if you get first key and you get like a, you know, the lower money thing, we need exactly 3340 gold to buy a magnify and a diminish, which will be like tremendously helpful for the rest of the game. Because while we have been talking about strength for a while, once we get out of this section, Lena's magic is going to take over. Like right now for this cave, for Mount Pyre Cave, we're switching over to Glenn to being our main damage dealer. And there's a couple of reasons for that. Typically he's stronger than Surge just slightly. He also has a slightly higher stamina refresh rate, so he has 1.1, which means for every 10 AP that is spent, he will get 11 stamina, where Surge has 1, so for every 10, Surge would get 10. And that might not sound like a lot, but it lets us do slightly more. And that slightly more is just enough to do, to get quicker kills. The other thing that's really probably the most important thing is that Glenn is green innate. We're going to be fighting a couple yellow innate enemies, especially coming up. So we shifted our accessories. We did a slight menu to move some elements around, set up for this section. And
wait, I want to get everybody in chat. So in the remaster, they've done something blasphemous, and then they changed a text box in this game from the original, where Pepper here would have he has the longest single text box in the game, where he just goes flabbergasted. He's like, what, and says www across the screen. We usually, as per Chrono Cross tradition for speedrunning, is we spam w-w-w- every time this pops up. So even though the game in the remaster changed it to wh-wh-wh-, we want to spam W's right here.
What?
W. 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 We do not kneel to this WH change. How dare they?
This is the only reason not to buy this version. For those who don't know, they treat Salt and Pepper as kind of tutorial bosses, which we've done a couple tutorials already, and I believe this is the last one that we do. But this is where they teach us about trap elements, which casually is really great because you can trap some elements that would like really be painful, things like Inferno, things like Deluge, Holy Light, etc. All really good elements that we would want, except they're really slow to get. So Salt, tries to use Black Hole on us because Black Hole is the black, really powerful. I think it's level 5 or 6. But they threw a trap out, which meant that it does nothing, and so he gets really mad.
I actually think that I don't even have to do the one poke here. I think I can just kill with the 3-3.
Dude, you're so smart.
Yeah.
Don't listen to me, but I'm just
no.
Bam. Your strength and war off.
I didn't see the drops, but I'll see them whenever I get into the menu. I'm not that worried about it.
Glenn got
went to 20.
Yeah. Oh, I have so many streams I can look at. This is great.
So I'm actually gonna make a safety save here. I'm not gonna make a safety save. I'm gonna do the auto save. Oh, really?
I didn't actually check the items, but I think you got the normal.
Oh, I was about to say, what?
No.
That's crazy.
No. With your luck, no.
Yeah.
No, but you got the key stats.
Oh wait, we might have.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I did. Yeah. Okay.
Oh!
Let's go.
You have the Iron Mail.
Okay. All right. So actually, if you want to touch on, that's actually one of the few places we actually do want the rare drops.
That's probably I don't know. You want them both. I think I'd take a gauntlet, but yeah. We talked about it. Like we route for all the common drops. It's roughly 90% to get the common, 10% to get the rare drops. We typically want the common drop, but that fight in particular, both rare drops are just exceptionally good. It's a uh-oh.
What?
Oh, I thought you said oh
no.
It's Fire Dragon.
You scared me. Oh.
Got him. Oh. It was preempted. Oh my god, if you get this off.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Andy, look.
This is actually a scary fight. This is one of the enemies that has 6 AP. but you saw that we actually got lucky. We got unlucky with the misses, but we got lucky with a good AP. So that's where the give and take can come from the game.
Oh, not healing. I see. Or are you about to? No,
Nope.
you're not healing.
We just hope that we don't get 1 and 9.
Yeah, that's true. 1 and 9. Whatever.
Well, attack Lena, then attack Lena twice, 1 and 3 2 times.
Yeah, it's
Okay, we got 1 and 9.
It's a 1 and 3 right now.
Now it is a 1 and 3. It isn't total.
Yeah,
that should
yeah.
get attacked twice.
Handy love.
All right. We can make it up. Now, at least you do not to attack. How do I want to do this? Okay, I'm gonna do this. We're gonna do the Aqua Ball, and then I'm gonna do a 3-3. I couldn't do all of it to get to Ice Blast without risking AP, so I'm gonna do the Aqua Ball. We're gonna do a 3-3. Hopefully, Lena doesn't get attacked here again.
27.
Come on, man. Okay, she lives. Okay,
Oh.
then we're gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4.
Good God, man. Good God.
Defend. Ice Blast.
So Handy's risking an AP here. He's now on 6 AP. And so the Fire
Stop
Dragon.
attacking her! Okay, so that was unlucky.
Sorry, I shouldn't laugh, but that's ridiculous. So
It's fine. We'll
one-
get through it. We'll get through it. It's just annoying. It just makes it kind of slow, and I'm having to like work around. Yeah. Okay, we're fine.
Yeah.
That's.
And
I was way off.
kill.
Yeah, I was way off like strats for anybody who's looking there. I was just kind of like doing the fight, and that's why you kind of need to have a little bit of experience and not panic there.
Yeah, Handy could have healed it like any time and been fine, but he played it a little on edge, and I mean, it's a 1 in 81 that he targets Lena 4 times with all 4 of his attacks. So that's just, you know, what are you gonna do?
I was really banking that like on one of his attacks he would switch targets. He just never
Yeah.
did. But I also was pretty confident that like I could get through it regardless. The other thing is even if it did go completely off the rails, and I could just run at the very least, and then heal and then run.
Right.
So it wasn't like I was risking losing the run. It would just be slow.
Yeah, I mean, overall, it was still a really good fight. The only thing you really missed out on was the stat ups that Lena could have gotten. Like, she could have missed all of them. But we'll never know because she was down. But overall, like, fight was a success. And here we're on another scary fight between the divas.
Oh, what am I doing?
So what we're trying to get here is like he wants Surge and Glenn to both get to level 3 and then X Strike on Marcy to kill. He put a strength on Glenn so he does more damage. Also puts a red on the field so that way the X Strike does more damage. And he's at a stat value that should kill Marcy in 1 X Strike. So she has she has 6 AP. So we're targeting her 1 because she's quick to kill, and if we don't kill her, she's gonna go a lot. Then we're gonna kill Zoa, in part because Glenn is green and he has a lot of health, even though he's the slower one. It just makes more sense that way. And then we're just gonna finish the fight off. So you're gonna see him get what?
I might actually have to risk not doing Eagle Eye. We'll see. Because I can just do what? Defend. Okay. And then just hope for a good roll.
Yeah, I haven't been counting AP, but
He could go right here, I think. Okay, nice.
But he's only at risk because Surge missed a pretty critical 2 there. But so he got the Eagle Eye off. He could have chosen not to and risked missing. But why, right? If he misses he gets a turn. So
those are the decisions that you end up having to make in terms of like trying to optimize in Chrono Cross, which makes the game really fun. Like, 'cause you have to like kind of, it's like a lot of decision making instead of like just playing well.
So now that we're wrapping this fight up, I'm gonna go back to like the topic before Fire Dragon, which was the common drops. The Salt and Pepper fight, we expect the common drops, which is an Iron Vest and an Iron Mail. Ooh, nice +2 on Glenn too. Damn.
Yeah.
That fight in particular, it's really nice to get the rare drop, which he got one of the rare drops, which was a Skyjin ring. which that gives +2 magic. So if your Lena's kind of lagging behind or has died like she did now, that +2 magic is going to come in really helpful. Like now that we finished that 3 Divas fight against Marcy, Zoe, and Karsh, like we're gonna start switching towards Lena for a little bit.
Yep.
Um,
You know what? Until you said that, I'm so used to never getting any of the rare drops. I forgot she had the Sky Gem.
yeah. So, like, and it's not the end of the world. Like, you can still get through if she's lower on stats. But like, again, let's just kill the boss. Let's do damage.
And also, if anybody's not picked up on it so far, we did touch on earlier in the run that like you don't have to grind for levels in this game. So like what that actually means is the speedrun, the game itself and the speedrun is almost like a boss rush over and over and over. Which makes it really interesting. Okay, nice.
And then, sorry, just to finish up that point though, like alongside the Skygen Ring, if we had gotten the other rare drop, it would have been another Dragoon's Gauntlet, which we had gotten in the manor, which is +3 to strength, which towards the late game, strength is huge.
Yep.
So like, there's also a common drop coming up where we get another gauntlet, but it's famously referred to as the handy drop. So
unfortunately,
I had to say it since we're on topic. You know, but Handy's notoriously for not getting that. So we're gonna hope that he does today.
yeah. So it is rare to not get it, but I had a string of runs where unfortunately on PB attempts I got rare dropped after rare dropped after rare dropped, and it became therefore known as getting handy dropped whenever you didn't get it.
It's, yeah, again, it's not the end of the world if you don't get it, but you would much rather have it, especially because it's, you know, the common case and 90% chance.
Right.
So.
Funnily enough, including on those sprees where I didn't get it in like these PB attempts where I'm really grinding out times in the game, in the first ever Chrono Series relay race where I decided to be one of the 3 people running Chrono Cross, I also got it in that. So it seems to follow me.
But so that Dragoon that we just fought at the start of this manor section gave us what's called the Frog Prince, and that's our first and only summon that we're going to get. There's a lot of summon elements in the game, but that one is gifted to us, and it could not come at a better time. It requires you to be blue and 8 to use it. It's level 7 ±2, and we can go to max 5. Soon we can go to 6, but most people don't do that. So it's like the stars just kind of align to let us do that. But the thing is, we need a blue and 8 to use it, and fortunately Lena is blue and 8. That's why it is so critical that we say no to Kid at the start and get Lena. She is naturally has a lot of magic on average, blue and 8, and we have access to her. We could use Pierre because we could also take Nikki if we chose that route, but it's slower. So it's like the fastest, like it's just a no-brainer. Like Lena's fast to get. She has the highest magic we can get at this time. Like it just checks all the boxes.
Right. Here's a fun fact about this room right here. I always tune into I like watching people play this game casually, like for the first time blind. This room right here is the bane of every new new player's existence.
Oh yeah.
The game doesn't. I don't think the game really tells you, or I can't remember where it really tells you that like pressing select shifts your party order. But what it does is it actually shifts. They stay in the same order. They just rotate. But stepping on this pad right there actually switches their positions.
The pad switches whoever's in the first and second position, and then it just swaps them.
And you kind of have to use those to be able to progress through this puzzle.
Oh yeah. So this. Yeah.
Oh,
this room is just such a terror if you don't understand where you need the pad, what party order, or how to do it. It's just. I think this puzzle. Screw this one casually. You just try everything and eventually you get it.
Remember to hit the pillar. It is like a rite of passage for every Chrono Cross runner to eventually one time go hit the little tombstone or whatever that is that drops the platform, and because the stair is right there, it's right there next to the exit, you skip doing the pillar, you go do all the fights, you do the last pillar, or what's supposed to be the last pillar, to go up to the second floor, and you're like, oh no. And you realize that like 15 minutes ago, you forgot to even hit this first pillar.
So I want to go back to the Dragoon real fast, because like, since we're in lots of lore, like there's a little tidbit here. Like if we had said yes to save Kid and done that entire side quest, that Dragoon would not have been there, and we would have what would have happened is we would have gone to the Water Dragon Isle, talked to the Water Dragon, got his blessing, and that would have done a couple things to us. The lava that we ran through earlier we could have frozen, or it would have been frozen, and we would have taken no damage. But we could just run through lava because, you know, not a big deal. But that, you know, we would have also fought in a couple other fights, and that Dragoon just would not have been in our way. But we still would have the Frog Prince. So the game just kind of wants you to have it.
This bat actually is very much of a nuisance. It seems like I'm way away from him, but his hitbox is huge, so I'm playing it pretty safe.
Yeah. It's the movement is like super consistent though once you correct it a few times. Gonna see if you go for the skip here.
I'm not gonna do the fast. No, I just did the slow one. Or they're not slow, but the normal version.
Yeah, like at the end you can run in front of it. It looked a little risky to be honest, but when doesn't it?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's not that much slower to do it the regular way, so I was just like, you know what, we'll just do it.
But this is gonna be our first use of the Frog Prince. As soon as we got it. Get in the mag.
Let me go.
Yeah, I don't actually need stuff, but what Handy's going to be doing is he's setting up Magnify, which is a 1.5% boost to all elements, both yours and enemies. He's putting Genius on Lena, so that way her magic stat is basically boosted. I don't think he's going to do Turn Red or Weak Minded, but if she was lower value, like statted, we would do that as well to make the Gloop take even more damage. And one of the key things, like not only does Frog Prince have to be used by a blue innate character, the entire field has to be blue before you use it. You also need to have, like, as we do star fights, you need to, like, it takes a star, like there's a, like, I think this is like star, I don't know, we'll say 18, right? That 15, so we have 15 out of 15 stars, and that means that we could do 15 summons, you know, without, you know, if we did 15 summons and then we go down to 0 and we can't do anything. The speedrun never encounters that. Casually, you'll probably never encounter that. Point is, blue innate character, full blue field, and boom. Ooh. 520 damage. Like, that is so much damage. Especially with, like, the defenses on this guy. Like, Glen's 3, and he has a strong Glen, only did 20 damage. So
I'm surprised I didn't kill it. It was like, it had to be like a variance roll because Glenn touched it and it died.
Yeah. Sometimes it's like also just like extra ones that you get out of nowhere. So
yeah. I have the flu. I'm gonna let it go just so you guys can see what the flu does, and then I'll heal it. Flu is a very annoying thing, which is why we pick up medicine. Because I'm gonna let you see what it would be like if we didn't pick up medicine and we actually in the speedrun and we accidentally got inflicted the flu. I'm holding straight down on the D-pad here, and we are doing some swirlies.
Excuse me, sir. Have you been drinking tonight? Can you please walk in the straight line?
Yeah, there's a couple places I've actually seen. Who was it? I think I was watching Bomb, who's a notable FF9 speedrunner who used to be a world record holder. He was doing a casual playthrough of this game before he started learning the run, and he accidentally got the flu after being locked in the manor in the first hour, and you can't, like, get out of the manor. And I forgot what it was that gave him the flu, but he had to do the whole first hour of the speedrun with the flu on.
He probably got frozen from, like, Ice Blast.
Yeah. I'm not gonna go for this, but you could save like a few seconds here by like letting him pass. It's like pretty pixel perfect. If you don't, then you get stuck in the corner there, and you have to. What we thought used to be you'd have to fight your way out of it, but I was recently messing around with it and realized that you could run and reset it up, and he would leave you alone. It's just not worth it in the marathon. I just kind of wanted to show like the idea of it. Also, where's this guy at? Where's he at? Okay. These guys are completely invisible on the remaster.
Yeah, in PSX you can see like a small outline of them, but in RDE you either typically this guy's not in your path, but yeah, Handy's handling it very well. There's one more that he has to pass, but these paperboards, especially on this version where they're very much invisible,
they're invisible for random amounts of time too.
Yeah, it's I mean they have like 2 or 3 movement patterns once you like aggro them depending on stuff, but they're just a pain. Like sometimes you just pray like, ooh.
See, like that one almost got me because he was short. He was invisible for a very short time.
Yeah. Expertly done.
Thank you. Speaking of how we mentioned earlier that in the first hour, Marcy and Lynx are 2 fights that really unexperienced or new runners sometimes have to ask questions about, which is fine, or they get stuck on. This would probably be the next one because it can get a little bit tight on AP.
Yep. And this guy really hurts. So we as much as you would think, like the elements that Torosoid does are all magic damage.
I'm gonna play it safe here for the marathon.
This time, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna play it safe just because this one I don't have to run away. So I'm gonna do.
So Torosoid has 11 base AP, so you have some wiggle room, but whoop.
That's fine. You know what? We're gonna risk this. It'll work out the same way. It's just not gonna be safe. It's fine. It'll work out. It'll work out. The only way it wouldn't work out is if he double attacks Lena here, but that was what the cure was supposed to be. I misclicked. Does he attack Lena? Okay, no, we're good. The AP and the everything, all that works out the same, so it's fine. Nice. That's why you don't panic.
So we try to get stamina with that full defend. We wait for his turn. We did some setup with Genius, weak-minded as well, and now we're gonna set the entire field blue for Frog Prince again. We don't have a lot of room, but we have some room. So we're just gonna try to get our element levels. Glenn has 1, Surge now has 1. He's aquaballing. Lena needs 2 more to get to level 5 to get the Frog Prince off. Ideally that kills. It might not, but it probably will. But it's not the end of the world if it doesn't, because then he can revive. The big thing is just getting this Frog Prince off, because if we don't get it off now while it's a full blue field, he's going to do another element, it'll be green, and then we have to rebuild the whole thing, and that's just impossible.
That should kill. So what I tried to do there is I tried to do a backup strat that I don't even normally go for, because like I said, in PB attempts you're trying to save as much time as possible, especially if you are going for very low times. But I did the backup where normally, like I said, I don't, and I was going to cure Lena just in case so she didn't get targeted twice and I'd have to run. But I accidentally, I guess, overmashed and I hit a strengthen. But because I knew that it was on the same level as the cure I was trying to do, I knew that the stamina and the AP and everything like that would still work as long as she didn't get attacked again.
I mean, and you saw it. Like, look at, like Gloop, it did like 560 damage, which had more defensive. Like Torosoid there, it took 960. Like Frog Prince is so powerful. Like, and this
it is so powerful.
It's insane. Plus with the little ship, like I think Torosoid has what, like 1200, 1300 HP. So like that did 75%. Plus the chip that we did, plus like the aqua ball damage, the aqua beam, like, and it's just bye bye.
Yeah, and now actually what's coming up is there's about to be a boss where really, just depending on APs and misses, we might be able to skip something called Kissy Wissy, which saves about 30 seconds. But just a touch on this boss, it's everybody's favorite boss and least creepy boss. And
yeah.
But no, for real, if you do not like clowns or clown faces, or would you call it a clown face? Like,
I always call it grandma. You know, corporate always said that it's a clown. So if I don't know, if you don't like semi creepy faces, just come back in like 5 minutes or something.
Funnily enough, it is an homage again to Chrono Trigger. Chrono Trigger has a boss fight that's called Son of Sun, or Son of the Sun. This one is called Son of a Gun.
Yeah, this fight. So if we wanted to do trapped elements like this, this boss, if you just try to chip at it physically, which it has a lot of defense, both magic and physical, but we're still going to frog prince it, and it will, it'll kill pretty easily actually, especially with our stat line. But
Yeah.
but it's not going to do as much damage. But it fortunately it doesn't have a lot of health, like lower health, higher defense, etc. But if you were to fight it normally, it kind of rotates between 4 different faces, and each face has a different attack pattern. And one of those is like photon beam. 2 of them I think are attack, and the other one is like holy light. So in theory, you could trap holy light, which is an AOE white element that can cause some status effects, auto kills undead, etc. But speedrunning, we don't have time for that. Like, it's just unreliable.
You'll know if I'm going to skip Kissy Wissy based off this first turn. Ideally, we hope that we don't get a 1 or 2 roll on the opening turn, and that Lena at least hits 1 of her 3s. We will see real quickly.
Yeah, he's going to do a Surge 1-1, try to get to level 2. He's going to prioritize the level 2, and then he's going to do a 3 with Lena, and either a follow-up 3 or a 3-2, depending on what she hits.
Wow.
So we're trying to get at least level 3 on Lena, which we got. So this is okay. It can be tight if we miss later, but we should be good. Should.
Also, fun fact, doing what we're doing here, you might be wondering, wait, you're about to do a blue element on this sun, why are you turning him blue? But fun fact is that if you do a turn element twice on an enemy, it reverts it, and it basically just neutralizes it. And the reason we do turn blues is just because they're fast.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised you didn't do the 2 with Lena first before setting up, but here we are. Bonk, bonk.
I trusted.
Yeah, we're good. Always trust.
So,
Never
Son of a
say
Gun has 383, sorry, total HP before we've done whatever chip we've done, and we just hit 358. He should be dead, I think. Yeah.
With the iron weapons, like the aqua ball did like 1 or 2, but like the chip damage with the auto attacks, they do like 3 or 4. Sometimes Glutton could do like 6, like a pop, and you get roughly 30 in chips, so it's like you're right on the nose with damage here.
Yeah. That's why I got a little bit. I was like, maybe there's a tiny chance he has like 1 or 2 health.
But yeah, it's like in order to skip Kissy Wissy, which would have been his next turn, which is like 40-second time loss. If it happens, oh my god, 25, 24 surge, Glenn, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Where's this on my regular instance?
Yeah. But what would have happened other than like the animation, like Kissy Wissy has a chance to put someone to sleep, which when we're trying to set up for Frog Prince and do blue elements, someone being asleep, especially like Lena, is not good for us. So the ways to get out of that is either they get attacked, which we can't attack ourselves, so it's like a 1 in 3 that the enemy attacks us, or we do a Panacea, which we would set Glenn up to do. But that kind of delays us even more, so. Fortunately, didn't happen.
Bison in chat said, hate that thing still, what face? I feel like that's a pretty common...
I'm with you, Bison. I'm with you. Nope. Oh. Word. So Handy's gonna attempt to dodge on another Dragoon on this staircase. He's gonna pull it loop-de-loop, and well done. For the longest time, we used to just kind of try to run past it, and just kind of pray. But after we got a little bit of experience, we kind of figured out that you can kind of bait it, and there's enough space to do a loop-de-loop around it. But upcoming is one of the, like, I don't know, most disgusting, evil run-killing bosses in the world. It should be fine.
Yo, Chocobo, 14 and 11. 14, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna just set this up again, just to be safe.
Yeah, I would run. So this boss sucks. We're trying to set up. He has 10 AP and it's 2 phases. The game treats these 2-phase bosses like basically as 2 separate enemies. So it's like there's this kind of frog-looking bunyip at the front that has about 420 health, We're gonna do some setup with Magnify Genius and push it over with an Ice Blast. But we're also trying to set up for the second phase, which is the second enemy, which is rolling AP in the background, so that way we can get Frog Prince off to kill that.
Also, just to kind of touch on why I ran there was still a chance that I didn't have to run, but I was counting AP, and we saw that like I was going to be risking what we call charity AP. So we know that Bunyip has a 10 AP minimum, but like we said, that's just the minimum value. They can roll a little bit above that. Did I not genius?
You didn't magnify.
I didn't magnify. Okay, sorry, I was talking.
I think
I just,
okay.
It's not that big of a deal.
So he ran again, because, yeah, and I was going to touch on it, was like, Bunyip's, especially this phase, the second turn after Magma Bomb, like he always goes Magma Bomb, but then his next attack is Inferno, which is a really powerful red element, and it, even with that, like, if we did Magnify and it did Inferno, like, in that case, you're almost guaranteed a whole total party kill. Even without the Magnify, it can still be a TPK. And that just ends your run, and at this point, we haven't saved in a while, like, no, we're not doing that, so.
But that is definitely why you put a little bit of buffer on, one second, on your estimated time. Because when you're trying to explain things in the middle of the run, that you're not usually talking while you're, or as much whenever you're going, definitely make mistakes like that. I just looked at the damage, like 292, and I was like, wait, I didn't either genius or I didn't magnify. See, this whole phase change. Yeah, there we go.
So this is the expected case. 370, like a whole 100 extra damage, basically. And this is the second phase that I was kind of talking about. It has a chance to go here because of what I mentioned earlier, but hopefully not.
Yeah, nice. Go ahead and get this Aqua Ball out of the way. If he doesn't go here, I'm going to do a 2-2 with Lena.
Yeah, and most of the risk now of the TPK is gone. Like, it can still the fight can still go poorly, but most of the elements are either weak enough to not kill people, or are single target. But we should just, kill pretty much on this Frog Prince. We might need a little bit extra, and we might.
I'm gonna, even though I can Frog Prince here, you're gonna see me do a little bit of some attacks, just because I'm trying to refresh Surge, just in case I need to do something on the back end here.
But, we killed the first phase before the Inferno, which is the exact reason why we were running. Because, like, if we had that, like, that's just a risk we don't want to take.
I'm actually going to Luminaire still.
Dope. Yeah, it looks like you kind of need it. You're like 200 to 300 short.
I'm going to get Gravitoned. Yeah, I knew it because of that miss. I was 1 AP short of not seeing the Graviton, and it was because Surge missed there. All things considered, we're still on a very good pace. We had like, what, 4 minutes or so of technical difficulties, so the run's going pretty well, I would say. I mean, we had like a little bit of mess ups here, but other than that, I think that we're making pretty good progress.
Yeah, what did we put as the estimate?
I think it's 6:15.
Yeah, should still be fine.
Yeah.
What's the worst that happens? Go a little over. Never.
Never.
Do a little side content. I think that's the last Frog Prince we're gonna do for a while, though. We're gonna kind of switch back to Glenn. There's 2 fights.
Did not like that.
Wow, that's Stutterstep. You are bold.
So that was one of those scenarios I saw where the bat was in front of us, and I was really trying to avoid like the scenario we talked about at the beginning of the game where getting caught between 2 enemies and you end up having to fight one of them. So we were just trying to avoid that. Yeah, at least 5 of that is tech. Yeah. So like, in terms of the run itself, we're on pretty good. We're doing pretty well.
Crazy.
Especially since like we're doing a lot of safer stuff that it's just a tiny bit slower here and there. The main mistake was the first one was on the bunyip, but I expect maybe we'll see something like that somewhere else too as well, while we're both trying to explain the mechanics of the game and also a little bit of the lore. Hope you guys are enjoying it so far. If you do have any questions that maybe we glossed over too fast or didn't explain well enough on either lore or battle mechanics, feel free to ask and we'll try to clarify.
Yeah, the speedrun does, like, I mean, we do skip over a lot of stuff in this category. Like, Glenn, when we picked him up initially, he told us to go to some island to basically speak to Radius and get the blessing. And there's a lot of plot stuff there. Like, you could fight Harl, who we met in the manor there as well, which obviously we didn't do.
What's going on now? You want to touch on it?
What's going on now? We're finishing up the manor section because we're still we're chasing after Lynx because we're still after the Frozen Flame, and basically they took up here saying like, hey, we have access to the Frozen Flame, and we're like, no, we need this. We still need to get back home. But after all the dungeon bosses and stuff, General Viper and Lynx are kind of just up at this tower, which if you remember from the very beginning of the run, like when we were on our way to Bunyip after Son of a Gun, that was the exact same floor that we started the game off in. And there were a couple cutscenes, if you remember, that may have alluded to a couple things. So they're still fighting us. In part, General Viper still sees us as kind of an intruder, just trying to steal stuff, and like as the Dragoons being the protector of El Nido, he's like, got to do my duty. But Lynx here has been in his ear, and saying like, this ghost is coming.
I don't have mod abilities in
Let's go.
really Longathon's channel, but Chocobo needs to be banned for that comment.
Why is the most optimal character? It's not. No. Never, ever, never, ever, no. But right after General Viper, we go immediately into this Lynx fight.
Alright, so Eli...
There's no recovery.
No, it ate the input. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, you didn't need the Eagle Eye.
No, it's good. It's not the worst thing in the world. It's just annoying.
The funny thing is, with your stat lines, they'll be doing, I mean, assuming they hit, like, Surge will do like 2/3 of Glenn's damage or something, so like they're both.
Look, we didn't even need it.
Damn.
I'm gonna eat that later.
See, like, you saw that, like, 300 from Glenn. Surge will do like 200.
Oh, I missed the 99 anyways. Cool.
Right, okay, sorry, he'll do like 150.
Aqua Ball on who?
No, but there's a lot of plot that's about to come up that we'll talk through, and actually it'll be a good place for Handy to take a break if he needs to.
All right, we should be good no matter what happens here. Glenn might get rocked.
And actually, this fight, while we do want stat increases, like, little spoilery, like, we don't really care because we're not gonna see these characters for a while. We do want Surge to get stat ups, which, okay, he missed, but he's at 26, which is like, I'm fine with that. But you're kind of like, in the plot, you're like, we're at the end of this place and there's no way out, and I mean, Kid has been trying to kill Lynx, which is kind of in part why we're here. Especially with us not dealing with Kid earlier. Like, for those who don't know, Lynx destroyed Kid's home and like all of her Kid friends. And
yep. Shoot. So
and,
to touch on that,
Luca, who adopted her.
Yeah. But say at the end of that, like, on the end of, if you ever played the DS version of Chrono Trigger, there's a cutscene at the end where you see a baby that has a pendant on her that Luca finds at the end of that. That actually ties into this because that is Kid, but she then raises in an orphanage, and then you find out as the game progresses here, and it's about to touch on that Lynx. The reason that Kid is so gung ho on trying to kill Lynx is because he was the one that killed Luca, has killed Luca and burned down the orphanage. And also, if you've seen this part of the game, you know what to prepare. But if not, prepare your F's in chat.
Yeah. Well, then the important part of that, right, is like, I mean, that is the Luca from Chrono Trigger. So,
Yep.
like, Lynx here just straight up murders her, burns her home down. I don't know if we have time or if you're going to go for it, but we could, if we get donations, maybe go do the kid side quest at the end. Kind of show that.
I would not be against it. You might have to explain the actual where's to goes because I have not actually done it myself. But I know it's easy. It's like a 5-minute detour. But that is also up to really longathon, and that's also up to how they want to do that. But it is a normal donation incentive. I've seen a lot of runners do. But I am okay either way, one way or the other. So fun fact here, we actually are about to game over.
Yeah, run's dead. Actually,
Run's dead.
you messed up.
I forgot to heal.
Surge started talking like nothing sus here. But we real talk, we they somehow just Freaky Friday body swapped. Like Surge went into Lynx's body, Lynx went into Surge's through the dragon tier, and we're just like, what is going on?
Oh no. F in chat, game over.
You were supposed to win that. What are you doing?
I'm a bad runner.
What are you doing? You did it, kid. Kind of funny, like we didn't even bring Kid with us, but she still shows up because you know she's after him. All
right, now time for the real F's in chat.
But you see, Serge here's like, you have to avenge Luca, and Kid's like, what? I never told you about Luca. What happened?
No.
And...
I think I'm a little bit ahead of you, but that's the big F.
Big
F
F.
in chat for Kid.
She's like, Nani?
That's the second time in the past 2 hours that Kid has been hit with a dagger.
Kid just got stabbed with her own dagger, man. She's done. Never coming back.
Surely that's the last time we see her. She's already, we already told her not to join our party. She came back and found us. She's already been stabbed with a poison dagger that we didn't heal her. She came back and found us. And now she's been stabbed through the stomach by Evil Surge. So surely this is the last time that we see her.
Right. There's no recovery. Like, but real talk, how did she get here? We left her poisoned to die. How did she get here?
That is real talk. Yeah. It's a mystery that maybe or maybe won't be explained as we get through the story. But she is on her third strike. There's no way that she's out. That's her third strike.
We can actually answer that. But I want to see in the chat who knows. Give us your best guesses, or if you know, share it.
That isn't just plot armor.
Yeah, no plot armor answers. I want the real reason.
Chrono Cross is a little bit of a convoluted fantasy story, so whatever your wildest imaginations, if you don't know, are. Yeah, you're not wrong. Okay, so people are kind of touching on it.
Shala. That is a reason, but that's not how she survived the poison.
She does have a really fast boat, and I think that that is the actual reason, is because she
she just flew so fast the poison just came out of her. She's just
You guys are all wrong and Dual Sage is right, and I will hear nothing else.
She cannot die because of Ramian. That is true, but that's not what saved her. All right, I'll hit you with it. So they kind of go into it. I don't know if we actually ever see it in the run, but if you know the character Norris, who's a general in the Pore army, he actually brings that one Hydra humor that is extinct. He just shows up from the mainland with it, gives it to Doc, and saves her.
Yeah, so in that regard, that one is kind of a plot armor storyline, but I also want to say that Rand, is that what it is? She actually is not able to, so this gets a little bit ahead of the story, but the amulet thing is a true thing, and it gets, we'll touch on it a little bit more as we get further into the story, just to not get too far ahead of ourselves. For now, what you'll see has happened is we got cast to this like interdimensional vortex where we meet this old lady named Sprig, and what's really cool is Sprig is actually about to be our main source of damage for a good bit, actually, which is why Carbon touched on earlier that in the beginning of the run, Surge's strength matters a lot, and at the end of toward the end of the run, his Surge strength matters a lot. But we end up routing out his strength mattering as much throughout middle parts of the run, and you're gonna see why.
Yeah, Sprig is great. I mean, we could get through this without her, but I mean, she's just so good.
Yep.
Well, okay, sorry, she's not good. What she transforms into is good.
Yep. So what you're gonna see coming up pretty soon is she has a doppelgang ability, and the doppelgang ability we end up using before we get to a better one is the Lagoonate. And what actually happens is whenever she turns into the things that she does turn into, they have base stat values. And it just so happens that the base stat values that she have are constant, which I guess would make sense with what I'm saying, but like those values are higher than what our strength values are at this part of the game. So what that means is at this point of the game, she is going to be doing a lot more damage than what we could possibly be doing. But there will be a point as we continually grow that because she's not growing, that we outpace those values that or the damage that she's outputting, and then we'll end up swapping her out. But she fills the area of the speedrun that we needed to very well.
I have so many points to touch on right now, so I got to pick a couple. Staying on the stat growth thing, what people may not know during this, but like even while characters are not in our party, if they're in the background, even while we're links during this section, all characters in the game that we could have access to will be rolling for stats when we do star levels. So it's not like we're gonna pick up Glenn where we left him off. Like he will still, like way later in the game, we will get him back. We will use him for a little bit, and he will have gained some stats. But
Right.
One of the most important things, love the art in this area. Yes. For those who don't know, all of the backgrounds that we walk through are hand drawn, and they just put some like leveling over it and movement. But in that past room that we were just in, those pillars, they're pencils. You will never unsee it.
I got average door RNG. What you saw just there was, ooh, I cut that close. Is you get a choice between, or it's RNG between one of those, 1 and 3 for those doors. The first one we got 3, the first one we got 1, so it averages out to 2 and 2. So average RNG on the doors.
I just had to hit him with the pencil.
Also, I'm gonna do this menu and then I'll explain a small little skip. We touched on it a little bit earlier, or we touched on one of them a little bit earlier with guard skip. This one's smaller, but there is something called tech skip that I'm gonna go for. I'll touch on it after this menu, or if you want to touch on it.
The old man skip?
Yeah, the old man skip.
Old Grumpy Magoo?
Yep.
Yeah, forget that guy.
The OST in this game in general is just fantastic.
Absolutely. Are you saving the big menu that's coming up for you're going to, of course you are.
Yeah. I do that even in my PBs.
Yeah, I don't, but
Iron Mail, Dream Gauntlet, Skygen, Thrill, and then Helmet. Okay.
Yeah, so we're kind of just getting through some plot, figuring out like what happened. Like, why am I linked now? Like, first I was in a new world, now I'm in a new body. What's going on? Like, all I wanted to do was go home. But we have a little bit of setup here. Like we extra magic ring if you want it. Oh.
Yeah, I put it on. I'm not used to having that on there. That's why I hesitated, but
I would have put on Sprig, but it's not worth fixing, I don't think.
yeah, no.
But
the one place it'll become useful is potentially on like the salt and pepper way later or something, or I guess like some of the ice blasts.
Yeah, I didn't mention it when it happened. I did make a thing, but you did get the rare photon beam off Fargo, so like you're probably gonna, you definitely don't need to turn black that.
Right. Good to know. Thank you. All right, tech skip coming up.
Yeah, so what Handy's going to do is he's going to put Lynx in the second position in our party. This is like the second, like there's really only 3 skips in the game that we know about. There's the guard skip, which we tried and failed. There's Cybot skip, which we didn't go for. And now this one, which we can go for. There's a small chance to soft block, but what he's going to do is he's going to run with Harl, and then he's going to switch Lynx to the front. And that skips that very first old man's like text. It saves like, I don't know, 5 to 10 seconds.
Couple seconds, yeah.
It's you know, it's so minimal, but the thing is he has to do it on the way back as well. But if he didn't do that, the guy would just yell at us, "Demi-humans, get out of our village! What are you doing? We're we're scared." So he just puts Lynx second, switches him to the front after once when he would hit the trigger. Crosses it.
I want to touch on this. Sorry in chat. I tried playing the game but stopped at Hydra. The field system didn't feel like it did anything. Got bored. So like the thing is that like the field effect is actually so important. We abuse the field effect system like all over the place. The field effect, like what's on the field, not only affects your element strength, like how much elements do, but it also affects even the physicals and like the innates of like characters that do that. Like it affects everything in the battle.
Also, Hydra is a really difficult fight, even if we were to do like a kid route. Like it's casually, it's so difficult. Like the game. Also, this real fast before I touch on it. What he's doing is we're starting to use Sprig. Sprig is going to transform into Lagoonate. We get her to level 5, and we transform. The transformations, the 2 that we're going to use are Lagoonate and later White Knight. These things are so powerful. They do like pretty much just their strength is really high, kind of compared to ours. And what's even better, like you see that Harl has a 59% chance to hit on this. Lagoon is going to have an 89, and that's only because Radius is reducing it by 10%. One of the few bosses that changes, our accuracy. Otherwise, it'd be like 99%. Like, so we just get a free Eagle Eye on the transforms. High damage and just 3 hits.
Does that kill? Ah, so close.
Ooh, nice try. Yeah, I think if Harl hit any 3.
She's probably gonna kill before if she hits any of these 2s. Yeah, I knew it was close.
Yeah, just unlucky to miss on the 3s.
Okay, so 17. I went slow through that. Okay, so I definitely don't need to do magic. Or I mean, turn black.
With the photon beam and your some 37, I don't even know if you're gonna. You shouldn't kill with the first photon
it's a little bit scary.
Yeah, I've never seen it happen, but you could probably.
I've seen it.
You could maybe skip weak-minded.
I'm about to say I've seen it happen with doing turn black when you shouldn't need to.
Yeah.
Which, if I did it now, it would probably be a problem.
Yeah. I've never seen it. I mean, to be fair, if you mess it up, you got to run with it.
That's true. Yeah.
So he's putting Lynx at the end because he has to skip this, and you can kind of see the guy turn on him. But we hit the loading screen, the load zone before he has a chance to talk. So that's our skip on the way back.
Have I failed any dodges yet?
I don't think so.
Nice. Okay, so you can go ahead. You can keep explaining what you're doing. I got a menu coming up.
Yeah, so this is a really big menu that he's about to do. Though he's gonna save the menu part. He's just gonna do a lot of the purchasing right now. Just buying like consumables, buying like capsules for healing, buying medicine and like braces and stuff. Like pretty much for the rest of the game. as well as a bunch of elements, and specifically like 21 ice blasts, because we're gonna want those later. But yeah, we have quite a lot of money, and we're about to just spend it. So, but what I was gonna talk to the guy. You missed talking to the guy.
Oh, thank you.
No. What? Oh,
You talking about?
I'm just
you talking about
behind.
this here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm just
you confused me.
behind. No.
Oh yeah, okay. Oh okay. I was like, wait,
My-
what?
Yeah, my stream's behind. Yeah, so Andy has to talk to that guy just to hit a plot trigger, because I forget exactly, but we're trying to get access to a boat, and so we need to go talk to Commander Norris.
That would have been the first time I've ever done that. I'm glad that I.
You're welcome.
Yeah, good catch, good catch. You saved it, and then you confused me because you said, "Wait, no, what? Like not that guy?" And I was like, "What other guy?" I don't know what other
Well,
guy.
you kept going. I was like, you got to the
Yeah,
mountain
yeah.
range. I was like, because when I said it, you were like just leaving Terminus.
Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah.
I'm a refresh.
All good, all good. So basically, what that does is just like a small little text thing that sets the next trigger. I don't even know if you can go in the. I've never actually done that. I don't know if it'll even let you. Will it even activate radius there? So you'd probably catch it pretty quick.
Yeah.
Not like that big of a deal. That is one of those things that I don't want to test though.
But yeah, I'm just gonna go back to the Hydra thing. Like the field system didn't like, got bored, etc. Yeah, I can understand that, but there's a lot of like the thing. So the thing with that, right? Like it's a very difficult fight. It does poison. It does a lot of AOE damage. Like the whole section is difficult. But there's two major problems with it. One, you probably didn't go get iron weapons like we do in this. And two, you probably brought Korcha. And that's a big problem. Korcha, like, like regardless of if you hate him or like him as a character, like stat-wise, he sucks.
Yeah.
Like, he's just bleh. No, thank you.
Also, coming up right here, it's a little bit faster in the remaster because text is faster, but this is probably like one of the single longest splits in the game. It just takes a little bit. There's a lot of dialogue that normally happens that we kind of go through. People really would like to find ways to skip it. There's no really any leads to that, but I'm actually against it because it actually has a performance in it on the ship that I think everybody in the chat should clap for because it is fantastic. But we're not there yet. I'll bring it up again when we get there. Oh, Carbon, you know what I just realized?
What's up?
I gotta continue the Chrono Cross tradition on the ship.
Oh, that's right. You have to do it the whole way, though. You can't, or maybe, you do you.
We'll explain it when we get there, guys, but there is a Chrono Cross tradition that I will continue as we, but you know what, we'll touch on it. I don't want to ruin the surprise.
Yeah. So we spoke to Norris, and Norris is like, "Oh, Commander Lynx, or I don't know. Everyone's a commander apparently. I don't even know.
Commander.
Commander, Captain,
Captain Norris.
Colonel. I don't know. Well,
They're all made up.
Corporal.
I can't think of any more. Private Norris.
Lieutenant. I'm done. I'm done while I'm ahead. Basically, he's like, basically, you're going to see this a lot. We are telling literally every person in the world, this man is not Lynx. Did you do the right one?
No, I didn't. That's why it ate the
Okay.
input again.
I was like, I did this and I hated it. I was like, what?
I didn't know how many text boxes there were there because I've never actually done that.
So we have to, this is just another plot thing. We have to talk to the Great Explorer Toma, another Chrono Trigger reference, and very specifically ask him about the Dead Sea, which is that, swirly tornado bit on the side there, because we're, before we were trying to get back to our world, now we're trying to get back to our body, which I don't think we actually touched on it, but when we left the world where we got Sprig, we actually went back to our home world, and that's why we talked to our mom. And we fought Radius. So we just switched bodies and then went back to our world. And we're like, well, shit. Our body is now in the other world. So now I have to go back to the other world to get my body back.
Yep.
and you're just
Also,
like,
you see us here. We're starting. There's a lot of things you have to do. Like after that, we have to go. We have to go start the Dead Sea dialogue here. Come here, talk to the sage. We're gonna go talk to Fargo because we're gonna be like, hey, I need to play you in what is it called? I don't even know what you'd call this game, but some spinny game. what do you call this? But we find out that Fargo is cheating, and he basically takes our boat and everything from us. So we have to basically go play him again, find out that he's cheating, fix the cheating scandal, win, and then find our way out of here. It's a lot of talking, but
yeah. Damn straight. We got to go back to the not so future present other world.
yeah, Chrono Cross doesn't necessarily deal with like past and future as much of a roulette is what it's called, I think. But it does deal with dimensional stuff, and like the timelines do affect each other like in the different dimensions. Like you'll see things like the Dead Sea where it's like because of like some things that have happened in a timeline that got changed, things that are no longer part of that canon timeline end up going to the Dead Sea, and they're just like stuck in that time.
Yeah.
But we'll touch on that in a minute. We're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. You'll see here Fargo is about to challenge us. Fun fact, I'm not gonna do it because it's not worth it. I'm not gonna do the clicking out because it's a little bit of a nuisance. But in the PlayStation version of this game, you could cheat a little bit and force yourself to lose because you cannot win this game. It'll just keep going until we lose because Fargo will never lose. For the speedrun, we want to lose as fast as possible. Normally what you could do on the PS version is you could pause buffer, and if the thing is right between north and west, north and east, you could hold X coming out of pause and it'll make you land on south. Or if he lands on east, you could go to south. Other than that, you just pause buffer until then. The game changed it to where in the remaster, you can no longer pause, slow motion, fast forward, use any of the time shifter stuff in this room.
You can still you can still do the same thing. Like there's a couple ways you can do it. Like you can hit escape and it'll bring up like the game menu, and that can check it out. Or you could do what Handy's talking about and like click off screen or like
you just get lucky.
Or just get lucky. Well, east doesn't work on this one. Remember?
Yeah, it does.
Does it?
Yeah, it's still east.
What?
Yeah.
Oh.
You didn't know that?
No, I did not.
Yeah, no, east still works.
No, I thought it shifted. So I thought it shifted to like west was the old north and north was the old east.
Nope.
Well, shoot.
Today we learned.
So what you could do, at least in RDE, is like click away, like off screen, defocus the game, and that just kind of pauses everything because the game just doesn't run when not in focus. And then that's how you could like, do a quick like buffered input, etc. But who needs that?
All right, I do want to touch on this. Carbon, I'm sorry you're gonna have to hear this in Discord as well. But guys, part of the Chrono Cross tradition, this has been going on since before I became a runner, and I've been a runner for several years. This has been going on since like 2015 or something, way before my time of starting. But we're about to see SNES performance. For one, you should clap for it, but two, we turn this into kitty cats. And there is a little kitty cat song that every speedrunner is supposed to sing per tradition until we get turned back into humans. It's not too long, but one, you're either welcome for the song that you're about to hear, or two, I'm sorry, whichever one.
Are any of our party really humans right now? So
well, true, not human.
I think you're singing this for the rest of the run.
Oh no.
Got him.
People who are here from my chat or have ever seen me run or seen, mainly a lot of the Chrono Cross runners run in the past few years, will know the kitty cat song, and you can join in whenever it does happen.
It'll be pretty soon.
The lyrics are very simple, a very catchy song.
And it's to the beat, which is great. The kind of before we get into that though, this is probably about where the game like opens up to a degree. Like even though we are links, the game, kind of brings in a lot of extra player stuff. You can do some side content, etc. Well, maybe it's a little bit later, but still, you can go exploring, do more.
All right, 1 second. If I didn't sing because it was a marathon, I would never hear the end of it, guys. So, per tradition, we are about to start it.
I gotta finish my point quickly. There's a lot of characters here, especially on this ship, that you could miss. Now there's a great run for all characters, that would have to leverage this. Like we can get Snap as a character, we can get Irene's as a character we saw earlier, we can get Mickey,
Okay.
etc. So
Oh, it's about to start. And meow, meow. I'm a kitty cat. 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 Meow. I'm a kitty cat. Meow, meow. I'm a kitty cat. Meow, meow. I'm a kitty cat. Meow, meow. I'm a kitty cat. All right, we have one more verse.
you're the kitty cat.
Meow, meow. I'm a kitty cat. Meow, meow. I'm a kitty cat. Meow, meow. I'm a kitty cat. Meow, meow. I'm a kitty cat. Meow, meow. I'm a kitty cat. Meow, meow. I'm a kitty cat. Meow, meow. I'm a kitty cat. Meow, meow. I'm a kitty cat. And we're no longer kitty cats. I have to keep up with the tradition, guys. I hope you enjoyed the beautiful song you just got sung. All right, you can continue your point now, Carmen.
No, my nothing. I can't beat that.
Well, I will say, so what we're about to see here is a little bit of a melodramatic scene between Nikki finding out that Fargo is his father, and then we're also going to challenge Fargo again to the roulette to get our song back, our boat back. But he doesn't know that we know that he cheated and we fixed it, so.
Link's by default a kitty cat. So
You're not wrong.
that is the most, like, there's a deep answer to that though. Like
I'm gonna look at this menu real quick, so you can fill the time real quick until I finish it.
Are you not doing it before this age? Or
I'm going to do it before the stage. I'm looking at it now. It's a bigger menu.
oh, you're talking about your notes. Yeah. Lynx is a lot of things. He's like a man, cat, dog thing. I guess it's really just a cat man. But
He's a cat man.
but he's not. I mean, he is a demi-human, but it's like there's a lot of. If you've seen Freaky Friday, it is very much Freaky Friday. God, I don't even know if I want to say it. Like, I want to say it, but I'm not gonna say it.
Turn blue, strength, and turn white. We might air blaster next plus. Heal, revive. Turn blue, eagle eye, turn red, turn white, turn black. And to see it diminish, sorry you guys can hear me talk, but this is like one of the biggest element menus in the game, and I'm just trying to make sure that we get through it somewhat smoothly.
Yeah, this is by far probably the hardest menu to learn and takes a lot of practice. Like when I had to get really good, like I would spend like sometimes this menu should take 60 seconds or so, but you know, if you're unpracticed, it can. But he's doing it at the exact best spot. Like this song is a huge jam.
Oh, I didn't put the other. It's fine. I'm not gonna. It's not worth going back and changing. All right, it wasn't bad. I was a little bit hesitant on some of it, but
Oh, you have absolutely no risk of killing with your photon beam, that's for sure.
yeah.
Moo Kid S, why can't I escape guys named Lynx? If you've dated a person named Lynx, that's kind of edgy, and I approve. But we're about to. We are fighting the Sage of Marbule. We literally we took this entire section just so that way we can get this guy to help us open up the Dead Sea, which has been blocked by rocks, and it can only be opened by the Fiddler Crab. So we are finally getting through all the plot. But there were a couple of tidbits that we and we're back to doing turn elements on the Lagoon, so he's about to do a ton of damage. But there were a lot of plot stuff that we kind of skipped through a little bit. Like Fargo was talking to Irene's, who was the mermaid. They were talking about like saving Marbule and stuff, and how Fargo has kind of enslaved a lot of demi-humans to work on his casino ship. And then we also touched on how Nikki.
No, it's fine. I just would have killed that round if Harl would have hit one of those threes. I'm pretty sure.
Gotcha. Yeah. So like. Yeah, he hurts. Nikki was kind of like, oh, like my mother. This is like a dresser that I knew as a kid. So, alluding to like kind of some of the ties where Fargo is Nikki's father. And Nikki's trying to save the demi-humans in Marbule, which is kind of has ghosts of Lagunates and stuff. Which we're not going to do that side quest, but we could. This would actually be the times to decide if we wanted to do that. In PlayStation, it's about 20 minutes extra. You get a pretty good concert that some people don't like, but I think is great. And you get quite a jam while you go fight a bunch of lagoons and eventually a dragon.
Also, I do want to touch on, so coming up after this split, we had I would say this is a pretty downtime split in terms of, you're just doing a lot of text before you do that fight. The next split is kind of, well, one, it's a killer of PB attempts whenever you get to lower times, just because there's a lot of RNG, and the enemy encounters, one, you can get bad formations because we have to do 2 regular encounters that are blocking the way. APs can be a problem. It's a number of things, but it's Isle of the Damned is aptly named, even for the speedrun.
Isle of the God fucking damn it. I didn't have to add the F-bomb, but sometimes you do. Pardon my French.
Hey, Nikki. I thought that was I was like, what is that?
Hey, Nikki, you're so fun. You blow my mind. Hey, Nikki.
What am I doing? I'm reading chat. I'm reading chat, doing a whole bunch of things. Like,
you're ahead of yourself.
Yeah. We're enjoying the ride here. I was reading that chat message and.
God damn it, though. Yeah, so you just got PSX. Oh, no, you didn't. Oh, I missed it. So one of the things, like, while it's great, RDE gives you the time shifter from the start, but it shifts your key item menu by 1, which still gets me to this day. Handy's just too good.
Whenever I'm doing PB attempts, I'm a little bit more, like really fine tuned in, but because this is more about just explaining, showing off the game, showing how well it's running now with the patch and a whole bunch of other things, like trying to make it enjoyable and stuff like that. So a little bit more loose, making some small mistakes. Like basically we're about to go to the area I just went to. I just forgot to come do this first. So basically we come here, we find out that the sword that we just ran up to is evil and blocking our way. And basically have to go find out that we need to go get the Gride's keepsake so we can go to the Isle of the Damned. And we're gonna need a little more backstory on, well, one, both Garai, and two, Radius.
You know,
We're actually about. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say with all of their like text changes, because they changed like Dreamer Scarf to Dreamer's Bandana, they changed Iron stuff to Steel stuff, etc. Like I'm kind of surprised they kept Isle of the Damned. It didn't make it like Isle of the Darned.
Isle of the Darned. Yeah. Also, you're about to see one of the most unfair fights of all time. How is this fair? One, Garai is at least 11'7", and he has the high ground. And 2 swords and armor.
And a full head of hair.
I'm pretty sure Radius is canonically like 3'2", and Garai is like literally 4 times his size.
Isle of the Shenanigans.
But don't worry, it isn't just us that feels that way. Radius is about to say that it wasn't his fault, but he definitely feels some type of way about it too. Just watch.
I mean,
oh wait, that's in a minute. A little bit ahead of myself.
I mean, shouldn't Radius really be named like Diameter for how short he is?
Oh my god.
He's got the small man syndrome.
All right, so basically what's about to come up here on Isle of the Dam is we're gonna have to do 2 will-o-wisp fights, and basically their formations can range from very fast to very slow. Some of them we actually have to just run away from. So we're gonna hope for good RNG here. You've been sitting on that Diameter joke. I just know it. You've been like waiting for it.
Okay, no lie. I just made it up. It came to me.
All right, please be nice.
So we put a lot of accessories on Harl here to boost her strength, which I haven't been checking, but I'm pretty sure she's strong. She has a mithril weapon where Surge or Lynx still has an iron one. But not only that, she has what's called a shot, which auto crits flying enemies. Which these lamps are flying. So we really want to kill these quickly because they can do exactly this magma burst, which if it hits the wrong target, or just any target realistically, they can get a status effect called Confused, which means we lose complete control of them. So kind of lucky there that Harl didn't get hit. Because she get confused.
Yeah, because she didn't get confused and he already went, I was like, I'm not gonna Ice Blast, I'll just do the physical attacks.
She's 22, she's strong.
Yeah.
Ooh. Good dodge. Yeah, this place, especially casually and as a kid, like this, these, I guess, you know, loading zones, they don't really go where you would expect them to, and you also have to use this Garai keepsake to get through. So it's pretty straightforward once you know the path, but there's a couple side things and chests that you could go find.
Oh, we actually alluded to it but never touched on it, but we're about to actually come to a point to where Lagoonade is not going to be our main source of damage. Sprig is still going to be, but we're about to do something optional that will improve our damage and increase the longevity of how long we use Sprig and save us time overall.
And give us a lot of money.
That's true, yeah.
All the money we'll ever need. So we're bringing this lamp, so we're walking it, even though it's a little slow, to this suit of armor. Because we're gonna kill this lamp. We don't actually have to fight the lamp, we could just go straight to Garai, but we really want, like, once we kill this this lamp, also you've had some really good formations, which is...
Yeah.
Magma Burst, I mean, you kind of expect this to a degree, but, you know, you'll take this any day of the week.
Oh, yeah.
And Sprig got confused here, so like you can see that he defended and then Sprig just went. So like if that happened to Harl, it'd be pretty bad, just because like Lynx isn't really going to kill these things. But you know, it is what it is. But because we specifically fought this lamp right here, it activates this armor. Like otherwise, without doing this, the armor just kind of stays dormant. but we very specifically need Sprig to get this kill. If anyone but Sprig kills this, it's kind of run over. I mean, there's ways around it, but like Sprig will be able to transform into this White Knight.
This fight is pretty interesting, and like the way that it's like expertly laid out. Like we set it up perfectly. It's like really neat because we really need Sprig, like Carbon was mentioning, to be the one to kill. And so like the way it's like laid out, I didn't route this fight, by the way, so I'm not taking credit for this. But like the way it is laid out is like so nice. It feels so great. Like we're gonna make the whole field be completely white after magnifying and all that. And then now we're gonna do our photon beam with Sprig, and this will kill.
We have just the right stats. We boosted the field. We boosted our damage enough. Like it's just, I mean, there's some other things if you were low on magic damage, which we're not. But it's just 500 damage on that photon. I think it has like 800, 750 health. Like, so between the chip that we did, it's like goodbye. Like, don't see you never.
Also, I'm gonna let Carbon take over here. I'm going to focus. Gry, I mean,
honestly, I'm gonna let you focus. This is a very difficult fight. So, but it's gonna kind of be the same thing that we're focusing on for a while. Like, there's plot behind Garai, which he's the father of Dario and Glenn. We saw Radius kind of kill him, but the fight is so dangerous. If you've played this casually, you've probably died to him. He's white innate. He's 11 foot 24, like we said, like 2 swords. Even his ghost is powerful. So we're trying to kill him as fast as we can, and we're going to use White Knight, which we just got, to do that.
Yeah. In terms of mechanics, like for the speedrun as well, we mentioned that there was a couple of enemies that were very fast in terms of their AP. Garai is one of them. He has 6 AP. He goes very often. The stat that we're to actually try to like deal with that, we're actually going to make, like, very early on in the fight, we're going to try to make one of the key aspects getting Diminish off, because if we didn't, he hits very, very, very hard. He hits hard with Diminish. So
And the thing is, right, he's white innate. All 3 of our characters, like when Sprig transforms into White Knight, all 3 of them are black innate, so we do more damage to him, he does more damage to us. And early on, he's going to do, like, his elements are magic based, which is why we want to do Diminish. But we also really need Sprig to get to level 5, which, bad miss at the start, but got to, is level 5. His turn, look at how much he hurts. Oh, 57.
Because he rolled high on the first one, I'm actually going to risk it a little bit. If I have to run, I have to run. It's not that big a deal.
Yeah, I thought you'd do it one with Tarlet. So
that's actually, I should have done that. Yeah, you're right.
He's risking a AP here, but he's gonna try to get 1-1-1-1, like 4 ones with Harl, and then Diminish, and then he's gonna hope that he gets to go. Like right now, it's an AP risk. Yep. He got the Diminish off, so this next turn, I mean, if he gets to go here, it's really lucky. Oh my God, that's a +2. We never got into it, but that means that he just rolled an 8, which means that he's guaranteed minimum 7. This is one of those very rare cases. So Handy can kind of do a little bit extra to make this fight go a lot faster and a lot safer.
Well, so that's what I was saying earlier, is why I risked it, is because it was trying to get lucky or whatever, but and like what Carbon just touched on, like just kind of knowing some mechanics of the game, I knew that he rolled high on the first turn. So I mean, I didn't know for sure, but it kind of lent towards the idea that maybe he was
yeah, and sometimes you'll never know. But like I know we haven't explained it too much, but like he's minimum 6, and we said that he rolled an 8 there, which is a +2, and that meant that he's guaranteed 7 minimum actually. And you see right there, he died. Like sometimes he just doesn't, like he normally wouldn't actually die there sometimes. Like especially with kind of how slow his start was, he got really lucky. But because Handy knew exactly how the mechanics work, because he knew what situation he was in, which sometimes you don't actually know what situation you're in, he was able to do that. And I can see on his screen, that's a 1-minute gold. So look at that.
Yeah.
You'll never get that again. I'm just kidding.
Even what we just talked about with the thing about knowing like the charity AP there on like the minimum roll, that's actually not even just like an experience runner thing. That's like in depth for the speed run as well. Like there's things that are in depth mechanics from like a casual to speed run perspective, and then there's things that are just like let's see, 1 second.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
But to be fair, that could have also gone really poorly. But
yeah,
Handy knew that like he was taking a risk there, but he knew what it meant, regardless of which way it went.
right. That's the kind of thing is that like if you're going to take those risks, it's not about just knowing like what to do, when to take the risks, or like what to do if the risk pays off, but like the more important thing is like knowing what's the worst thing that happens if I go for this risk and it doesn't pay off. Like, can I get out of the situation?
Yeah. And that fight is like, I mean, that fight went so cleanly. You didn't really get to see the danger of it, but like if he didn't get that diminished off, right? Like the triple cut that went off, I think it did like 100 damage. That would have done like 300. Like it would have killed someone. And then after that triple cut, which you didn't get to see his turn because he killed him so fast, would have been, I think it's like 3 attacks. That also would have killed someone. That would have been like 250 damage or something.
Right. Yeah. No. And that's the thing is that like there's no way to touch on all the things that are always going on in every fight. We do try to like give general overviews, but like all the things that we're talking about, all these small things, I don't want it to seem like it's overwhelming for like anybody who maybe is interested in learning the game, because the game is, I would say, very like forgiving in terms of like learning. A lot of the things that we're talking about are very hyper specific things that we've known because we are both runners who've ran this game for years, and like you just kind of know that like, oh, this situation has happened to me before, and maybe I died on it last time because I didn't know any better. And like you do that enough time over years that you start like acquiring just like ingrained knowledge, and you end up being able to optimize it, which is why I said I think Chrono Cross is such a sick speed run, because it's like very easy to get into, very forgiving to get into because you can run away from all fights, but then it has that high skill ceiling that I think just like rewards you for like playing the game a lot.
Yeah, well done. So now that we've beaten Garai, we've now gotten like the Einlanzer's blessing, or I guess we got the Einlanzer itself. Yeah, we got the Einlanzer, which is a holy sword, and that was able to let us basically remove the mass immune, which was blocking our path with its evil energies. So now we are fighting Highwayman, which, if you saw before, was ooh, rip.
It's fine. I'm gonna do.
Yeah, you're fine. But he, if you saw when we walked up to him, he was standing over the dead corpse of Johnny from.
So I did what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So he shouldn't go right here. I'm gonna do a 3-3 with all.
I'd do it 2-2 because you still need her stamina, I think. But you do you.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna. Let's see. We'll see how it plays out. Okay. At least get like 100 damage off of it. And then I'm gonna, yeah, because she'll get it all back here, because I'm gonna do her turn first, the turn white.
But this is gonna be like what we're gonna try to do for a couple hours, actually, like all of our boss fights. Like we're gonna try to get Sprig to turn into White Knight. We're gonna turn White Knight the color that we want. We're gonna strengthen him, and we're gonna beat some ass. And hope we don't miss.
Oh my god. Yeah, we'll do it this way.
Which one do you want?
Huh?
No, that was just making fun of it.
Okay. Well, I was gonna try to turn white, but I'm just gonna skip it. We're just gonna see Rampage regardless. There's no skipping it.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult once you, if you don't get the transform off early or level 5 early.
Oh, is alive.
But yeah, Handy was trying to skip this Rampage, and a couple things like we, so the field right now, well, now it's black, white, black, but ideally he would have gotten another turn white off earlier in the fight, which would boost our damage as well. But right now, because it's black, white, black, one of the blacks and the whites cancel each other, and then there's a black left, which is actually reducing the damage that we're doing. So And
We just saw one extra turn. It's fine. That we normally. I mean, one extra turn because Rampage is not skipping Rampage is not like the normality. It can happen. It's great when it does happen. So seeing Rampage is not the worst thing in the world, but me trying to salvage the fight, trying to see if I could skip it still, meant that we saw one extra turn, but it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, well, it'll come in maybe later, but you also saw that turn white wore off right at the end there, but it didn't matter because we had enough damage. But
right.
Some fights it can matter, right? Like misses and maybe not getting off to the start that you want can have that impact where it's like your strengthen will wear off, your turn element will wear off, and then it's like you thought you were going to do 300 damage, but instead you did 120.
Right.
But we're just making our way. I forget what actually the plot is. Like we're here, are we still just chasing the frozen flame? Yes, we are. Yeah. We're still just chasing the frozen flame. We're told that it's in the Dead Sea, which it actually is here in the Dead Sea. And we're going through this frozen ocean in the tower. Get it now.
Yep, we're about to have our first contact with one of the bigger baddies of the game. After we fight, one of the harder bosses in the game too. But just got talking a little bit of lore here. This place is really cool. I like the environment here. I touched on it a little bit earlier, but because like things change based off of like actions that happen. So in the canon timeline where Chrono and gang beat Lavos and like everything is like grand and fine and everything like that, unbeknownst to Surge, because like how is he supposed to know? How is it his fault? But in that timeline, in that like canon timeline, he dies to the Panther, and that's how it's supposed to be. But because Charlotte calls out to him because she really needs to be rescued, we'll get on that a little bit later. But Surge ends up being alive in this timeline, which splits the dimensions, and because that happens, this dimension here, Lavos lives because Lavos doesn't die because Surge lives. It changes like the course of actions and stuff like that. And because he lives in Lavos lives in one timeline, because he's like so all powerful. Like I'm trying to like spark notes this. Like because he's alive in one timeline, it does or one dimension. He's a threat to all of them. So that's why you see Luca and all them here. Their ghosts start chastising Surge because they're like, we did all this work, you lived, and you living causes all this trouble or whatever. So it's kind of like, yes, that sucks, but also, the only thing Surge is guilty of is just being alive. It just changed all this stuff.
Big rip.
It is very hard to try to condense the story into like a short couple of sentences, so...
Well, it is also like, we're trying not to get ahead of it.
Right. Trying to pace it with the story.
But this area is really great. Like the music is incredible, and there's a lot of like side things. Like specifically, some characters like level 7 techs, which we don't do it in all characters, but there is we don't really have 100% category, but there is a most of the things, which I think has become a little bit more firm in definition. Which I think I had spent some time on, I don't know, maybe a year or so ago. And that includes like all text, all characters, all endings, etc., stuff like that. And these areas are really important. Like you go get some side stuff and get some different key items that are here. But there is an item that Handy's about to go grab, the screwy dress, and that's gonna help us take Lynx's, he's still using a steel swallow, which is the tier 3 item. Like we got a big boost. Also, he's doing a quick safety save right there because the fight we're about to come up. Like we thought Dario could be risky, even though it looked really clean.
Garai.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Dario will be risky.
Dario will be risky too. Garai, the fight that's coming up, Miguel, is also really risky. Even more so because he does AoE abilities. So, but that screwy dress is going to let us go to what would normally be the highest crafted weapon we can get before doing like super side questy stuff.
Right.
So
like Carbon did touch on it just now, but we don't get out of the woods just from getting past Garai, who hits hard and is really fast at 6 AP. We immediately get to follow, well, I guess Highwayman is in between it, but right after that, we get to follow up with Miguel, who casually is, you know, hell on earth for a lot of casual players, and he's not a walk in the park in the speedrun either. He can be very dangerous. He's definitely a fight that is like, we tried to not, how to explain this? So in a lot of fights, you'll see me kind of like work around AP and stuff like that, or really kind of get off script and be like, okay, it's fine, I can get back onto it. And if it really came down to it, I could probably think my way out of getting past Miguel, just because I kind of know how his AI flags work. But really, you kind of don't want to go too far off path, because he is a very scary fight. He hits hard. When he goes into his crit health, we want to skip past that entire phase, because he'll do Meteor Shower, which is a pretty strong attack, and it hits everybody on the field. But even past that, it can do inflict, what's it called on you? A fatigue, which basically means that like if I have 6 stamina, the game treats me as if I have 5. And so it makes you do less attacks, which means that there's a chance that like he lives to the next turn, and then the next turn he'll do something called Holy Light, which can just kill you.
Yeah. Like, just like Garai, like, this is going to be, like, the opener is going to be so critical. Like, we need to get Sprig to level, and it's not like we even have time to do this setup. Like, he's going to go, because his, like, second turn is going to be Holy Drag Sword, which, if you're not set up, is going to kill someone. Like, straight up. Like, there's no question, they're dead. And so, like, we need to get Sprig to level 5 so that way the transform can go, so we can start pumping damage. And we also, again, need Harl to get to level 4 to do Diminish, so that way someone can actually live through it. Now, I don't think Handy does it, but I created a pretty risky strat where you just kind of accept that, because there's, like, to make matters worse, like before the Holy Drag Sword, right before that, he's going to do a spell called Anti-Black, which, if that hits Harl with Anti-Black, she can't use Black Elements, which, guess what, diminishes the Black Element. So we either have to get rid of that with a blackout, which I think Candy would do if that's the case, or you gotta find a way. So, so it's 1 in 3 that it hits Harl. I mean, it could miss as well, but let's just not get into that situation.
Nice. He is going to target Harl here. Did it miss? It did not. Okay, but it's fine. That is fine.
Yeah, he has a backup. Like, there's a way around it. It can be tight, but... and then it's also really important in the routing of this fight, because we need the field effect to be a certain way for expected damage values, because White Knight hurts, you know, does a lot of damage, but, you know, we still need that damage, because we're trying to get him as close to that 25% crit and then kill him before, like, you know...
Ooh, it didn't go. I hate the first input. Oh, I gotta defend once here. Blackout Harl. Starts with 2, 3, 4. Oh, it's fine. We're clear. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, you're totally good. I kind of forgot that the Strong-Minded was coming, because it's attack, Strong-Minded, then Holy Drag Sword. But you know, if he gets an early first turn, which he didn't this time.
This is also one of the few fights where like mistime crits are actually very bad.
Yeah, mistime crits, as well as misses.
Yeah.
So you see, we're doing 375, and that's because we did Strengthen, and we have, you know, 2 black on the field with 1 white. So now that field changes to this. But look at that. It did 184 damage to White Knight, who had 260, and that's after Diminish. Without the Diminish, without the 2 blacks on the field, like, dude, that's, you know, boom, gone. So you see here, he did a 3, then a 2. He was checking for a crit. If he got the crit, he would skip the 2, but he also did the 2 instead of a 3 when he could have, to reduce that damage, because Harl's first 2 just pushed him into crit. So now he defends, and now he 3-3s. And he's both hit, and he dies.
Nice.
Well done. If he had a really bad miss there, heaven forbid, like,
yeah,
that's the meteor shower that comes up. Now in that case, it's not the end of the world, because the other 2 would live, White Knight would die, he would revive and then finish him off. But
yeah.
But say something else happened, then comes the Holy Light, and then, you know, then you're done. But fight went, you know, outside of the anti-black on Harl, fight still went to plan.
Yep, and there's some small things that, like, decision making maybe that is like that you don't see, which I think is I just kind of want to touch on because like there's a lot that goes on. I think that just makes the run really fun. But whenever I was doing my 2s with Harl before I went to that last attack, I actually was going to moonbeams to put another black on the field and just for extra damage. But whenever I threw the 2s, I saw that he went into his crit stance, and I immediately knew, okay, well then now as long as I don't miss, White Knight will kill. And like those decisions are the things that you just try to optimize as you learn the run more and more.
Right, and the reason, like specifically why Handy knows that is like Miguel has, I think it's like 2,000 HP, so 25% is crit, so that means 500 health is, or 450 or something is his crit health, and we did, we knew that if we hit, we were going to do 300 each. So he's in crit, we know that 300 twice, 600, he's done. So this is typically probably the best chance for runners to get kind of a break here. There's a little bit of text, and then we have a pretty dope cutscene. Andy, if you need to take a break, I can do whatever. But
I'm just gonna grab a drink real quick.
So
right after this, yep.
Yeah. So we didn't touch on the plot because the fight is like, honestly, the fight for a speedrunner is kind of the most important thing. But Miguel was here. They kind of showed you some cutscenes earlier where Wazuki, who's Surge's father, and Miguel, who's Lena's father, brought basically a dying Surge who was attacked by a Panther Demon to here. And it was during a storm. They were trying to get to Marbule to save Surge because, this is how Surge lived and caused all the shenanigans. But through the storm, they were able to enter the Dead Sea and get to the Frozen Flame, which healed Surge. But through that process, both Wazuki and Miguel were stuck. However, somehow Surge got out, which is kind of weird. I don't think they actually go into that, but I could be mistaken. But Miguel is basically chosen to be a guardian of the Frozen Flame, and then while here we are trying to search for the Frozen Flame, Miguel is like, nah, you can't do that. We beat up Miguel, and then the Frozen Flame's like, I'm not ready to be taken, because if you didn't know, the Frozen Flame is a piece of Lavos. It, basically chooses, well, Fate and the Frozen Flame chooses to destroy it. So
yeah, it's hard. I was about to touch on that. I'm trying to think of like where things get mentioned at, so I don't like get too far ahead. But Toki, I'm gonna say Toki in chat also kind of touches on like a segue from that. He said, "Who said they wanted to smash you to bits?" So after we beat Miguel right there, you actually saw our first contact with what is known as Fate, and I'm trying to remember what all has been explained to at this point in the game because it's been a minute. But basically, Fate is like a governing.
They don't really touch on Fate. They just say like, I'm a guardian with Fate.
Okay, yeah. So they don't touch on it yet.
Flame. And then Miguel hits you with the, Fate has decided to destroy the Frozen Flame instead of letting you have it. So that's why that explosion comes. And then the Sky Dragon, which if you went to explore the world, you would be able to talk with the Sky Dragon, but it kind of comes out of nowhere. Sky Dragon comes and saves you. Fate is the save points. Fate is not really the save points, but the save points are a way for Fate to... The save points are government drones and they're birds, so wear your tinfoil hats.
Not completely wrong. But basically, like, we'll touch a little bit more on Fate as it comes through, but just know that Fate is a noun instead of just like a...
Yeah. But yes, the save points are a way for Fate to kind of look in on people's like memories and things within the world. But you saw Handy just went to Goldove, sold the golden tiara which we got from the White Knight, disassembled some armor and the screwy dress that we picked up, and made the Stone Swallow, which is our next and greatest weapon for Lynx/Surge, which is, it's a huge boost and it's really important for us, especially at this point, because we're going to shift back now, and this is kind of where Surge's strength really matters, and it's going to matter for the rest of the run, which Handy's at 30, which is like perfect. Like
Pretty
any
good, yeah.
like any record attempt, you kind of want, like, you can get away with, pretty much whatever, but you want to be 30 plus at this
I'll
point.
say this: I did a no reset last night, right? And I was at 27 strength whenever I was going into the Earth Dragon Isle.
Yeah, when I was like de-rusting a couple, I don't know, weeks ago, right? I think you saw it. I was like, I left for like Lynx 2 at like 24 or something, and at this point I was still 24. So it
Yeah,
was
no.
I was like, not, no, screw that. But
Yeah.
one of the, like I mentioned earlier, how Harl's shot weapon auto crits flying enemies. Well, stone weapons, all stone weapons auto crit mechanical enemies, and we do fight 2 mechanical enemies in this section, so it's a pretty big help.
Yep, it's actually like the main reason why we even go get this, because it's just without it. So like I have seen, and I actually have it in my notes in bold because I've even been a runner who does it, where you accidentally do the whole menu and don't put the stone swallow because you're not used to changing that weapon very often on Lynx, but you can forget to do it. And you go all the way through the fight, and you can go through like several fights without noticing you don't have it on. And then you go and fight the Giat way later, and that's supposed to be an auto crit, and you'll be like, that's when you're like, oh no.
I messed up.
As soon as you swing and it doesn't crit, because
Yeah,
that fight is going to take a while at that point.
yeah. So plot wise though, like after we beat Miguel, like while we said that he fate destroyed the frozen flame, like we were after the frozen flame. Isn't there a guy up there? I forget. You're wrong. Like, so now we're like, crap, I need the frozen flame again, but in not this world because now it's destroyed, but because it's gone, like way early on when we first got our body, we went to the beach to try to change worlds and we just couldn't, right? There was something was blocking us. But now that we defeated Miguel and the flame is destroyed, we can now cross worlds without issue.
I can't wait till we get to it, because explaining fate is actually one of my favorite things about like the lore of this game, because fate's kind of like a very I think interesting
Oh, there's so much
guy.
There's so much like little details that they throw in, which you're like, wow, that's like really unique and cool, but also you're like, wow, that's also a lot.
Also, what you guys are seeing right now on the screen is what took place after we got sent to the dimensional vortex and like Viper got stabbed in the back, and it shows the Dragoons finding Viper face down.
Yeah, and
but you notice the kid was not there.
No one was there except for the general.
The private Viper.
And signed Viper.
Yeah.
E1. They should make I mean, as much as they should both make a FF10 like Blitzball game, they should also make like a Viper Manor like Dragoon side game, where you rise up to the ranks of, of the 4 divas.
Have you seen like the what is it, that one of the endings or whatever? Because there's like so many endings to this game. There's like, I forget exactly, 11? Is there 11?
The one where Pierre like takes over.
Is it Pierre, or I think it's one of them takes over the, like, you'll see him in Viper Manor. They're like the leader of the army or whatever.
Yeah. It's General Kid. That's in Mont, because you do all endings. It's you see that one quite a few times, but it has it has slight variations, which is great.
So coming up, actually, right here, there's gonna be a point to where I'm gonna really just kind of let Carbon take over talking, just because it's a little bit hard. Like the enemies here, I would say, besides maybe like Fish Dance and like the end of the game, this is probably like one of the harder sections to dodge enemies at. And there are places where you can really get screwed up if you aren't careful.
Yeah, there's some time, but we're effectively gonna go through the sewers, and there's some enemies in there that you kind of go through some tight corridors. Like you can make it. It's just you just want to be careful.
Yeah, and like it's not even all like how tight it is, which can suck, but it's just like that the enemies, they like, I don't know exactly how their AI works,
right?
but
yeah, it's like they go one way. Yeah, and they just slightly move towards the center, and you're like, this is my path, and you're like, it's just big enough for 2 hitboxes to like, and you're just like, oh, thanks.
Like they can be walking in a straight line for like the entirety of like like 5 seconds or whatever. So you finally decide to run by them, and they just turn diagonally into you, and you're just like, oh, cool, my fault.
Yeah. How dare I come in your space?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you left the door open, but my bad. But yeah, that's for any like record attempt or just going fast, like it's so incredibly important that you just dodge everything. Like encounters just they just take so much time, which
I think that, so it's a little bit faster, I think, in the remaster because of how fast you can get through menus to be able to run. But like most of us who came from playing the PS1 version of the game, like you eat the full time loss of running into enemies and having to run away.
well, and then they just like every encounter that you get, not only is like you run away, like then they have every enemy has a chance to zero roll you or do an element, and then you just like it just sucks. But what's really fun, like especially casually, is like you can bring Norris here to talk to this other Norris, and they can just kind of bro out.
Bro out's a funny word.
Like it's just brout. Sometimes they brout.
All right, so this is one of the places I'm gonna let Carbon mainly just take over. I'm gonna be trying to dodge things. Oh, I got the slow walk.
I'm probably still behind you, but yeah, this is a pretty unique puzzle. Like it's not long, and it can go by pretty fast. But it's probably one of the more enjoyable puzzles that you can do.
You're kind of a jerk. Can it get? I'm not gonna risk it.
Oh, you totally. Well, maybe not with the barrel. Nope. Right. See, that's what we're talking about. Like it can just kind of go like in the middle of your path. But ideally, he would have dropped that one barrel like while the other barrel was in the water. So it's just some time loss, but better safe.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that, like, if you watch me do like PB attempts or whatever, sometimes you just kind of have to rip it and just go. But there is a certain level of like
that guy didn't go on the bridge you just made, which is pretty uncommon. So
I'm a little scared here. I'm actually okay. Normally this would be a place that I would go, but
oh yeah, no, this one you don't mess with this one.
Yep. This is one of the places where you'll notice there's a tight corridor there and you cannot see the other end of it. So if that one that I let walk by me happened to go all the way to the wall and turn back around like the other one that we saw did, I would get caught between both of them. And I have to fight one. So that one was right there where, like, in PBs, I actually even have risked it there. But there's just, like, let's see. I'm like that right there. Whew.
Yeah, but this game you do not want to be the meat in a sandwich. So
yeah.
But for the most part, this is just the end of the puzzle. He's gonna tighten this valve. He's gonna loop his way around, open it, and then he's done. But it's pretty unique. Like it's not very complicated, but it's nice. It's a nice, quick puzzle. Just a couple boss fights. Honestly, it's just the same exact story. It's White Knight, strengthen, turn a color, beat him up.
Oh, everybody's favorite what face boss is about to come up.
What? The Roach?
The what face even? Yeah.
What? I don't think I've seen that one. How is that one the what face?
What face?
Yeah.
Or Dan's game. Someone post what face in chat.
I mean, it's gross for sure. So sometimes though, this boss can catch you off guard because sometimes you might not have you might have forgotten to heal, and someone can just get popped. But I don't think we're at risk of that here.
Yeah, there's what face in chat.
I like how it does the close up, and by like I mean gross.
I like.
Blech. I can see
Well,
why
where
it's
do you go
what.
here?
Yo, if you get this,
It'd be very nice.
I think 30 is the stat line to potentially skip.
Ah, that's fine. Still good. So we'll do a 3. Open.
I'm just trying to think like
Oh, I
what.
could have.
Trying to think what plot is like important for what we're doing right now. Because like, so we got saved by the Sky Dragon, right? And is it right here where it tells you to go on like the Dragon Quest isn't right now, but we do have to go save Riddell, which is what we're doing.
Yes.
Because Zoa and Karsh were like, you know, the Pore army has invaded, you know, seeing that the Dragoons were kind of beaten up by us.
Good fight.
Yeah, good fight. Expected. So they invaded the mainland, taking over, and I think that they're torturing Riddell for like, where's the general, where's the Frozen Flame, etc. But we're gonna stumble upon Fargo, who's been captured, and this is the Fargo that poisoned us on the ghost ship when we not the casino Fargo. This is the, you know, actual pirate Fargo.
Yeah.
And guess what? We're gonna save him, and he's gonna owe us.
Also, not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but I do want to give people a warning who are very big Sprig enjoyers. Enjoy it for the last few fights where Sprig is going to be here, because we are closing in on the end of Sprig being in the party. We are slowly catching up to the damage that Sprig does as not being worth.
Yeah, I mean, as great as Sprig is, right? Like, White Knight, like the damage just doesn't scale, right? Like it's constant damage. Yep. So, I mean, like you said, right? Like we could still use Sprig, and we'd probably do about the same damage for a little bit, maybe a little bit longer. But part of the problem, right, is that we have to get to level 5, then transform, then get our stamina back, and that's just slow. Which, you know, we're now gonna get around to getting around that.
Good APs so far.
Oh yeah, you love to see it.
But you'll see, this is how long it takes for every one of them to do. And obviously it's worth it if we're doing a good amount of damage, but there becomes a point where it's like, okay, well, this is no longer worth it as much, right? So, and that's what we're coming up on.
Ooh, and thirsty. I think I was kind of I actually meant to.
No, that's fine.
During this, I meant to do some. I meant to do some side stuff, like some testing while you're doing this, but I'm just so engrossed in the run. But I think so. For people who don't know, I think this is the earliest you could open up and do the Cryosphinx side stuff if you wanted to, which the speedrun doesn't do. But I had meant to look into it, which. It's just a super endgame boss, which if you do it, it can give you sunglasses, which gives you a 25% damage boost. But I don't know if I definitely have not looked into it. But oh, I think you forgot which would kill.
No, I don't think the one would have killed. We're trying to skip Fire Pillar. I was like, he shouldn't even be in crit yet, but like I was just for sure going to make sure that we could kill.
Yeah. You're right. I always forget, this guy has so much health.
Yep.
So does Grobik, who's about to come up, but oh my god, you were getting all the stats. You were...
Yeah, this has been a very good run. Like,
yeah.
Right now, my splits show that we are behind my average, but we're about 4 minutes behind my average, but that's including the technical difficulty stuff.
Yeah. I mean, that's also with like 2 Bunyip runaways, right? So
2 Bunyip runaways, 3rd key, like
yeah,
so this has been a good run, like in like ever since then.
love to see it.
Ooh, also coming up, people might enjoy this. Ooh. We get to see, it's really long, so we don't use it very often. It's long even considering like how most elements are longer than regular attacks. It's long even compared to those, but we get to see a really cool element that we only do once in the run.
A 12-second long animation, but it's just the earliest you could use this element is at Miguel, which in some cases I use it, but this is just gonna kill everything. It's so good.
Got interrupted.
That's is it certain to kill the big guy?
God dang it.
Yeah, I was like, hey, don't you need a ship? Should be fine. It's not really it's not a dangerous fight. It's just you know, you're just trying. Yeah, you're just trying to reduce like how many turns they get, which is why we do this.
There's also a world where like you have a certain amount of strength and like there's only 3 guards in this fight instead of 4. To where like you could argue like not doing lunaretic and instead doing attacks is worth it. You just don't want to like you would have to have a good fight, meaning no misses and stuff like that. And then even then you're just like,
Yeah.
In a marathon there's like no reason.
I mean, it's just like Renner's preference. Like, would you like rather hope for like 4 seconds time save or potentially? Just like,
Right. All right, last Sprig fight. Well, last Sprig doppelgang fight.
yeah. This fight isn't scary, but it if you have bad misses or a bad start, like it can go pretty long because like it's the way that it's routed out is like your buffs end like right when you like just right before you kill, and if you don't kill like that turn, he'll do a heal all, which gives him like a bunch of extra health, which just elongates the fight, and that's after your buffs have gone out. So it's pretty scripted, but you have to just kind of, you know, just don't miss. I think he has the, which I remember there was a question a lot earlier about like who everyone's favorite character was, and I don't actually know right now. Probably Miki for me, but like it used to be Grobik. Like as a kid, it used to be either Grobik or Kargi. Like back.
Grobik is cool.
Back in the day, I loved the edgy guys. But also, though Grobik does have one of the, I think he has a triple tech, doesn't he? If I remember correctly.
That I'm not sure on. I haven't actually done a lot of the like 100% stuff or like even casually, so I don't think I've ever gotten it if it is there.
Yeah, there's a Starkey. Yeah, Starkey. I don't know. Starkey's not my cup of tea.
He hasn't haircuttered yet, has he? I'm gonna have to revive. It's fine.
Yeah.
I was gonna do a heal all, but I'd already done all the two. Oh, it's fine.
Honestly, you maybe wanted to heal because now.
Yeah. I should have healed, but what I was saying is that I'd already put in the 222, and to do the heal, I would have had to risk an AP.
Yeah. Problem is now because you expect to turn white here. I don't think you put on the third one.
No, I think it's fine, like, because we have let's see, so I'm
well,
gonna do...
you're right. He isn't crit now, so yeah, you might be right.
Oh, did I miscount by 1? Oh, that's fine. I'll make sure that he doesn't heal though. It'll be a little bit slower, but I'm gonna make sure he doesn't. Do this, and then I'll do a 3, and then we'll just do 3-3. And he should still die, as long as we don't miss. Okay, it worked.
Ah! Yeah. Yeah, it's not scary. His next turn was a heal all. Like it's not a big deal. It's just slow.
We were just trying to skip the hill, yeah. my misplay there, and like that's kind of like an in the moment thing like that we're talking about is I didn't notice until I had already inputted the 222s that like he had kept attacking Sprig, which normally you don't have to heal there, but like for me to be able to heal after I did the 222s, I would have had to risk an AP. So I had to make a decision like in the moment of like, is it worth to risk the AP and heal? Is it better to revive? And you kind of learn really quickly that whatever decision you're going to make, just commit to it and make it. Because if you spend it forever thinking about it, even if you make what would have been a slightly better choice, it doesn't matter because you took forever.
Objective.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, I agree.
But yeah, this is a. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say hot edge is random. He can do a regular attack or he can do a hot edge. If it's exactly like RDE, it's about 4 seconds slower than
Rex
his regular attack. I'm not gonna arrow blaster since we're at this shrink and he's already crit. Oh, we only needed one. Okay, I'll remember that.
Well, yeah, he has like just over 10,000 or sorry 1,000, and you're I mean you're doing a quarter ahead, so
Right.
yeah.
I just didn't want to see a second hot edge.
It's a pretty cool animation, to be honest.
Right.
It's the Sprig Slayer.
Also, well, actually, we'll touch on it as we get to it. But wait, has it already started? No, it's right after this. Whenever it actually starts the optional side quest.
What?
The Dario side quest being optional. I was gonna touch on that, but we'll touch on it in a minute. Whenever it actually starts the side quest.
Oh yeah. Well, I guess I can go into it, right? So like, it's actually right after this point. So once we've saved Riddell, there's if you noticed on our first trip to the manor when we went left to fight Marcy, there was a Giat blocking like the right path, and even now like when we went up, there was one of these things blocking the path as well. It's now gone. So the game kind of, for you to do the side quest stuff, like it intends for you to go into that space to go read a letter, which goes like, "Karsh, we know what you've done. Meet us at the Isle of the Damned, or else." And so then you go, right? But we can just go there without reading the letter. So literally right after this, that's what we're gonna do.
Sprig got wrecked in both fights.
Yeah. Sprig likes, she's like, "I've done my job, I'm taking a nap." But Sprig, if, I mean, these weren't star fights, but Sprig is the only character that can actually get stat ups. Well, okay, that's not completely true. Sprig, I would say that Sprig is the only character that can get stat ups when dead, but that's only if she's transformed.
Right. Her death as a doppelgang doesn't necessarily count as her death, actually.
Yeah, when Sprig transforms, it again treats it like two entities. So it's like Sprig leaves the battlefield and the transformed like creature takes its place. So it's like Sprig can die like when transformed and still get healed as well as getting stat increases. But you don't really care about Sprig's stats except for her health, because that's the only thing that impacts like the transformed health. Every other stat is constant. But yeah.
So normally I wait.
Sprig.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just saying we're done with Sprig. Officially.
We keep getting slightly caught by the very slight Discord delay. But yeah, normally I wait like a little bit longer to touch on it, but I know that it's gonna take a little bit more time for me to go over it while in the marathon. But coming up is actually, well, actually 1 second. Let me make sure I. Ooh, 36. So we're about to start the optional side quest where we're going to do the Dario stuff. This is about the earliest point that we can do the Dario side quest. And even though it is out of our way, by doing it this early and how good the Master Mune is, we end up saving time overall. So it ends up being, even though optional, it ends up being worth for the 80%. But I'll actually wait a little bit on explaining the mechanics of Dario and what's coming up. But just know we really want Marcy to be good.
Yeah, we're now on side quest stuff like Candy talked about. This is like, at least I don't know if it's I assume it's faster on RDE, but in on PSX it's like 18 to 20 minutes of a side quest, and we're like over the course of the run we save all of that time plus some.
Dreamer Scarf.
Because
Okay.
what we're gonna get out of it is the Master Immune, which auto crits like most enemies, or at least most bosses that we'll face, and it also increases Lynx's strength by like 5 or something. So it's and on top of that, we're gonna get a Dreamer Scarf, which we got our first one from the Miguel fight, which we're now putting on, or Dreamer's bandana in this version. Honestly, your Karsh is so strong you don't even need those gauntlets.
Yeah, probably not.
But let's just get rid of these fools. This fight honestly can be quite scary sometimes. Like if you get like zero rolled, like most bosses don't zero roll you, but this is not considered a boss. And very recently Handy had it where I think they zero rolled you, and they both targeted Karsh and just put him in the ground, which was
See, I would have rather they zero rolled me though, because it would have been over faster. They waited for me to get right before he got his first turn and then kill him. So I'd already done the strengthen, I'd already done the eagle eye and the arrow blaster.
Yeah. Like normally they're tutorial fights. This time they are not playing around. They're out for blood. So it's
also I like to mention it here every time, but they did Riddell dirty. They give everybody here a child portrait. Like, see, Dario's there. They give Glenn one. They give Karsh one. They don't give Riddell one. Riddell's the only one that doesn't get a kid portrait.
Maybe it's because they don't show her face here for some reason, and you just see the back of her head.
Maybe they're like they're just trying to keep it what's the word I'm looking for?
But they should have put like the back of the head with the hair. Like
That actually would have been so funny. Oh no, her face is there.
Like a wig. Is it? Oh, never mind. Well, yeah, then
Theory debunked.
Debunked. Myth busted.
She missed class photo day. That's probably what it was.
Okay,
We're
so
basically just getting. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, with the so I never noticed it, like between PSX and this, like her bandana or her tiara, like here in this portrait you can kind of see like a little like snake. I mean, she has like snake eyes and whatever, but clearly she has a snake. Like as a kid, what was that? Because it kind of changes. You know what I'm talking about?
I didn't see it. I guess I've never paid too much attention to it, but
I've never paid attention to it before. but I just saw like it's like put your hand on your forehead and then just like wag your finger a little bit. Like that's kind of what it looked like.
It does kind of. Oh, also, we didn't touch on it earlier, but we saw Radius strike down Garai, and that's why Garai's ghost is so pissed. That actually is because the Masamune, which was the evil the sword, got turned evil by like evil intent. I forget the exact story behind it, but basically, whenever people wield it, it makes like maybe feelings that they do hold deep down that they would never act on. It kind of brings that to fruition. So we saw that like Garai, Radius struck down Garai and then dropped the sword. He's like, "What have I done?" Well, we actually see the same thing kind of happen here with Karsh, who picked up the sword. Like he struck down Dario because he did love Riddell, and they had a little bit of a love triangle thing going on there. 1 second.
Is it really a triangle if Riddell never cared for Karsh?
That is, that's fair. He loved her, and then Dario and loved each other. He was the third wheel.
The forever, like, yeah.
Oh wow, good AP. Okay, just don't be jerks here.
Bonk.
Okay. I've never been scared of it before. It only takes one, and now I'm scared.
Got the greens off, so like it's very unlikely that they, even if they double
Right.
target it, like, boom.
I might, depending on her magic, I've killed with this.
I forget their AP, but like,
Woo!
oh, is this gonna do it? Oh, I don't think I've seen this one.
I did that last night too. And that's a gold, an actual gold. All right, so I do want to touch on it as we're about to get into a little bit of story before we go fight Dario. But let me explain a little bit about how Dario works. So normally, Dario is an optional boss that people do towards the end of their casual runs, and he can still be kind of a jerk. He's kind of hard. We should not technically be able to beat him or withstand the fight. The only reason we're even able to is because we kind of manipulate his AI. That doesn't mean the fight is free. It means it's free as long as you don't mess up and things don't go terribly. But essentially, the way that he's dangerous and the way he can kill runs in like PB attempts once you get to lower times is just mainly the time that it takes. He is a dangerous fight. Like if you fall off script or you accidentally overmash, because of how powerful he is, he can just take an extra turn and just kill you or make you have to run. But essentially what it comes down to is we're going to do a whole bunch of setup. We're going to end up doing a Frog Prince with Marcy, and we're going to get him locked into a loop where, because his AI responds with a set opposite element of one that we hit him with, we lock him into an Ice Blast loop. And depending on Marcy's magic, it really depends on how long the fight lasts and how many iterations of it we have to do. We really want to high Marcy. We also are going to try to use something that could burn him. I don't know if we got Inferno. I did not see. If we did, it'll be a 50-50% chance of whether or not we burn him. If we didn't, we'll use a Fire Pillar, which has a much lower, like 20% or something, 15% chance of burning. But normally this is where in my stream, I have like a bot that like you can do exclamation Marcy, and it'll do rolls of like anywhere between 14 up to like 27 magic, and whether or not you'll get burns or no burns. So if you guys want to get guesses of what Marcy's magic is going to be when we get her in now would be the time to start doing so. And then whether or not we'll get burns.
Yeah, we're about to. I mean, this is actually kind of required. That right now we're actually doing required plot stuff. Like once we beat Salt and Pepper to unlock the Dario fight, like this is now required. We're doing this because we need to get Marcy and progress the plot a little bit. Because we're gonna get all the divas here: Zoa, Karsh, Viper, Riddell.
20 magic and yes burns. I would take that.
Yeah. You kind of expect 20. 20 is pretty average.
I've never personally seen 27 magic, but I think I saw Corp get 27.
I think that's the max she can be, so that's
I think so.
pretty good. And now we see a Hot Topic Surge right here. Coming right up.
Also, I think that you touched on it earlier, but just in case it wasn't... No, I think you did, but I will retouch on it. So Marcy, even though she hasn't been in our party, her stat rolls on every star fight and anybody else who's not in our party have been rolling in the background. So like every time we do a boss fight, everybody in the game, even enemies or even allies that we haven't got yet, are technically rolling in the background. That's why Karsh was at 36.
Yep.
And now we're reminiscing about the girl that we've abandoned the entire game and barely have known. And she got stabbed 3 times and we did nothing about it.
Question is he gonna turbo through this and risk the soft lock?
I am gonna let go of it. I have not seen a soft lock yet in this game, but I do not want this time to be it.
I think I got one here. I could be wrong, but
In the remaster?
I think so. There are, like I also soft locked like on the very first cutscene on the beach once.
Oh wow.
In the remaster.
Yeah,
So I've been more prone to soft locks with the turbo than without. So it's definitely like a mashing thing.
In the PlayStation version of the game, I guess, and Carbon's mentioning that he's had it happen in the remaster, but it's happened to several people, including me on the PlayStation version, where right here, this text box never pops up. And we think it has something to do with mashing or mashing too fast through the cutscenes, where for some reason the game just never loads that, and you can just soft lock where you just never turn around.
Yeah. But avoided. Safe.
Avoided. I've not had it happen in the remaster, but I kind of felt kind of safe about it, and you just kind of run that for me.
Listen, I probably just saved you again. You're welcome.
Maybe. Yeah, you probably did.
Where are my thanks?
Thank you, thank you. We're about to also get like several allies here. We got Viper. We're getting Fargo. We're about to get Marcy, and then we're gonna get. I was gonna yell, but Zoa.
You have to.
Mr. Caps Locks himself.
I think this version they still didn't fix the naming. I think they normal case in here.
Wait, what? Really?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, they did. How dare they?
Like they just said right there, Zoa joined your party in all caps, and then you name them. It's not all caps. Like.
Oh, okay. Wait, that's a 20 magic Marcy. If we get burns, you were right.
Damn. Also, she got some health on her. So it's actually right here where we start the dragon side quest. We talked to Harl, who's now officially leaving our party. Goodbye. See you never again. Harl enjoyers. She's now gone. And she says to get past this this other wall, you got to go get the 6 dragon relics.
All right, green, yellow, white. Green, yellow, white, 10 plus turn blacks, 10 plus strengthen, 10 plus weak minded, 10 plus eagle eye.
Which all the dragons are, they're kind of, there's 3 per world. They're all split around for some reason. But we're
you're under Skygen. Okay.
I think this is the actual final purchase that we're about to do.
Yes.
It's not the final menu, but it is the final purchase from Marbule. So we're gonna just get certain things that we're gonna want at the end. Just have, you know, extras. Just be ready to go. Just make our menus a little faster. Don't have to worry about certain things. And then we also have to grab the Black Dragon relic from right here. So the Black Dragon is actually sleeping in this world, and we're just gonna go just pick up the Dragon relic, you know, the Black relic here. Casually, if you know, earlier when we did the whole roulette thing with Casino Fargo, you had an option to go start this side quest to go save Marbule, and that would mean that you'd go, you know, to the other world, you'd start doing the concert, etc. Defeat the lagoons, and that would wake up the Black Dragon here, and then you would fight this. But we're not going to do that. We don't need to. We're just taking this. However, casually, we talked about how we were going to loop Dario coming up pretty soon. Casually, what you would typically do is fight the Black Dragon and steal the black plate from it. And the black plate absorbs all black damage and converts it into health, and you would put that on one of your characters and just let Dario hit you and you just heal. But we're not going to do that. We don't need to do that. But that would typically be how you would fight Dario casually.
Positive bottom. Right here. Red strength eagle eye. I'm gonna be safe here. Ice blast, ice blast, ice blast.
Yeah, so 20 magic without burns should be, at worst, I think you go up until String Phone, which would be about 6 elements. But handy put on a couple extra, which is perfectly fine. Just a little safety.
Did I not put on?
I don't think so. No, definitely not.
And magic ring, right? Gauntlet honor. Let me just make sure. Gauntlet honor.
Yeah.
And the bandana. Okay, no, I did right.
Well, but you might as well put the gauntlet on.
No. So like in my notes,
Oh.
if I get the extra ring, it changes my menu a little bit. And normally I don't double check it there, but because it does change my menu, and that one's a little bit less likely because you have to get like one of the sky gens. I just wanted to be sure.
Heard.
So basically what that does, a little bit technical stuff. So basically I put an honor on there instead of the other gauntlet because it makes 2 menus later on in the game a little bit faster for me. where on the next one I don't have to go back to Lynx to put another honor on him because he already has this one on. And then because I don't have one of the honors on him, like when I do the Fargo fight, before Green Dragon, I don't have to put the honor on Fargo because we have an extra honor in the inventory.
But you know what you could do?
What's up?
You could go get the sunglasses.
Go, yeah. All right, this is where everybody we should be praging for burns.
Did you
burns?
Did you want to say? Oh, well, I guess you auto saved. It's fine.
It autosaved, yeah. It autosaves. I figured out where it autosaves. So coming out of Opasa, like after you change worlds, it saved right there, which is why I've decided to do my menu before I leave Opasa, so that like the autosave saves it.
Hey, you know, you can't be that efficient.
But yeah, burns. I forget the exact amount that burns does, but it basically makes an enemy take more damage in general. So like, we're at 20 magic. You could say, and I'm kind of making up a number, I'm fudging the numbers here a little bit, but you could say the burns mean that Marcy's almost like at an effective 22 or 23. I don't know if that's 100% accurate, but it's kind of like a way to think about it.
Yeah, it's the final damage. They take like 30% extra if you get it.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's 25 or something. But yeah.
I couldn't remember the percent either.
Which is why, you know, sunglasses. 25%. Just throwing it out there.
Okay, so let's explain. I kind of touched on like a little bit about the overview of Dario here, but Dario has 7 AP, and there is not really a fight that is more important in the game where you cannot slip up on your like counting AP more than Dario. Like, sure, maybe he could give you a charity, but like even then it can mess up stamina. Stamina, like being at exact values, is kind of important here. Like this fight is kind of scripted. Like,
this is a.
Like, how do I say this? Like, a lot of the fights in the game are almost like bullet points. Like we have strats, but you kind of like work like, okay, what happens if I miss here? I can still work around it and stuff like that. Dario is like a script. Like, is actually scripted. It's like not just bullet points, not just like ideas. It's like, no, you kind of want to do this if this thing happens. Don't come off script because he will kill you.
Yeah, I mean there are exceptions, but yeah, like this is
right.
Yeah, again, you can always run and reset the fight, which is great. However, like the thing is actually since Handy started this and talked to him and has gone through all those texts, he actually is forced to kill Dario now or reload a save. Like he while he might be able to run from the fight, he actually can't go back and play the game like after this point. Like he has to beat Dario.
In my notes, this is one of the most heavily annotated fights.
But he's very specifically going to try to do a couple things for setup. Like the burn strat has made this fight much more consistent and has helped with damage sometimes. But he's going to start with defending Riddell, and then he's just going to hit ones with Lynx, which he got it kind of early, but it's okay. And this is why he defends, because Riddle can die there and you're screwed. But he's going to try to get element levels, and I'm going to try not to talk too much over it. A couple bad misses.
It's fine. It should be fine.
But like Fire Pillar here, which you normally don't have, right, without the burn strat, gives him a turn as well as the chance for the burn. But what he's going to do is he's now going to get levels on Marcy, and he's going to kill off Riddell.
Everybody say goodbye to Riddell. This is to try to, one, control his turn, make sure he counters who we want him to counter. And then also it makes getting some stam refreshes, which we haven't really touched on too much. There's a lot that goes into the game. But it does make our stam refreshes more consistent.
Yeah. We, this can be tight with misses, but he should be fine. But after that first turn attack, his next turn is a dash and gash, which will auto kill somebody. So we need to control him up to a point. So he got to level 6 with Lynx. He's setting up the Genius. He's level 4 Marcy. He should be fine. He's now going to magnify the field, and then he's going to do a turn red with Marcy. That's going to trigger him to respond. We're also really negative on stamina, so we should get a full refresh. And then what he's going to do is he's going to he has 2 elements on Lynx. He's going to Cure Plus. He's going to attack 4 times with Marcy, do another Cure Plus, and hope he doesn't miss and get Frog Prince off. He cannot afford a miss here. safe. He's going to Cure Plus, and then he's going to Frog Prince. After that, he's going to kill off Lynx, and then he's going to start the Ice Blast. He does have a chance to not get a perfect refresh, but regardless of what happens, you know, we're fine. The important thing was to get the Frog Prince off. Did burns happen? We did not get the burns. I don't think.
No, we didn't.
That damage seemed high for no burns, but... So he's actually going to Ice Blast with Marcy first. It's just because this Ice Blast is kind of boosted with the field effects, still has Genius, Weak-Minded, etc.
And now it's about to be a 50-50 on who... we're going to give him a loose turn here, but we have strats for both.
Yeah.
Looks like he's going for Marcy.
Yep. So he builds Lynx to level 2, just to be able to revive and do some other stuff if needed.
I'm gonna be safe here. Everybody say goodbye to Lynx. And now he is locked into the loop. As long as I don't overmash, we are good.
Yeah, I keep just getting out of sync. But yeah, this is where the you can cheese him with Black Plate too. Yes, you can. But speedrun wise, that takes way too much time for us. So like Candy mentioned earlier, based on whatever element you target him with, he responds with a different element, but it's that one. Every time it's blue, he responds with Weaken. If he gets targeted with red, it's Numble. If you target him with black, he does a Recover All, etc.
Should be one more, I think.
This seems really fast. I guess the Skygen ring really helps.
Yeah.
I mean,
oh, no, I hit down. Oh, I did not mean to do a string pone. It's fine.
Isn't String Pone technically better?
I think it has a lower variance. We'll see.
Yeah, it's more consistent damage or something. But...
so I would need one more anyways. We might even kill with slaps, which would be funny for a marathon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Kill with slaps. No.
It's actually better to kill with slaps because you don't have to see the element animations and sometimes the response. But this, the worst part about speedrunning the Dario stuff is the song at the end is just, it's such a banger and you never get to like let it go past it. And actually, I don't know if you get it, but it's like, I always get hit with like some copyright thing where they mute because they're like, this isn't a song. And it's like, no, wait, that song's still from this game. What are you talking about?
Right, that's a part of the VOD. It's that and like Miguel sometimes gets muted for me.
Yeah.
Or like, no, before Miguel, sorry. Like in the Chronopolis.
But G
yeah,
on that. That's Dario. That is pretty much 2/3 of the run down. So we are roughly on pace for 6 hours. So
yep. I'll let you touch on like what's coming up. I'm gonna like I said, my menu changes here a little bit based off of like drops that happen. So I'm gonna focus on this menu real quick so it doesn't take forever.
yeah, so that was all the side quests that we did. I mean, we went out of our way, but this thing's going to be so huge. The Master Immune is, like I said earlier, is going to boost our damage. Like, I think from the Stone Swallow, even though we got it briefly, it's like +5 to our strength effectively. It auto crits most of the bosses that we're going to hit, specifically the dragons, which guess what? We have 5 dragons to fight. So like, if you saw like when we did the Riddell, like Save Riddell section, Surge was, he hit Grobik for like 50 or something. He had Roach for 200. We're about to do 1,000 damage a swing. Like we're gonna kill these things so quickly. But one of the kind of the underrated things that we also got is a second Dreamer's Scarf, or bandana in this version. So now we have 2, and what the bandana does is it lets us start off with level 1 element level, which lets us just start with Strengthen, Eagle Eye, and to a 3/3. Like, we just get to go, which is huge for us. But Handy's going to do a little bit of a menu. He's going to just remove a couple things, kind of clean up the menus. We brought Fargo into our party. Lynx, Fargo, Marcy. This is, for the most part, it's going to be our party for the rest of the game. Kind of just because of stamina refresh rate. They're both kind of tanky. We don't really need Marcy for a while. Like, she's really just a support character now. She did her job on Dario. But we also put some setup, so it's just good for us here. We actually do have one more use of Frog Prince, which will be our final one, but that's not for a little bit. How's the run going? Ahead, behind? About on average. I think we would be ahead, but we had some technical difficulties to get through. Handy's just finishing up this menu. Healing. Did you equip the Master Ring? I didn't fully see. It's a common mistake here to, do all the elements because it's.
I think I did. I'm second guessing myself now that you asked me, but I'm pretty sure. It's a marathon. Let's check.
Yeah, just.
I did. Okay.
Look,
it is a very common thing to do, so I don't blame you. Yeah, it is. It's a very common thing to do, so I'm glad you brought it up. And I was like, well, let me just be 100% sure.
It's so common because you finished Dario, you're like, okay, hard part's done. Let me get ready to do this massive freaking menu, and then you're like, I just got the Master Mune. That means it's totally equipped, and you're like, yeah, I forgot to put it on. Oops. Is there time travel in this game? No, we travel between dimensions or between I guess worldly decisions, but not different.
I think dimensional travel makes sense.
Yeah, timelines. We travel between timelines, not times. We don't go forward and back in time. So.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Actually, you jump between two different threads of time, but you don't progress or go forward or backward in the timeline.
Yeah. So,
God, this game's music is so good. No links to the past.
So jumping down that the thing you did right there, that's the trigger to open the cryosync, so you can still go get sunglasses.
Oh, we could.
Yeah,
we could still go do it. So, coming up through this dragon section, this is where Surge's strength really starts to matter. We have pretty good strength, so I'm actually not too mad about that. But it's not the end-all, be-all. Really, formations really start to matter now. On the pre-dragon fights, we'll have to do a couple of those. And then just misses and stuff like that in the fights matter. There will be a really big section of RNG that's coming up in the green dragon section, but we'll touch on that as we get closer to that.
Actually, so even while Handy is he's at a very good strength value. You're 33, you're always happy with this. You're ecstatic. However, he still needs to grow his strength. He's at a good value, but coming up, he's about to do 2 fights. Well, yeah, he's about to do 2 fights. And on the first fight, that's a chance for a mini star. We talked about mini stars. A couple of them are planned, but if he gets a strength up on that fight, that means he's going to get another strength on the Earth Dragon boss. If he doesn't, that means he's not going to. So it's kind of it's out of his control, but it's also really important that he gets it because it's extra valuable.
Right. You either get all of it or you get none of it, and in that way it kind of sucks.
And when you're behind, if you were 25 strength here, which has happened before, and you don't get it, you're oh, you're just bleh. Not a fan. So basically at the end of this, he's either going to be 33 or he'll be 35. Maybe 36, but that's highly unlikely. So you see... Yeah, but because he's 33 with the full green field, turning himself green, putting on Eagle Eye, having full green, he's able to one-shot the male rock roaches, which are pretty hard to kill. So now he just does a little chip, he does another 1 through 3 or something, and it's gone. So
I just did the 1 through 3 because it kind of plays on to the fact of when someone mentioned in chat earlier, field effect kind of might not matter. Oh, that's a real split.
And he got it, so that's incredible.
Yep.
You love
I'll have to fix my split there.
There are 2 other mini star planned mini star locations in the run. So I mean, after a point, you don't really need strength, but you're never complaining with Also, another. You can get 3 enemies here, and double rock rush is fine.
Wait, that was weird. Sorry.
Your camera.
Basically, yeah, my camera, like, this is the place that I've been deciding to use the regular camera so that I can actually see everything. But I hit left last time to go to Surge, and I'm glad that I hesitated because, oh, good AP. It went to Fargo there from a different camera angle.
Oh yeah, you'll take that. Yeah, I remember I used to do that. After a while, I just was like there are some runs, especially when you're like trying to attempt for record. You're just like, I don't care what I get. Like I just have to kill things, and you're just like,
right.
Oh. But both those fights, like you've had really good lamp fights, you've now had really good rocks. So there's only a couple more like random fights coming up. So and hopefully those go well.
Don't say that right before it's sidestep. Not after what I've been through.
just kill it. You don't need to bother.
Yeah, we'll just fight all the lagoons.
3 enemies, that would suck, but
yeah.
I don't know.
Square was developing a sequel to Chrono Cross, but they ... decided to take a break. Boo. No,
Okay, I've seen this. Is Chrono Break like a real thing? Like,
I think it was a development name, right? For the like a sequel that was in. I know that like in the developer ending of this game, they mentioned that they'll see you in the next Chrono game or something. I forget.
Did they? I don't know. Yeah. Like I haven't. I'll have to do some research because, I mean, I would love a sequel to be honest. I mean, I love this series.
It was a canceled sequel, yeah. All right, so we are at 34 here, which is really good. You can be really higher. I have a 37 strength strat here that I don't know if I've ever got to do, but it is there if you ever have it. If you're ever at that strength value. Couldn't speak for a minute.
Well, sometimes you have an extra gauntlet, right? Like you would have it right now.
Oh, that's true.
Sometimes you have sunglasses.
Sometimes you have sunglasses, yeah.
No, it's something I really want to look into, though. I have no idea how much time it takes, but you know, boosting your damage 25% is no joke.
Yeah, no, I agree. I won't be the first one to test it in a run, but
well, yeah. You don't test it live, of course.
I could have maybe glide hook, but I don't know if it would have killed.
I don't think so.
I have that it would kill at 35. I'm at 34. But I saw that.
It's like 27, right?
Yeah. Either way, we're talking about small differences. These are things that just run to your head whenever you're trying to go for like good times. Like they just kind of are in the back of your head. Like, could I have not seen one extra attack there? Like,
probably could have. I always thought there was the strength strat somewhere in there that Close to War made.
The strengthen, I have a strengthen strat at 30 on the if attacked already between Eagle Eye and Turn Green. If not, it's like 3-3, 2-2-2, 3-3. Right. Then you glide hook at 35 and then so forth, so on.
Just keep seeking nothing here, you know. Oh my.
Wait, was I doing that?
No, I don't know. I'm behind probably. I'm just helping you out. Oh, not even close. Not even close.
So this split, like actually I forgot you. In my, like, whenever I'm doing it on my channel, I forget y'all guys can't see my split names. But this whole section is called I Seek Nothing because you actually have to hit a down input to not keep saying I seek nothing to fight the dragons. And every runner has this thing where they're like, I did so well, and they're like so excited, and they're like, I seek nothing whenever they go to fight it or whatever, and they just lose. It's just, in all the ways that you can lose time to RNG, it really makes you feel dumb when you lose time to things that are well within your control. Also, can we pay respects to the decent-looking CTHE fan rate? Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. I don't remember what the name of it was, but I have seen it.
I don't even know what that full statement means, but
it was like a fan thing that got CC'd. C&D, not CC'd.
Yeah,
CC'd.
I don't know what C and D mean, but
cease and desisted. Like it's like, hey, stop operations. Like
yeah. Well, I don't know.
CC. Too many acronyms, man. CT, C and D, CC. Like
Right now there's CB. That's whatever it is. I
we're
hear
just throwing acronyms everywhere.
yeah.
CTHD.
LMNOP. Yeah. I'm with
Yeah. We're speaking in code now.
you.
All right, so we actually have a little bit more RNG. So really, the dragon fights are not really that much of the issue in these sections. It's the stuff that comes before it. So like the the rock roaches that we just fought, they're spin outs. You can see several of them, and it can steamroll into being a lot of time loss. This right here, we're about to do a fight before the water dragon, where it's gonna be a single sidestep, hopefully, but it can have a formation where there are three enemies in the formation. We would normally run from that and then try to get it to an encounter that doesn't take as long to do, right? The problem is with that is you kind of get into like a sunken cost type thing where it's just like, I've already ran this many times. Like if I fight it after running this many times, it's really bad. So you keep running and then it's in your favor to not get the 3 encounters, but you can get really rare instances where like, I know Close to War, have had instances where like we literally had to run 5 times.
Yeah.
I think I saw Zan, another CUC runner, who had to do that as well. You play the game enough times, there are things that are very low chances that are dumb that will happen to you, inevitably.
I mean, that's always like, sometimes with this game, you're just like, I don't know, you're just kind of like, I'm just going to take whatever you give me, and like, if it sucks, right? Like, you just like...
Right.
But obviously, it's a lot easier when you actually have stats to be like, this is not, like, I'm set up to deal with this better than otherwise.
Nice.
Nice.
That's a good fight.
Does becoming Link's lock some of your party members because they don't believe he's research? I'm not sure if that's the exact reason, but you do lose access to the characters that you had when you were Surge. Like for this section, you don't get Glenn, you don't get Lena, but you do get access to other characters, and then later you get access to everyone that you had before. So Handy, we could also go get the super drink bandana from the I forget what they're called in this version, but
yeah, you know what? We'll start doing that. We're gonna start throwing in these things where I'm gonna route it on the fly. Like we'll just go and we'll see where it goes.
So in most of the things, I think what I did was I did like a Thunder Snake or something.
I just went for the 3-3 there.
Yeah, hit him. Take him out. Question is this where you Eagle Eye? I think I would.
No, we just hit.
I don't know, I think you need the damage from the blue pit. I stand corrected. Water Dragon, get fucked.
Yeah, that was a clean fight. That might be gold. That is gold, actually. By like 20 seconds.
Damn. This is giving me like that vibe when we did, what was it? The Chrono Relay or whatever, and it was like, I was gonna record without the safety saves or something.
Yeah.
Just give me those vibes.
I'm just saying, we lost about 5 minutes to technical difficulty stuff, right? Which, happens. But this all just to say that, like, right now I'm only 2 minutes and 40 seconds behind my average splits. So we'd be about 3 minutes ahead of average if...
Is he supposed to be dealing 700 damage per hit? Well, of course we're doing speedrunning shenanigans, but...
it depends on what you mean by shenanigans. We're not glitching or anything.
Yeah, we're not glitching. We're just... yeah, we're just...
We're taking the most advantage of the mechanics of the game.
Yeah. So
like
yeah, I can go to it. We kind of talked about it much earlier, like in the game, but like what so we did the Master Mean side quest, which, like I said, it's actually I think raw stat, it's the second highest strength value. I think the rainbow weapon is just slightly higher by like 1 or 2. Um, but it's it auto crits. I think it's like 9 out of 13 enemies or something like that. Enemy types. Um, but so it's basically auto critting the dragons, so that's doubling our damage. Then we're also turning ourselves the opposite color of the dragon. So in that case, we turned Link's red against the water dragon, which is blue. So that's giving us another 50% boost. And then we also did strengthen, which increases our strength value. Well, not exactly our strength value, but it's another 20% boost. And then the field effect, because we're red, in that case was blue, red, red, we're also getting another 15% boost. Plus, we put 2 Dragoon Gauntlets on, which give us 6 strength, and a Dragoon's Honor, which gives us 1 strength. So, like, we're just totally pumping.
We're combining... we're combining a whole bunch of mechanics that so in a way, yes, to what you're saying, it is so convoluted. I would say that most casual runners, like, it's not impossible. It's not like it's hidden knowledge or hidden stuff. The only thing I would say is hidden behind, like, things that maybe a casual player could not figure out without, like, researching or whatever, would be that things like putting the turn colors or the strengthen colors on level 1 so you can get to them easier, because that is kind of stuff that's just like, oh, so you don't you don't lose anything from putting them on, like being at -3 or whatever with them.
Well, and casually, right? Like, I mean, the game doesn't really explain. Like, they talk about turn elements, but they really talk about turning the opponent a color, which which only boosts the magic damage that you deal to it. Whereas it's so much more effective to put yourself a color, because that'll increase like your physical damage against it. So.
All right, let's hope for no Biba friends here.
So we've just given ourselves really powerful weapons, really good accessories, and then just boosted our damage as best we can in a short amount of time. Also, Handy has, you know, a very high stat line at this point. So
I do want to say it. I say it every time for every run. Coming up, everybody pray, the scariest fight in the game.
Oh yeah, this is a run killer for sure. You might want to hit that save point.
You know what? I will, just to be safe.
Yeah.
We'll autosave.
I know. We in PSX we normally don't save there just because it takes too long. And you're like, oh well, for a run killer, why don't you save? Well, because you're kind of just like, I gotta go. But here, autosave, mandatory save.
Sorry, I'm focusing real quick. Alright, here we go. Okay, I actually did get punished.
No, get wrecked.
Okay, no. Ooh, barely got through it. I don't know.
Oh my
so
god.
Close. So close.
Wow! You were gifted. If that...
Look.
Oh my god. If Wingapede had a turn, that was an insta-TPK.
All jokes aside, I got punished for trying to debate the chat.
Oh my...
I was gonna kill it in one swing to like really bring it home, and then I missed both the threes.
Look, Wingapede is one of the scariest fights. It might have only like 360 health, but if it gets a turn, it just does, forget the element name, but it's your whole party's dead one.
Oh yeah, they do the insta death. Yeah.
Yeah. So we just leave because we get the game kind of expects you to take that fight a lot sooner. Way earlier. And we're like, nah, we're showing up with like our homies and, you know, a nuke. Couple misfires, but we got the job done.
Yeah, this whole section, as Carbon was saying, like, all this is very easy to kill because we were supposed to be able to wait earlier. You can just lose time whenever you're like to dumb things, which sucks whenever you're trying to like go for really good times. Like, if I missed there, the thing you didn't see is that the Biba can call another Biba in, and it's just like, come on, like you kill them so easily, but it's just like you have to kill a whole nother one because you missed, and then same thing, you can get like poisoned if you just miss one of those other attacks. It's just small things like that that like this section is really easy in terms of like not dying and stuff like that, but you just can lose time to dumb things.
Yeah. Well, the Bivas are important because I think they have like 5 or 6 AP, and you have to kill the main one. A lot of people make the mistake of killing like the friends that they bring in, but it's the main, like the very first enemy that calls the friends. So once you kill the first one, all the friends stop coming and you just clean up, which but you know, for us, with how powerful we are, we're just like, we just want to one-shot you and move on. But they just gave us the Biba flute, and then they gave us the ancient fruit, which you kind of have to progress the plot. If you were to do this normally, you would get the Biba flute first, come back later, get the fruit. But we get to do it, you know, right now.
Do you wanna touch on why this section is RNG hill?
Oh baby. Yeah, so in part with like how random your strength value can be, this section in particular is like you can swing like 3 minutes just or more, just depending. So we're trying to fight the Green Dragon. We're on Green Dragon Isle. We did all those, you know, the Biba fights to get here. But in order to do that, we have to take 6 fights. We also have to clear this first screen. So we have to take 6 fights. The formations can be random. There's 2-3 enemy encounters, which we just got one here, where it's two stingers and a poly. It can also be 2 stingers and a prehistoric, and we don't want any of those. We just run.
Okay, well, it's giving a good indication as to why this is RNGL.
Yeah, we really don't want the prehistorics because they can confuse us. They take a really long time with like their animation. They're hard to kill, etc. Like, we just want 1 or 2 stingers. We want to turn yellow, strengthen, attack, be done. But we have to do that 6 times before we can move on. Once that happens, we can then fight Tyranno, which is a star fight, and then after that we can fight Green Dragon. But just based on having to fight 6 enemies and having like 2 formations that we want to run from, like it can just eat your time. Not to mention, like, strength is really important here because you have to, you know, if you're lower on strength, it's less likely that you kill them. It means the enemies get more turns, means it's slower. So this is like, this island makes or breaks a run. Like, for all the RNG, like, if you want a good RNG, this would be the place to want it.
Alright, I'll take 2.
Also coming up, when we fight the Tyranno, there's a very important steal that we want to get. At higher strength values, you can kind of go without it, but I think for today, we're gonna try to get it. Sometimes you can get the rare steal, which you don't want at all. It doesn't do you anything, so that's when you kind of run and you just try again. So it's a lot of RNG in one spot. The great thing to come out of this is Leah. We have Leah, which is I think it is canon that it's is it Ayla's daughter? Is that canon?
No, I think that okay. It gets a little bit confusing here.
Hit me with it.
But I think that
or maybe it's Ayla's mother. I forget.
No, she is Ayla's. Ayla is her descendant, and because of like some weird time stuff.
Yes. Okay. Also,
I forget the exact specifics of it, but that is one of the side stuff. Like when I talk about character things that are like not necessarily pertain to the speedrun route, that I just kind of forgot.
Ayla always, I forget, because they don't really explain it, but they kind of like make you think one way, and some people try to, you know, put their view on it. And,
yeah.
Right. But on the fight before this, the second one, that was another mini star chance. He missed it on Lynx, but he's already high, so it's, you know, it's whatever. But it just means that on the Tyranno, he's not going to get another one.
I was about to say, the only thing that sucks is I was at 35, so if I would have got that mini, that's actually a mini where, like,
it would have impacted.
It's the same chance. It would have impacted because I could have skipped doing strengthens from this point on.
I think you still can. Like, I
probably.
I forget what I put it as, because it's like like when you're at the line of like when you want to strengthen, etc. Like sometimes it's just runner preference, right? It's like,
Right.
what do I want to risk AP? Because the stingers have like 21 AP or something, and you're like, well, do I want to risk like maybe I'll just let
It's-
Fargo clean it up, right? Like.
Well, it's also like, so I have at 36, I can do a turn yellow, and if it's a male, I can do a 2 pause 2 3, and if it's female, I can do 1 1 2 3. So at 35, I could probably do the male strat, and it would still work.
Yeah. But that's like small optimization. So we only grabbed that chest there to spawn the pterodact, so that way that counts for one of our fights. It's just one of the quickest ones, even though it's not a stinger. But it also doesn't have a chance to have a prehistoric, I think. I could be wrong on that one.
I can
What?
skip it there.
But yeah, so I think there's 2 fights left. This is 1.
You know, we talked about like how rude the first fight was, but assuming that I don't get screwed on the next fight, I would say that this is a pretty good Gal's Navel. That's how bad the RG can be.
Just gonna say it so that way it doesn't happen, but you're gonna miss the power steal now.
Wait, why would you say that?
So it doesn't happen. And then when it does, you know, it's a win-win for me. And it's a win-lose for you. Or a lose, I don't know. Lose-win.
Let's see if this works. Yeah, 35 didn't work. But we'll see. Maybe die?
Well, I think you can also do a 2-2-2 like glide hook, right?
Oh, glide hook, yeah.
Because
I was thinking about like trying to skip an extra element, you know?
So like early on, glide hook is about the same damage as a 3, but like at this point in the game, it's like slightly more than a 3. It's like it's like if you did a 1 and a 3. So like there are very niche cases where it's important, but that was our 6th fight. We're gonna put Fargo up front, and this is like this fight can be kind of troll. I mean, regardless of the steal thing, but
Yeah.
because we also want to do Frog Prince. Like that's the reason we still have Marcy here. Like this is gonna be our last Frog Prince, because it's not just this Tyranno that we're fighting. There's also gonna be a Poly or a Pterodact or whatever the heck they're called, associated, and Frog Prince will take care of at least one of them and severely damage the Tyranno. But there's a chance that they both like interrupt you, and Tyranno has I think it's 6 AP as well, so he has a chance to go.
Alright. You have to get the power seal here, or I have to run. Nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
This is why I said it. You're welcome.
Okay, there is a small chance for the game to be very rude here, but it won't happen.
Boom. Boom.
Right here, the game could be rude. Nice. Oh. So right there's a small gap where, because the Pterodact hasn't gone yet, its first turn is a flap, and it could just interrupt my entire blue field. We do have a strat for that. It's just super slow and annoying and dumb, and it's just very rare that it happens, so you kind of get irritated whenever it happens. Good fight. Good. I would say that's a good Gal's Navel, even though we had to do 2 runs in the beginning.
I take that. Easy.
Okay, Dragoon Gauntlet, Power Seal, Pendragon. So just Power Seal and Pendragon added.
Yeah. So we I think we got all Pendragons. So this accessory is still bugged, but this is the one time we're gonna use it. The Pendragon Sigil. They were supposed to have like different levels between C, B, and A, which I think in this version they changed it to like 1, 2, and 3 or something, or maybe it's A. I don't know. Maybe it's still ABC. I don't know. But the thought was that, you know, the higher one would do more. But we're gonna equip the Power Seal, and we're gonna put one of they did lesser, greater, mid, whatever. Yeah. This is a really busted element, but it's really hard to use. I said element, accessory. So Green Dragon is really tricky because it's 5 AP, but we're gonna leverage it, and we're gonna force a full green field, which is gonna make the Green Dragon do Carnivore, And the Pendragon Sigil absorbs the power of an element that you get hit by. It also turns you that color. And Carnivore is the base power of it is really high. So you saw that Lynx did like, I don't know, 200 something damage. Well, now he's absorbed the power of Carnivore. We're going to strengthen him. We're also going to turn him yellow opposite this. So this thing is about to just, he's gone. Like, Hawaii Ma. He's gone. Boom, 1,000. Like this, and the longer this fight goes, like he has a chance to just give you just a metric ton of status effects, which he kind of didn't get anything there. But
This is about to be a gold again.
yeah, and he's just dead. Like
Even with 2 runaways.
right, and he has a trigger to do a heal plus once he hits crit, but because of like the way that the attack buffering works, and also him just straight up dying, like this just gone. This is a 7. Wow. I wish that you kind of had a Tyranno split, but 17 minutes for the whole thing is like really good. Like that's insanely good.
Yeah, no, that was a really good split.
Yeah, two runners, and now we get Leah for forever, but we're not using her. Though she does have the cutest dual tech with Draggy, which also not good. No best boy.
Ah, I did it twice. It's 1 more down. Oh no, it's over. I was like, and on the PS1, it's all the way down to the left. So I did get PS1.
Yeah, you just time shifted backwards.
You kind of develop muscle memory for those kind of things, and like whenever it changes. Do I stay poisoned? Yes. So it is actually a like less experienced. I would say like any new runner or even like averagely experienced runner, I always, even in my notes that people use, I put to buy antidotes. I don't, just because like I'm pretty safe without it. And we get a full poisoned heal, or a full like, what is it? Not just like HP heal, but like you get wiped of all your status elements after the white dragon. So
Yeah.
I feel pretty safe about it. So like I just don't buy them anymore.
No, there was one case, like I think IRU had it where it was like 2 health in a dream and poisoned. So
Oh yeah, I think that was you actually, because
Yeah.
on Fire Dragon, I believe.
yeah, like this fight coming up, you can get royally wrecked.
Oh, were you watching last night?
No, well for a little bit. I probably,
After Fire Dragon 2, Phase 2,
yeah,
I had to end up doing 2 Ice Blasts to control his
yeah.
stuff because I missed 2 99s.
I mean,
And I was already
yeah,
low on HP. I mean,
Yeah.
low on strength.
right. Normally that doesn't happen. You don't need it because one of the, I mean, like you'll full heal before you go into the fight. And it can be dangerous, right? Especially if your health gain hasn't been that great, but you look like you have great health.
Yeah.
But one of the other benefits of having the Master Immune is that after like for each attack or something, or each stamina spent by your team, you also get a heal, which kind of counters the damage that you take from the poison. So like, yes, you might not be gaining health, but you're also not losing it from the poison. And the fights should go quick enough to where it's really not a danger, but if you're a new runner, if you're scared, like just be cautionary.
Right. It's like the time saves are like, or like the time losses doing something like that is very minuscule, versus like in the grand scheme of things. It should not be the reason that you lose runs, right? Whenever you're not going for like maybe world record.
Yeah,
time.
I literally have Izala just made me a thing when you talk to the tombstone at Car Salt Pepper, and he's like, world record runs died of Vita Unis, because I forgot the idea. Like I was like 8 minutes ahead. I would have had a better run than like current world record at that. All I had to do was either full heal before going into the fight or run away. I did neither. I would have lost 20 seconds. But instead I lost like 8 minutes because I didn't heal. Oh. But yeah, we're done with the Pendragon Sigils. There's really no time that we get to use it. We just full heal and then we just take this fight. And great thing about the RDE version is there's the autosave, so in case something really bad happens, we can just come back here and do it again.
Right. Sucks. Oh, that sucks. You know what? Because that happened, I'm gonna switch here. I'm audibling.
Boom. We're off script. Bam.
As long as he still fiery breaths here, and sorry, as long as he transforms on the cat's cradle, I'm happy that I audibled here. We'll see though.
Well, the thing is, right, like the phase 1 actually isn't dangerous at this point. It's just
Right.
you're just setting up. So that's actually kind of scary, or can be. The burn on Link,
burn?
yeah. Yeah, so there's the transform. We're hoping that phase 2 does not get a turn right here. Again, the game treats it like 2 separate entities, so it's been rolling AP in the background. Hopefully Lynx gets to attack.
Marcy and Fargo should live here.
So here's the...
What I'm more worried about is
This is a scary damage right here, especially with the burn. Because if Lynx dies, he has to turn blue again, so he'll survive, but safe.
nice.
He shouldn't get a second turn, but yeah. I feel like I'm behind again. That's fine. Yeah, easy fight. So if Fire Dragon phase 2, Super Sun Goku Dragon, got another turn, he would have smacked someone to death, and then if he won again, he would have done another AoE Fire Breath, and Handy would have had to figure a way to control him, probably by Ice Blasting him, where he'd automatically respond with a single target Fire Breath, but didn't happen, so easy clap.
Easy clap. Where's the dog at? Okay.
Why am I behind?
Is the other dog in the loading zone? Oh, hello. One last dragon. Speaking of things that every new Chrono Cross runner goes through at least once, is coming here to the Sky Dragon Isle, being like, all right, last dragon, right? Going to start the fight, and then the white dragon being like, come to me whenever you collect all the relics. And you're just like, huh? What do you mean? And then you realize when you were doing your shop over in Marbule, you never talked to the sleeping black dragon. And it's not as simple as going, oh, I'll just go to Marbule right now. No, that is in the other world. So you actually have to change worlds, go over there, get the black relic, go back to Apasa Beach, change worlds, and come over here. And it's annoying.
Or forgetting to heal here.
Yeah, we're forgetting to heal here. I almost did, actually. During that explanation, I was like, oh, wait.
This actually isn't a scary fight, but you do need a little bit of health.
Yeah.
All Handy's going to try to do is he's just going to try to manipulate how much damage he does. Ideally, he forces the boss into Holy Healing instead of doing White Breath, but if he sees both, it's not the end of the world. He's just trying to just reduce the animations that the boss does, but it's a pretty easy fight. So.
All right. If everything goes well, this strat should proc Holy Healing, and that should be it.
Yeah, I'm right back.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm gonna do a 3/3 here with Fargo. I'm gonna do a 3 here with Lynx. It's gonna proc Holy Healing. I'm gonna do a 3. We'll glide hook, and then it'll kill. GG. And all of the dragons have been defeated. Bum, ba-da-da-dum, bum, ba-da-da-dum. So coming up, we're actually about to, well, so we got to do one fight beforehand, but this split actually houses probably one of the hardest sections to do dodges in. If I fail some of the dodges here, I don't usually count them as like failed dodges, like ones that are usually avoidable. I mean, because they are avoidable, but like we're having to, how do I say this? It's not like an enemy is just right in the way of your path and you just get caught by it. This one is like the whole objective of like why the split is hard is you're trying to get around like enemies that are aggroed trying to protect a chest. When Carping gets back, he'll explain a little bit more of it, but ideally, we don't get caught by any of the fish here while we're trying to get this chest. It is one of the most punishing places that if you do get caught, because we mentioned the mechanic earlier of like, if you get caught by an enemy, you can just run from it. But if you get caught between two enemies, you have to fight at least one, because when you run from an enemy, you only get iframes to get away from the one enemy that you ran from. So if another one's on top of you, you get dragged back into that one, run, get dragged back into the other one. Well, there is a swarm of like 5 or 6, is it 5 enemy fish that are swarming the chest that we're trying to get to. And if you get caught by one, the others can all swarm on top of you. And then you have to end up fighting like 3 or 4 fights just to get out. And it can catch even experienced runners. Many a run can die to it. Now, it wouldn't kill a marathon run, it would just take a lot of time. Huh?
You touch on people coming here early.
Oh, no, I didn't touch on it, but I did explain fish dance coming up.
Yeah, you delayed it. Perfectly reasonable.
Yeah, especially for marathons.
Yeah. But
everybody's favorite waifu is gone.
Goodbye, Orla. You know, she has one fatal flaw, and that's that she cares about Doc.
True.
But no, she's waifu-chan. But Miki's my girl.
Yeah, so we're actually getting towards the end of the game. Like we have a little bit of time left, but like we're in like the last like hour 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, RNG has been like really kind.
It has. This back half, I'll say this, like I said, I mentioned before, but we lost like, I don't know, 5 or so minutes to technical difficulties, and we are 27 seconds behind my average.
Yeah, so dragon section's done. We're just getting talking to not the sage, but whatever. I forget what she's called here.
Diarrhea?
Well, yeah, diarrhea. I was trying not to do that.
No, that is her name. Forget how many text boxes are here. Yeah, make haste to the alternate world is awesome. If I turbo there, I always get caught with the text twice. All right, so during this fish dance section, I am going to be pure focusing. I'm gonna try to show off what I normally do in runs. If we do get caught, so be it. I think that we are far enough ahead of like estimate even that like I would not feel devastated if we had to fight our way out.
Chimed it, but I always forget like if it's like maybe with the autosave, like is it faster to just reload? Probably not.
It'd be very tight if it was, like almost to the point to where I think it almost wouldn't be worth, but it would maybe.
Maybe.
I don't want to say for sure.
I've never looked at it, but I know it's been a discussion point. But yeah, we're just we have to do this so that way we can go get Starkey as a character, because we need Starkey for plot purposes and to help us finish the game out.
Right.
I always forget if you could delay it even further, but I don't think so. But you wouldn't want to, because Lynx is also a black innate, so if you did delay, like, because right after Starkey, the thing to do is get our body back, and so it's just, obviously it's better to be a black innate and Starkey's a white, so you just take advantage of that damage boost.
All right, one second. I mean, you can keep talking. I'm gonna focus.
No distractions here. This is a very tight on movement. There's, I think you already talked about it, but there's 4. I mean, just getting to the fish dances can be tricky enough, but there are some slightly safer methods. There's some riskier ones, but you know, you're kind of just at the whim of how they move and you being precise. Wow,
Nice.
absolutely incredible.
Oh, well, okay, that's fine. I thought he was out of the way, but that would be one filled. This guy blocks the path. I thought he went wide enough around, but this is still very good.
Yeah, that was good. You got a little impatient in the corner, but you so Handy took the opportunistic approach where you kind of sit in the middle and you could see the fish kind of circling around him. If anyone decided to just jolt around, they could kind of butt in. So oftentimes what people will do is sit on the outside and wait for them to make a path, but that really only gives you one like entry point. However, one of the things that made it a little risky, I think Handy opened the chest from the center of it.
Yeah, I
Where-
didn't get all the way to the right of it.
If you open it from the right, for whatever reason, if you do it on the corner, like it slows. Basically, if you're not in the center, the fish are slower. So that's why it's like there's just a very small like from the right side, but he hit in the alcove and fortunately no fish went in. So
Yeah, the big thing is just not to panic like that, because like I was like, okay, if they come in the cave, then I'm like screwed or whatever. But like I'm not gonna like try to force my way out.
Yeah. Nerves of steel.
You do it enough times, especially you do it enough times where you're just like, you've accepted that if it dies here, it dies here. Like you just kind of like don't care anymore.
Sometimes it be that way.
Not, I don't want to say like you don't care, but like.
Yeah. Isn't he so cute?
Starkey, yeah.
Why is he frowning
Someone got-
though? Oh, be happy.
He's a big boy.
He's thick. He's
I
thick.
was not gonna say he's thick, but
No, he's thick. Oof. No radiation skip.
I'll see radiation. I'll probably see one more. Oh yeah, no radiation skip, yeah.
Not close.
Radiation skip.
Skip, deation skip.
All right, I'll see one more technique.
Bang, bang.
Oh, dodged a ray gun?
I think. Is it still a mini star at this point, or is that in the if you do it earlier?
If you, yeah, no, it's a mini star if you don't take one of the fish fights. Yeah.
Mucho Starkey. There's the mini. 38. Let's go.
Starkey can be very much a troll.
Oh,
He can break your ankles.
So the earliest you can get Starkey is like right after the body swap, I think. I remember using him for like casually for Garai and Miguel.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true because doesn't he have a scene with Harl whenever she leaves or whatever if you have in your team?
Yeah. There's that scene, and then also like sometimes you'll use Norris, but you can also like Starkey's gun is slightly powerful or more powerful, so sometimes you'll like move that over to Norris.
Right.
And then you, especially in most of the things, if you bring Starkey early on to, like if you were to try to do a no Master Mune or no like White Knight route, which no one would ever do that.
Yeah, no one would ever do that.
No. You typically use Norris, and you get Starkey's like super gun from the fish in Arnie Village, which you can get pretty early on.
I love both versions of Goldove music. It's so good.
It's kind of a shame that it's not worth getting the zip lines unlocked.
Yeah,
because
we don't get to have any fun.
Yeah, you don't get to go.
Well, has anybody tested it? Because wasn't it slow because of the text?
No, it's slow because of the movement. Like you don't.
Oh, okay.
Because you have to talk to both of them, and then I think you pay. It's just. Bleh.
Man, I was on my copium for a minute. That RD might have made a good change. Okay, I meant like a change in terms of like the WH. A little bit jaded about that.
It might be worth like most of the things. Haven't tried that. Haven't thought about it. But also, don't care.
I think, God, there's been so many discussions over the years, but I think I vaguely remember somebody saying that if you used the zipline a couple more times than you do in any percent, then it would end up becoming worth it.
Right, exactly.
So maybe in most of the things.
Right, exactly, because and that one you go get Mel and you have to walk back there like a few times, so
right,
it might be worth. But like,
all right, this bull is a little bit of a troll. Oh, I like that.
Dude, okay, I had one where it you're safe.
Yeah,
I'm so behind.
Yeah, I'm not trying to say anything that's like super like time specific or whatever that you need to commentate on, because I figure that you might be a little bit delayed.
No, what it actually is I'm looking at the stream. It's actually that you're just hella ahead. Like stream, I'm perfect. I'm perfect. You're in the future.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're.
I'm in the future.
Yeah, you're in the future. I'm not behind. You're ahead.
That makes sense. Yeah, that's very Chrono specific.
Yeah. I'm trying to think plot wise, like what else, like, I mean, there's a lot that we did skip over, but we're literally at the point we're about to get our body back, but we have to we have to beat ourselves up actually, like just coming up. And I think you can do Feral Cat skip at this strength, but I think you gotta get a little lucky.
Yeah, it depends on AP, yeah, and misses.
Yeah.
So wait, I'm at 38. Yes, there is a chance.
But this fight typically isn't scary, but it can be, because this is another fight where like we just talked about trying to skip Feral Cats, which you expect to see, but after Feral Cats is an Inferno, so is he gonna safety save? Probably not, but
No.
No.
Not that worried about it.
Yeah.
Not about
well, plus
Mr. Dark Surge.
Hot topic surge.
Hot topic surge.
Yeah.
Yeah, pirate. He has like whatever those pirate hats.
Honestly, I think Hot Topic, like the overworld model, looks better in the OG on that one.
Yeah.
But in battle looks pretty dope here.
Is this? I don't know if I can skip Feral Cats actually. Ooh, hey, ow. Maybe actually, we'll see.
Yeah, typically it's not a problem. Like you kind of expect to get Feral Catted, but like I said, like follow up is Inferno, and then I think if you go even further beyond that, it's like Volcano. But
barely not.
Yeah.
I think I would have had to risk a +2. I think I would have needed to do a 3 defend 3-3. That's fine. Not that big of a deal.
I actually
Because
forget.
Fargo's gonna kill right here with the 3. Oh, it's Fargo different. Fargo missed one of those 3s.
Oh, Fargo, you're really slacking here. Really just cutting into our time.
You lost me 2 seconds.
Dang. God, you're 39 here. Yo.
Yeah, this has actually been really good.
This is like 39/40 here is like where I wish I had looked a little bit more at Fate to be like, is it even better to Saints or just hit him like at this step
Right.
of you? Because I think you still do the backup typically, but I mean 40 at Fate is just nutty.
You know, I've explained all of them, so I'm gonna explain this one. A rite of passage for every Chrono Cross runner, number like 4 or 5 here, is accidentally mashing, going up this elevator, and then because they were still mashing, just not thinking, going back down the elevator. I'm gonna watch this whole animation 2 more times.
Well, also just going left and not remembering that you can go straight to the platform.
Oh yeah, that too. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me see. What do you get from thieving from him? You can get a trashy tiara or a rainbow shell.
From Dark Surge.
Yeah.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
What a useless item, the trashy tiara.
Oh, I accidentally hit a left input there instead of holding up on the D-pad.
Oh, this is
I lost a
neat.
second.
This is neat. I never noticed this. Canonically, his name is still Dark Surge, even though we renamed Surge. So it's not like
Oh, so like
it's not Dark F or damn.
I've never noticed that either.
Neither did I, but Chrono Wiki doing its job. Because then you could call yourself like Dark Sidious or something,
Also, coming up is the Nike Surge cutscene. So everybody look away.
There's gonna be a timely ad, of course. I'm just kidding. Perfectly placed elbow. That's what this split should be called.
It's a good idea. Well, no, this one's called Vita. This has been I've had this name since like year 1 of me running this game.
You're so original.
Yeah, I know. Thanks.
I mean, the camera's looking at it too. Looking at your Vita Anus.
Anus. I think something. Well, it's kind of hard to get into, but the next boss that's coming up is a boss is like that. It's the only boss in the game that has a specific mechanic that we'll touch on as we get closer to it. I still don't know why it is the way it is, but I do know it is what it is the way it is.
Not crazy. So you know how like casually it always felt like you and a lot of people talk about this where they're like, oh, like part of my problem is like, oh, I'm not Surge for very long or whatever, but or like I'm Lynx for most of the game, which to be fair, a lot of the stuff really happens when you're Lynx.
Right.
And you're kind of like accustomed to the game at that point. But I mean, we're just under 5 hours in, and you switched into Lynx at just over 2 hours, and we're expecting to finish at 6 hours, which means pretty even 50-50 between Sergi Poo and Lynx.
Yes, if you're blasting through the game, but I think that like a lot of the casual stuff that you would do, like you end up doing, like, or the optional stuff you do would end up being done as Lynx, right?
It's true. A lot of the really important stuff happens as Lynx.
Right. Baby jump scare.
Baby jump scare.
Oh, let me look at this menu. Dream Grip, I'm starting to throw a helmet.
But so now that we're back in our original body, this is actually where a lot of you can start finishing up a lot of side stuff. Like there's a lot of hidden stuff that we won't do. Like you can bring we also get access to all the characters that we had before. Like at least I think so, right? Like I think in theory you could actually put Glenn here, maybe question mark. Or maybe it's not until after Fate, but you can really start wrapping some things up.
Oh. I actually needed to do this.
Yeah, you have partial. You have access to everyone.
Where is the gauntlet? Oh, take my input. Gauntlet. Power seal. The dreamer scarf. And the mithril helmet. Okay. Everybody died, so should be healed, and no run should die to Veda Unis ever. Who would do that? Sorry, that one's a deep cut. That was a direct attack.
That's a critical hit.
Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum,
Yeah,
bum.
the thing is, like, all the side stuff, like, say you somehow didn't get the power seal, like, you could go bring, I think even in RDE you can still do the glitch, but I'm not certain, but like, you can go get a bunch of Dragoon's glories, which is 3 strength, 3 accuracy, 3 magic, so it's like as good as a Dragoon gauntlet. But it just takes a while for like all the cutscenes. But with RDE, like maybe that time is less, like with turbo and stuff. So like maybe there's a world where you might want to do it.
Right. Also, we're finally about to enter Disc 2, so we're about halfway done. Let's go.
Let's go. It kind of sucks though, because like it would kind of be nice to like get 3 glories, say for Marcy, before you do Dario. But you know, it's just not to be.
Right. Didn't they fix the glory glitch in this game in the remaster?
I don't know. I thought I just said they didn't, but I don't really know.
Oh, did you say? My bad. I was like,
I have no idea. I haven't checked. So
I heard you say glory. I heard that part of it. I was looking at the notes here, and it just reminded me that I thought that I heard that they didn't.
I don't know.
I mean that they did. Sorry.
Got not a clue. If someone knows, help us out.
Yeah. Someone in chat knows. Yeah.
I'm just saying. Just sunglasses. What can I say?
Yeah. We'll start. We'll start routing that in right after this.
Disc swap. What disc? Oh, too bad. So this is actually pretty important, at least for the speed run. There's these 3 islands: present, future, and past, and we need to access them from a very specific order to get a very specific boss called Vita Unis. There's also Vita Dos, Vita Trace. However, we want Vita Unis, which is Vita 1, and I forget the exact order, but I think it's past, future, present. Is that how this is?
Right. I think so. Yeah, because it's.
I was just.
I just know it as top right, bottom left.
Yeah. I just start at the top, go counterclockwise.
You do the run enough times, you remember it as like the important thing to get through the run. You're like, where do I need to go?
Right. Exactly. But it's important that we do this because the other 2 bosses, I think it's the same fight for the most part. I think maybe they're a different innate color, but
yeah.
But we want the drop that we get, and it's guaranteed from Vita Unis, which is Vulgora, which it's a very powerful blue element, which requires to be put on a blue innate, which guess what? Fargo and Marcy both are. So blue is clearly an important elemental color.
Blue is just like, blue is just like throughout the entirety of the game, especially the run, but the game is just like, not all of the innate colors are equally good.
No. Yellow sucks.
Yeah.
But we use it, I think, maybe 3 times, and each time it's really good. But this boss is a 3-phase fight, and you actually don't start doing damage until the 3rd phase. But it has this is one of the few like technical fights where damage just doesn't quite work how you would expect, but it's very consistent. So you see that Handy's doing these like pause attacks instead of buffering his attacks. He's doing like with Marcy, he's doing like 1 pause 1 pause 1, and that's just due to the mechanics going on behind the scene, where he's trying to manipulate Surge's stamina and when he's going to shift the phase, which now we're on the final phase. The first shift was on the Cure Plus and now the green field. So now he's going to start doing Eagle Eye, and he's going to turn Surge blue. And then after 2, I think 2 rounds he should finish. Which if he doesn't finish after 2 rounds, he's also gonna get Inferno'd, which he'll be fine because his health is great and he didn't have to heal. But if you get some bad misses, especially early on, this fight can go sideways.
Nice.
He might even kill here. Yeah. For some reason I thought he had 2,500, but yeah. Strong enough Surge, he gets to just finish the job without dash and slashing.
Uh, 40.
4D. Let's go. We're officially ahead of average. Let's go. Let's go. What is your current RDE record? It's like a 53 something, 54 something.
1 second.
Yeah. And he's doing a final setup where he's putting Saints and a bunch of other stuff on Sergi Poo.
Did I not? An 8. Okay, there we go. I was like, why does this look weird? I did that slow.
Yeah.
It's not that bad, but.
Nah.
All right. Okay. Yeah. No. My the record right now is 554. 554 something. I forget.
You're not doing the backup? First. Okay.
I think Fargo has enough health. Now we'll see if I get. So like, I think that a lot of the times I do the backup for like not wanting to lose time in a PB attempt. If I have to run away from it, I'm not that worried about it, you know.
Well, I just asked because I'm like thinking about everything that happened. If we lost like 5 minutes to the tech stuff and you had 2 runaways and this was still 3rd key, like.
Yeah, no, it would be close to my PB actually in world record.
Right, and I'm like, well, how much lower could it go? Is kind of where my head's at.
Yeah.
So, this police sometimes can be scary, but not really. But
this works out because, yeah. Marcy.
It also has a very strange like phase shift thing, which I actually don't quite understand, to be honest. But basically, we're gonna do some attacks up until it basically breaks down. We're also gonna put Vigora on Surge, which look at how insanely powerful this thing is. Like, Vigora, I mean, just like Viagra, makes you just go. So he's not gonna lose, like, basically it's free stamina effectively. You get like, I forget exactly, like 30 or something AP worth. And so here's the break, and now he's just gonna pop a lot of 3s with Surge, and this thing is just gonna die, I think.
It's a low variance roll. I probably poke with this one and he dies.
Probably.
Bye Fargo. I'm also not that scared because his next attack is not that.
Yeah.
Powerful.
Well.
Oh well.
I don't actually know what happens after bazooka.
I've actually looked at it. It's like, yeah, it's just slow.
I mean, you, not gonna lie, you've been in this exact situation more than I have, so.
We just barely didn't kill.
Yeah.
Not that big of a deal.
It's weird because I thought 40 was the thingy, but maybe
yeah, me too.
Maybe that's the stone sword difference, and it never,
yeah, probably.
It's never been updated. But yeah, this is a really good pace, especially for like the completed RDE runs.
Yeah.
I mean, the RNG has been extremely friendly.
I'll say this without technical difficulty pauses. There's a non-zero chance of this being a world record run.
Yeah.
I mean, a not non-zero chance. Sorry. No, wait, no, that's right. Yeah, non-zero chance. Yeah.
Yeah, there was a chance.
Yeah.
Imagine.
I said that. I started the way I said that, and I was like,
yeah, hit him with the triple negatives or whatever. But you know, the thing is, I mean, honestly, the run's still not over. There's about an hour left, and there's still a lot of RNG to get through, and there's a lot of skill that needs to happen. Like, there's a lot of enemy dodging. There's some pretty tricky fights.
I can't believe I just went for that.
Oh my god. I see.
Showing off, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, we're we're on pace to be at the 6-hour mark, so like almost exactly. So I mean, we have a couple side things we can toss in if we really want to. We can we talked about the kid thingy. I don't even know how to do the crossings, but you could go do it.
I have no idea how to do cropping, but I know that the kid thing is something that could be added.
I don't even know if you could also finish it, but you could do the trio fight.
Also never done that, but
I can walk you through it. I don't know how you'll kill him, but we can you know, we can fuck around and find out.
So kind of like Chronopolis, sorry to get back onto this, but kind of like Chronopolis, this is like one of my favorite like environments in the game. Like it's just so chill.
This is Plot Dump City.
Yeah.
This is where they.
Ooh, actually, this would be a good time to get ahead on explaining maybe how Fate works and like why Fate can be a run killer to the game.
A run killer.
Well, like in terms of like in terms of time, not like in terms of dying. Like if you're on PB pace, like why Fate can be slow. Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, Fate's tricky, especially with the so we put 2 Dreamer Scarves on Fargo so that way he has 2 element levels, and we put Magnify on level 4. So what that means is we want to get Magnify off first. So that'll be a Fargo 1/1 into Magnify, because the way, like we kind of talked about earlier, how like Strength and Eagle Eye don't have like changed impact based on what level they are. Well, not quite the same, but kind of the same. The way that Magnify and Diminish work, which we've used a couple times, or quite a few times in this run, the way that it works is you would like if Diminish reduces how much damage magic damage is done by elements, and Magnify increases how much it's done, you would think that they would counteract each other if you did Diminish then Magnify or Magnify then Diminish. Well, that's not how it works. The way that it works is that whichever one is used first will work throughout the entire fight. So if you Magnify first, all element damage is going to be boosted for the rest of the fight regardless of what happens. And it's really important because Fate's very first turn is to do Diminish. So we're kind of in this race to get Magnify off immediately, because we want to do some Saint stuff, which is one of the other summons that we have that we'll use to kill. Now, Handy is at a strength value to where he could very easily do a backup strategy if he wanted to, but he might just run just to do something consistent. You know, it's kind of runner's choice.
I will probably attempt the backup, and if I feel like it's going way off course, I won't kill the run going for it. Or I won't die going for it.
Well, so that's why I
Well,
asked, because you didn't put the make sure you heal at the
Oh yeah, the Diminish, that's what you're talking about. Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, so maybe I will run.
Well, because the backup, you want Fargo to be able to get to level 6.
That's what you were talking about. I thought you were talking about the revive earlier when you were talking about the backup.
No, yeah.
They're moving the revive.
No. I just put Diminish because it auto level 6s. But you want him to get. It is tight. It's up to you. I mean, if you don't heal after this, you'll menu anything. But so that's kind of thing. Like, ideally you don't do a backup. Ideally you get Magnify off and then you just Saints for the kill. But that is like, people have been known to have to run and like reset constantly, which is why this backup was created.
I threw it on just so in case, like if it does happen, like if we get screwed by Fate, it'd be cool to at least maybe show off the backup.
This song is I mean, for all how great the music is in this game, like this is another jam.
Oh, fun fact that you say about that, I know you're talking about the actual Fate song, but the song that's about to play right here,
also,
fun fact, is actually comes from Radical Dreamers.
You know, there's one song in Radical Dreamers that never made it to this game that I wish did, and I forget what it is, but I you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. I mean, honestly, all the songs should have made it, but
yeah. Once again, Radical Dreamers does come with the Radical Dreamers edition of this game. It's in the name. I would say it is worth a playthrough, at least one playthrough. It's a very short game. It's like a text-based game. It's not like a action packed game, but it atmospheric. It's so atmospheric. It's so good. The music is really good. Like I said, some of the songs came from that game into this game. Like, it is worth a playthrough, at least one.
Kind of talking just plot things. Like we said, it was Plot City, but this is where they kind of tell you, like, you're like, oh my god, this is like Spider-Man pointing at Spider-Man and Surge looking at Surge. This For the Future, that was just spoilers. That was Robo, which was put into the Fate computer system as kind of a failsafe, and then Dark Surge turned into his real Monka-esque form of Fate. And enjoy the cat jam. Again, we're looking for Fargo 1-1 Magnify, and then we can just take it from there. Otherwise, Handy might do the backup.
Alright, well, we got the Magnify. A little bit sad we don't get to show off the backup, but, I mean, this is what you'd want. Ideally.
For sure.
But you still get to see, like, the strat itself is really cool. You do, like, a shit ton of damage.
So like here, right, this is what we're talking about. Like we did Magnify and Diminish, but yet everything's gonna be boosted because Magnify went off first. So if they ever fix that, like in this game, which hopefully they never do, it just would ruin a lot.
Yeah.
Well, technically it would really only ruin this fight, but
it's a lot of damage just off of physicals.
yeah, like per context, like we're gonna do Fate and we're boosting stuff, and it's gonna do like 4,000 damage. At minimum, it'll do 3,500. Whereas if you didn't have any of this, it would do like 1,000, which is still a lot. But we're literally about to one shot and take the biggest dump on this clown.
You have such a way with words.
I just give the people what they want.
Pause for a second. Had a brain slip for half a second.
You know what's great about the way that I say it too? It's like it's PG.
That is true.
Yeah, so Handy's done like maybe 1,000 or 1,200 damage in chip. This Saints is just like the angels are coming and literally just look at this. These javelins, those are all.
Oh, that is not a lot. His magic is terrible.
Well, you also didn't do the turn black. But yeah, his magic. No,
I'm pretty sure.
just genius.
With Marcy?
I think you only genius, but I could be wrong.
I thought I did the turn black, but I could have maybe missed it. But yeah, it worked out regardless. It's because we had high strength.
Yeah, you got enough chip in. But I mean, like I said, 3,500 minimum. Like, I mean, I've seen upwards of like 5,800. Yeah, 21 magic is a little low. So, maybe you're wrong.
I did the turn black? Okay, I thought so.
Well, next time get more magic, I guess.
Yeah, I should have.
Yeah.
I mean, look, a lot of the times it ends up being like that. Sometimes you'll have like really low strength surges and then you look at his magic and he's like a wizard. And then times like this where he has like he's brute strength and then he's just like, I don't know how to read. Like
I think the lowest magic I've seen is like 18 or something. But
yeah,
we did we did get a power seal, or not a power seal, a magic seal off that, which is +5 magic, and we are never gonna touch that. Like it's just it's like I don't care. Get out of here. Like, and +5. Surge is at 20. That's a 25% boost. That's basically sunglasses for magic.
You are on these sunglasses.
I'm on it. I'm on it.
These next two cutscenes are very cool. Well, I don't like the second one, but
Where's Nox when you need him? Just what is it? I forget. Is it the Earth Dragon or the Water Dragon Wiggle? Or is it the Green Dragon? I don't know. Just look at all the dragons. And
no, the Water Dragon wiggles. The Green Dragon is
he gobbles.
creepy. He gobbles, yeah.
The turkey.
I love that freaking mask. Really into character.
For the people.
We have one more menu that I'm gonna look at here, and then basically it's on to the final dungeon. And it's just boss fight after boss fight after boss fight. There are some hard dodges in this section, but it is a really interesting part of the run.
We'll skip over all the plot, but that's great because you're about to explain it all.
Oh yeah, I'll go into super detail.
Nah, for context like this, what's coming up? It is Terra Tower, but what it also is is it Dinopolis or is it?
It's Dinopolis, yeah, from another timeline.
Yeah.
So okay, so we talked about the dimensions getting and timelines getting messed up because of like different actions, like Surge being alive and this and that, and like the Dead Sea being what was left of a timeline that got changed, so like things didn't exist. But Chronopolis was an area, you saw all the ghosts that we just left or whatever. Chronopolis got thrown into a different timeline. Dinopolis was from the timeline, or like a timeline where like the reptites from like Chrono Trigger and stuff like that didn't die out, and like humans didn't win, and they were the stronger species. Same thing with Dragon God. So even though Chronopolis got thrown into another timeline, Dinopolis got thrown into this one. Things got shifted around. So I actually never got to touch on it. We just beat Fate. Funnily enough, Fate is actually not a full-on like evil entity. It was a entity that like craved power, was crafted to protect the archipelago, which is what you're in. It protects people from getting in, it protects you from getting out. It does use its power to like kind of like brainwash, so it is bad in that way, but it's not like doing it for the sake of being evil. It just does what it thinks it needs to do to protect things. And when Surge got washed up onto Chronopolis' shore, because he was attacked in that one cutscene that we saw, he comes in contact with the Frozen Flame, which is what Fate used for a lot of its power. And so it just said, oh, you stopped me from getting all the power, or having all the power that I wanted, and that's why it started coming after you.
Well, that's not true. I gotta correct you. So like, well, because during the power storm, right? Like, the Frozen Flame like kind of got free of Fate's control. And during that, the Prometheus circuit, which was Robo installed into Fate, which was a part of Mother Brain, etc., and like, you know,
right.
parts of the Mammon Machine and other shit like that. Like the failsafe, which is why Fate needed Surge's body, because the Frozen Flame in that circuit made Surge the Arbiter and just stopped
right.
It stopped Fate from like accessing the Frozen Flame and doing its like research and job and stuff. So
Right.
And so it goes on this giant quest to be like, I need to get access to the Frozen Flame, but also fuck you, Surge, and fuck everyone who
right.
you know, went after like got this.
But like, to touch on that, like the other thing is like you see this as an example of this in the world that, in the dimension, even in this game, the world that doesn't have Fate in it, you see that like the archipelago got invaded by like the poor army. That's why you see like all the poor soldiers in Termina and stuff like that in that world. And then so the dragons basically use us. They say, oh, so you're an enemy of Fate, and they're also an enemy of Fate. They're not necessarily good. They are like, that's why we're about to fight them. But they basically use us to beat Fate and then turn on us. Or turn on everybody.
Fate also is what, so like the Time Devourer, which you just saw all the dragons like combine Power Ranger style into the Time Devourer, which is I think it's a part of Lavos' web. No, I forget.
Yeah, it's like a time thing. I that thing has an explanation. I don't remember it exactly, but also 1 second, I gotta look at this menu.
Yeah, well, it's like Lavos. It's like Lavos and the Time Devourer like fought way back when with Dinopolis, and then Lavos won and kind of like took the best of both and etc.
Online through Mithril Meldrip and Honor Turn Blue Eagle Eye Strengthen. What'll be okay.
But so basically the Time Devourer / Dragon God, or like Lavos Dragon God, got split up into 6 and was kind of being kept that way by the power of Fate / the Frozen Flame. So now that we've killed Fate, you know, the dragons were free and able to somehow cross dimensions in which they were split before and you know, come back together. But one of the interesting things of note is that like Dinopolis came to El Nido because Chronopolis also changed dimensions or timelines and came to El Nido. So it's like they were kind of like counterbalance forces.
Yep. It can get like that's a lot, and regardless of like even if you do know it, it can be convoluted to try to like summarize.
Yeah.
But it technically does have explanations. Is mainly the thing.
Yeah, and one of the other things that really makes the story kind of monka is for those who don't know, like while we were Lynx, like Lynx was a like bastardized version of Wazuki, who is Surge's father, and so like Fate, really tried to manipulate Surge and like give him like anxiety and stuff by being like, oh, you hate panther demons because you were attacked by a panther demon, so I'm gonna take your father's body and make him look like a cat man, and now you're gonna go into that body. So
yeah, there's a lot that goes on in Chrono Cross's story.
and it's like they just hit you at the end. It's like, and then you're just like, oh my god.
I'll hold this, right? I think that Chrono Cross's story is one that makes sense as far as like things that happen don't just happen. They do provide explanation. Whether or not they're convoluted is a different story. I agree that they're convoluted. But also that like, I think that, how do I explain this? I think it gets plot dumpy at the end. I think they wanted to explain it more over time, but maybe they had to finish production. So there is that complaint. But other than that, I think that Chrono Cross's story, I think, is interesting.
Oh yeah, it's I mean, it really does tie into Chrono Trigger. Now, whether you agree with the tie-ins, like whatever, but like they really do. You got to pay a little bit of attention. And the problem is it's very much at the end.
Especially as someone who like loves the entire Chrono series. I love Chrono Trigger, I love Radical Dreamers, and I love Chrono Cross.
Yeah. That's why I'm kind of sad to hear today that the Chrono Break thing was real but not going to happen, because
yeah, unfortunately. But we are getting ready. We used Starkey for like literally 2 seconds just so we can use him to get his ship to go to the final dungeon.
Final dungeon. So touching on we're doing the English version does the good ending, where JP Runners and JP Ending does the bad ending of Chrono Cross, which there's really no difference except for the final fight. We will be using the Chrono Cross, which we still have some time to it. We have like, I don't know, half an hour. Only difference is one, bad ending, you fight the final boss, where good ending, you use the Chrono Cross.
Yeah, and the reason for that is just a timing thing. So like we time on final input. So like when we use the Chrono Cross, like that's time, right? Whereas the traditional like Japanese timing of the thing is all the way to the ending credits. And so if you do the good ending, it makes the credits longer.
Yeah. Also, I mean, JP also, like, their timing is different. They start from, device on to
power on,
right to Finn at the end. So I'm not sure if we have time, but if we do, like, the final credits are like, that song is beautiful. So
yeah, I mean, it's up to whether or not what we have going on after, but I would be down to let it play through.
But yeah, this there's kind of keeping in with the theme, like how we fought the 5/6 colored dragons. We're going to be fighting 6 colored dolls here, and this is again where the Master Mune is just incredibly powerful. We put Glenn and Fargo on our team. We got rid of Marcy, replaced her with Glenn, in part because Glenn's damage is somewhat significant. He has the Einlanzer. He still has the dual tech with Surge, with X Strike, which we would not have if we, did the Save Kid side quest, etc. And Fargo we keep because we want Vagora, and he's pretty tanky, etc. So,
getting 2/2 here, we'll see. I know what to do if it does happen, but I'm slightly worried we're gonna proc Capsule, and oh, it didn't go down for a second. But if this one procs it, then I'll just do extra attacks before I do X Strike. Okay, nice, we're good. And this will definitely kill. So what I'm talking about there is we have strats for fights at different breakpoints, but there's no way you can have values for all variables. So like you kind of have to make some educated decisions on like when you're in between values that you have listed, because what we're trying to do is we're trying to kill with X strike. So we're trying to get right before hitting a flag that would make them do heals like capsules and stuff like that, but also being able to finish. So you're trying to like balance both.
Yeah, I think they all heal at like 50% or something. Might be critical.
Yep.
So we just have different strategies. Basically, just how much damage we want to pump at certain times, to either force trigger or try to force trigger the capsule because it's faster than what they would do otherwise. Or sometimes
I went for that one, but I couldn't see where he was at.
Oof.
All right, one. Yeah, I didn't want to run all the way back up the stairs, and like the depth perception there was cringe.
Yeah. I mean, for that being the first encounter, like, yeah, I mean, you're doing great.
Dude, this one is being cringe. I've never been stuck up here.
Yeah, that probably means he's in the middle. I've actually never seen him be that high up. At least I don't think I have.
Yeah, me neither.
So, but they kind of hit on these stairs. There's just depth perception stuff like you're talking about. There's paths, but you just, there's 3 of them. What do I know?
And this one's all the way down here. All right. Now, if I only get one encounter all the way through here, we call that a dub.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pay attention here though through this split. This is like probably one of the hardest sections of dodging, as you could. That was the start there. I'm going.
Ooh, nice. Yeah, all of these paths, like it's yet again just like enemies coming your way, sporadic movement, very tight like channels. So you kind of just do your best. You don't need to saw anything. So, sorry, does that mean that you want the final song to run? I forget how long it is. It's like maybe 3 minutes or something.
I forget.
But it's I mean, honestly, it's a classic. How can you not run Chrono Cross and not listen to it? Like that song is the reason to run this.
Okay, nice. He was pretty chill.
Yeah. I don't know if they actually ever explained why there's dolls in this, especially for it being Dinopolis. But but there's if you've ever played Radical Dreamers, there's also a face in stone, which I don't think is this guy, but they kind of kept it. But this was like a human when I was human, and they just kind of.
This one I don't really know the lore about, so your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah, I've never seen the tie other than it's a face in stone, which was also in RD or in Radical Dreamers.
Right.
But it's just kind of, it's just plot dumpy.
Yeah.
But that's where they tell you like, hey, this is Dinopolis and stuff, and yet the only, reptite is is the final boss.
Stay there. I'm going. Woo!
Sheesh. There's...
Oh! That was cringe.
Ooh.
That was cringe. He was hiding behind the thing the entire time, going the other direction.
Yeah.
Somehow got caught on something, it looks like, and then turned around.
Yeah,
he turned around behind it.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, it's fine. We're still on very good time. Now this next room is the cringiest room in the game. Probably lose time on this split. 2 encounters. Not used to having 2. Alright, so these guys are actually aggro. You'll see him like being annoying. Go away.
There is
I
think it,
Okay, bud. Go away.
there are 2 chests in this. Oh.
Okay.
Waterfall Gamers. Ooh. Ooh. Hot damn. Yeah, these things just kind of aggro you from like random spots, and then they just like can I get you? And you're just kind of stuck sometimes. You can bait them and move around them in certain spots, but honestly, you're just hoping that you don't aggro them and they move past you. In all characters and most of the things, there's a couple key chests that you want to grab in here, but we don't do it for any percent. Specifically, they kind of give you some rainbow weapons, which we haven't done the side quest to unlock crafting of that. So,
Definitely a little bit slow. We'll lose time on this. That's fine. My goal right now is to kind of beat my average with the the like 5-minute technical pause.
I think it's just crazy that like all of these really good runs have been third key,
Yeah.
and you're just kind of like, bruh, like brother, please.
So I think I'm at 44, but it doesn't matter. I'll still do the same strat here.
This boss has one like unique, like, or at least key piece to it, where it's you are kind of waiting for him to do the sadness wave, because you're gonna strengthen right after. If you strengthen before, you don't get the benefit. Like I'm not sure exactly what it is. I think it's like a bit flip in there, where they like for whatever reason it's not the same as like diminish magnify, where it's like here if you get your because sadness wave reduces your damage dealt and then strengthen increases it. So if you don't do it in the right order, you'll miss killing, and then he'll do like 4 tablets, and then it's just slow. You're never at risk of dying here. It's just you're trying to go fast.
45, 43.
Oh my god. For context, what is it? It's like you want to be 46 by Dragon God.
I usually am happy with 44.
Yeah.
I got the ladder glitch.
Ayo.
Oh, this guy's gonna be cringe. He's gonna make me guess.
You guess.
Yeah, whether or not he's gonna turn around. Okay.
Oh yeah, you're just in the future. So I think we have one plot dump left, and then we're gonna hope that we get another skip. We like to call it the Nopers Scopers.
So yeah, some of us do.
All of us do, unless you're a heathen.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, no, but I mean, all of us do.
Yeah.
So the whole thing we just talked about, Chronopolis and Dinopolis and the flippity floppities and the everything and all that, that's where this plot dump comes in. But we just kind of like gave you the heads
Wait.
up.
He just said his name was Balthazar, but did you know? I don't know if that's in the PSX, because like the first text box they put his name there instead of Prophet. For those of you who don't know, that's Balthazar, the Prophet. What is he? The Prophet of whatever? I forget. That's exactly.
Yeah, they also explained Harl being a dragon. We actually never touched on that.
Yeah, this is where they hit you with it. There was a 7th dragon. The backwards incompatible moon dragon.
Bum, bum. Yeah, she's like a moon dragon.
That makes sense. Lunatic.
She does, yeah, about to say. She does like
Wow.
lunatic, moonbeams.
You know her as Harold.
These guys also go, you guys don't have the Chrono Cross? Yeah, we don't have it yet.
We should rename Harold to like Dumb B or something, and then he'll say like, you know her as Dumb B, or not a homie or something.
She's not a homie, yeah.
Or Raider or something. I don't know.
I've actually never got to do one specific strat in here for Animator. I have the stats for it, but now it's just like the AP would be.
It's
I
pretty.
haven't got to do my fastest, like, top strat in terms of strength and good AP, you know?
What is this one? Because I've looked at this a lot, and I've never found anything better than the 223.
It's no, that's what I'm talking about. 2, 2, 3, and then like I'm talking about after.
Oh. Gotcha.
Still never get to see it. No, that's fine.
Bonk. Bonk.
So, depending on whether or not, nothing I can do, but it's all AP based. You can proc heal plus instead of this info scope, which just takes a little bit of time. But nothing I could have really done there.
You know, there's no good way to say like yeppers, scopers.
Yeppers, scoopers, yeah.
You know, yeppers, skeppers. Like that doesn't work. You know, it just doesn't work.
Nice.
But nopers, scopers. That's the call.
That's where it is.
Oh, 100%.
Well, everyone, we have 3 boss fights, the real final boss, and then a victory lap left. So we're nearing the end.
Oh yeah, we didn't do the save kit thing. Ah well. Who needs to save her anyway? She'll show up.
True.
Is he going left? Is he going right?
I'm at 46, so I'm actually gonna do Luxator first because I have a 47 strat. So we'll see if we can maybe get the extra strength.
Big honk.
Actually, you know what? If I get, I might, regardless, I might just try the Omega Skip.
Always.
Hey, whoa, 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 whoa.
You're not
Not
going.
like that.
For every potential time skip, are you even running?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, there's $3 left, and then we fight the Dragon God. It's I think they had extra plans for this area, but again, like just dev time. Like they also, like I forget exactly how many characters they have, but they also wanted to add like 20 more and then go more in depth.
Yeah.
So, like this game had a lot planned, and then they just kind of.
They got lost in the dev cycle.
If anything, like for the people that say this plot got lost in the sauce, I think their ambitions got lost in the sauce. But ideally here we skip Omega White.
Yeah. Boom.
'Cause he's gonna
Ow.
do some attacks,
Ow.
and then Hindu's gonna try to kill. He might force the holy healing as well.
Ideally, I don't proc it, but it could happen at our strength.
Yeah. Either one's fine. Just don't get Omega Whited.
Yeah, we should.
Because they're very slow. Same thing, like this one's Luxator, next up will be Gravitor, this one's the white, Gravitor will be black. Gravitor's a bit more tricky, like it doesn't do the attack first, it just goes straight into Omega Black. But yeah, those are good lucks.
Our strength is bonkers.
It kind of sucks that, like, so here they toss you with like Ultra Nova, and then I forget what the other one is, like, what is it? Mothership or something they give you?
I actually don't remember.
And then, but they also they give you like blue field, red field, green field, yellow field, etc. only if you're low strength will you use like some of them, specifically yellow field. But it like they really are just giving you like extremely powerful things, but it's just too late. You're like, I'm good, fam. Like I did what I had to. it's like you're.
Sorry, I'm looking ahead at the Omega skip strats because I haven't done them in a minute. I just re-added them to my notes instead of a notepad.
It's just 3 pause 3. And then.
Oh no, I do the 1-2 stuff.
Bleh. Bleh.
You could, yeah. I mean, so. Let's see.
Like, Handy is suffering from like the option of choice. He's like, I'm so powerful, I can do whatever I want.
Oh.
Because it's the thing with this game, if we've seen anything, is like it. Oop.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean you are gonna get anyway, but like.
Yeah, this is the worst thing that could happen. But I did write it actually. I was prepared, so we'll see if I'm actually prepared enough. See if my backup strat actually works here.
Ooh, 666. That is that's a bad sign.
Really? Does this still skip?
Not with that buffer. Oh, I forget his AP. Well, shit.
Yeah, it worked. The backup.
Alright, we take those. Take that.
Still gained a second.
Black hole is what you get, not mothership. Maybe you should hold on a second. But
Alright, I'm gonna
got him.
I'm gonna still do the safety save for Dragon God. So this safety save is actually less of a I mean, like I think it's less necessary now in the remaster than it was in the original. I mean, Dragon God can still go badly, but the main reason, which hasn't happened in the remaster, that we safety saved for Dragon God was because completely out of the player's control, Dragon God has a glitch that was very, 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 very rare, where instead of doing 0 damage on phase transition where it drops you into the next phase, it does lethal damage. It can do lethal damage to your whole party, and you just die. So you could hit a rare glitch on PB pace of your life, where you just get dropped from phase to phase, and then the game says nah. I've never had it happen to me, even in the PS version. That's how rare it is, but it does exist.
Yeah, I think when they released Radical Dreamers, they fixed it to where you take consistent damage, which, you know, when you're on PlayStation, you're kind of used to just taking no damage and just hoping that you don't get hit. But if you if something goes poorly, like as it is now, like you might have to heal where otherwise you normally wouldn't. But this is also where the Master Immune and the Iron Lancer are both really good, because you know you do get that auto healing just from the weapon. It's kind of minimal, but it adds up and helps in this. I don't know if the glitch still exists in RDE.
I haven't seen it. Yeah.
But yeah, it I don't know. I'm so the thing with the glitch, like I could be misremembering, but I think with like a casual playthrough, I think people that would fight Dragon God on PSX would take damage consistently, and I believe that it's because you would, like, you know, generally you wouldn't do the whole game in one sitting. So I've always thought it's like a game time, either a game time or like, you know,
yeah, it could be something. It could be anything.
Like console power on time thing. I could be wrong. it's
It could be something weird with like
But-
RAM as well. Like like they had the RAM thing with Pip or whatever
yeah,
that they fixed. in
yeah,
Remastered.
exactly. So, like it's possible, like if that's the case, then it would follow that. Well, because you're you're going faster in RDE, like maybe it still exists. You're just you haven't gotten to that point, or. But what do I know? Nothing. I'm just spitballing here. All I know is that you take damage now, and you.
Also, everybody, prepare your dance emotes, your cat jams, your pug please, whatever,
So
because the Dragon God music kicks ass.
yeah, I think I'm gonna try not to talk through the fight. So we're gonna kind of preface it a little bit. But there's 7 phases. It starts with white, and then it goes through all the colors, ending on white again. And it goes in a very particular order. We're gonna use all of the tools in our kit to basically after the first or second round. Once we do the first phase change in the first drop, the Dragon God has 10 AP, and we're gonna try to basically do all the setup and as much damage as we can. I think it's like 1900 damage we have to do per round. But
Yeah.
after the first phase shift, the Dragon God should never get a turn.
Yes.
So,
Wait, can he get a turn in the last phase? No.
He might.
should still be fine. Yeah.
yeah, you should be
Yeah.
fine. I mean, especially with your values. But yeah,
Yeah.
there's
yeah.
there is one sketchy phase on the green. That's the most risky one. Oh, which I think is like phase 3. It's like after the 3rd drop or something.
4.
You'll know. It will be back on the green dragon. It's pretty obvious. But yeah. And I think RD actually introduced a small bug there, but get your cat gems out, enjoy the fight. It's gonna go. I mean, it'll be long, but it'll also go quickly. And honestly, it's just immaculate how it goes. Time to.
Yeah, I'm definitely not going to be talking through it. Like it's like Carbon is saying, it is 7 phases, and like they're not like they're not fully independent from each other. So like making a mistake in one can really make you have to like struggle through the rest. So definitely gonna try to pay attention. And here we go. One roll. So that probably means he's gonna get to go again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe not. Yeah. Nothing I can do is stop it. He rolled 1. Should be his last turn though. Pretty clean fight. Got one more basically victory lap fight, but that is essentially the last boss.
G to the GGs.
That fight is excellently routed. It feels very nice when it goes smooth. The worst part about that fight was I got one rolled on phase 1, so he got 2 turns in.
Yeah, I mean, the speedrun makes all these bosses just look like a joke.
Yep.
I mean, Master Mune's just so big. I never ran this before Master Mune was the strat in the route, but I mean, you can imagine how. Like,
Yeah, I
you're
imagine
doing
it much harder.
doing a lot of summons. You're doing like I remember Andy had a what I forget what the thing was called, but it like resets all your like elements so you can do like genius and stuff again. It's just
So Flutter, the time will be whenever I actually use the Chrono Cross in battle,
yeah.
and then after that will be just credits playing through and everything like that.
Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, there's really no RNG. This is just how fast can hand you do the menu and stuff. So, in about exactly 5 minutes. Because we just have to watch cutscenes, go grab the Chrono Cross, equip it, and then go use it. Is Kid still poisoned?
Is Kid still poisoned? That is a funny thought.
Well,
I like to think so.
you know, this time she's not really coming back. To be honest, she's in like a dream world, right? We haven't gone and saved her. We could go do it real
There,
fast. No.
yeah, she is in a dream state that you need to go do an optional save Kid
Yeah, she's a
quest, but
she's like in Inception.
yeah.
And she ain't coming out.
All right, and now, per getting the good ending, we are going to actually go pick up the Chrono Cross real quick, make a slight detour, but it ends up being worth it. Oop. I thought if you save her, you can't get Glenn. So that is a different split in quest or whatever, where, yes, in that particular instance, saving her from the poison means that you can't get Glenn. That's true. But we're talking about that, like, after she joins your party, like towards, or like after the thing that happens at the end of the game, where she like is whatever that place is called in Chronopolis. Actually, let me pay attention real quick so I don't mess this up.
Yeah.
Trying to do 2 different things at once.
So it's like what happens is like like Kid was knocked out when you fought Fate, I think.
Yeah. And then you have to go wake her up.
And it's like because so the Frozen Flame is called Project Kid. If you looked before entering Fate's like place, but Harl comes and steals the Frozen Flame, and because they're kind of tied together, Kid gets kind of like repressed. I forget exactly what it is, but she gets repressed memories, and then kind of goes into basically that state where she needs to go be saved. So we just equipped the Chrono Cross here. Now that we've got it, and it's just going to be a color element puzzle. Yeah, but I forget if it's like the stealing of the Frozen Flame or the defeat of Fate or something else that causes her to go into it. I don't fully remember. Or maybe it's the reincarnation of the time dragon, because if you look here, like we just defeated the time dragon, but we also have to fight. Well, we have to go to the other world and then go in, but we also have to go defeat Lavos, basically. Like this is a like we go. I forget. Is this Homeworld or is this? Either way, we go to this one and Lavos is here, and has like um. Oh
The story does get a bit confusing, but also just remember like so like we do play the game a lot, but like a lot of the times we're not like reading the text over and over and over.
yeah. Well, it's just also been a while since I've really looked at the plot, but like,
Right.
but here like you have mini Shala slash kid in here, and we have to, and this is why we're here. We're here to save
with all the technical difficulties.
I just want to get with like, now we're back. Come to a real, come to our event next week.
Yeah.
Actually see the run. Oh, I think we're back.
Are we back? Are we back?
I think we're back.
Hey, someone give me a sign that we're back. Okay,
Yeah, we're
okay.
back.
So I'll just briefly explain what we did. Basically, we did our attacks. We set up everything to do the Chrono Cross. We did all of our elements. I've been sitting at the screen waiting to do the Chrono Cross element, and that is time.
And it,
Okay, so
you can kind of see it. He did a yellow element, a red, green, blue, black, white, and then Chrono Cross.
so
Kind of was lost in
I
there.
I don't know if you guys want to see the entirety of the song. So because I had to close everything out whenever whatever happened, I had to close OBS and like that. Chrono Cross the Remaster has a weird glitch where like whenever you disconnect something from it, it for some reason messes with the sound effects, and that's why the sound effects sound so loud right now. It shoots them to 100. I can try to turn it down. I don't remember if the song is loud or not, but no, it seems fine.
You're good.
All right. Yeah, no, this was Chrono Cross. Super fun run. I super enjoyed this. We had some technical difficulties at the beginning, and apparently it wanted to make one last pop up at the very end, literally the last fight. Thanks for the GGs, everybody. It was a really good run. I'm not lying. Without any technical difficulties or anything like that, we were maybe like 2 minutes or 3 minutes off my PB and like what the current world record is. Like, it was a very good run. This was sub 6 run without all of that. I just rather never hit go. We are gonna let, I think, the end song play through, question mark. It's up to Flutter. I'm okay with either.
Listen, we just waited for this. We deserve this song. All right, listen. Take a breath. What a great run. Everyone give it up for Handy. What an excellent run with tactical difficulties and just handling all the situations you got. So
Thank you. Okay,
we
yeah.
deserve this.
We'll let the song play through. In that time, between that time, I do want to just give like one major shout out. So, I mean, two. One, thanks for Carbon staying up till, for me, it's 4 more in the morning to do commentary. I think this has hopefully been an informative and fun run for everybody to watch. I also wanted to kind of show off the Radical Dreamers edition of the game and how well it runs now with the newest patch. And then additionally, I just want to say, so next weekend, next Saturday, the 29th, we are actually having, for the same reason of the remaster having a really good patch right now, we're going to be doing a Chrono Cross remaster community race. It's going to have members of varying levels of experience. Like, we have some people who are like pretty new, who are been doing running runs just so they can finish it. It was gonna be 12, but we had one drop today, last second. But we're gonna have 11 runners. We're gonna have 3 commentators, a pre-show. It's gonna be on RPG Limit Break at like 1 p.m. EST. But if that interests you, yeah, that's next weekend. And that's the only shout out I have. This has been a really fun run and really fun banter back and forth. Really, and it's really fun to always talk about Chrono Cross.
Could not agree more. And just to be clear, next weekend, it's Saturday, whatever the heck that day is.
The 29th, I think.
The 29th. Actually, today. Oh, it's yeah, it is Saturday the 29th, 1 p.m. EST. I think we start around 12:30. RPG Limit Break. 10 runners. I'll be doing comms again. Maybe I'll run. I don't know. We'll see.
We'll see.
But various skill levels. Listen, I thought I had a work thing. I'll be there in some capacity.
Yeah.
It's going to be a great time. You're going to see a lot of different perspectives. And, I mean, what a fabulous game. So, what a great community, too. But yeah, this was really, really enjoyable. Glad that we were able to slot in, help fill some time here, show off some Chrono Cross, spend it all with you all, have some laughs, have a couple memes, and honestly have a really freaking good run.
Yeah.
So
I'm just saying, so I'm looking at the last split there. We were minus 44 before all the technical difficulties. We were plus 5, so we took 5 minutes of technical difficulties in the last split and like 5 in like the first few. So this was like a 557 or so, 558 caliber run. And for reference, world record is 554 right now.
You have to read this, and then it's song time. Everyone enjoy this music. This song is the reason to run Chrono Cross. Enjoy it.
Yep. So also, I'll just say it's going to look like it's going to freeze here for a second. For some reason on the remaster, I think it's because the text goes faster and it has to catch up. It like sits here and like goes to a black screen for like a couple of seconds, and then it like catches up and then it goes into the credits. But it is a wonderful song, like Carbon said, and I'm not going to talk through it. We'll let it play through, and then after, I'll come back and say, you know, like, thanks again or something, and then we'll transfer over, or transition over. Yeah, this is where it looks like it freezes, but it's just the music has got to catch up because we are turboing through all the text. I will turn that down. And that is that. Once again, thank you guys for watching. Thank you for commentating with me this late, Carbon. And that's about it. If you guys want to transition over, now is a good time to do so.